Thank you. Please be seated. We're on live, Toby? Yeah. Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Before we start our formal business, I'm just going to remind everybody that you must stay in your allocated seats, obviously, for the filming purposes. So I'm now going to ask for, this is agenda item 1, I'm going to ask for any apologies and declarations of interest.
Thank you, Chair. I've received apologies for Councillor Cross.
Thank you. And so, are there any declarations of interest? So, before we start, I'm just going to say the normal thing that I normally go through every time. As I've just said, remain seated when you are called to speak. And I'm going to also say, as I have said many times before, that we can expect a robust debate, but we must conduct ourselves with mutual respect. And I don't expect anybody to do personal remarks. Can I ask that no unnecessary talking or comments or moving about or leaving the chamber whilst others are speaking? I think it's really very disrespectful to be talking when other people are speaking, so please give other people that respect. It's important that you switch your microphone off after speaking, and if you wish to speak, please raise your hand using the yellow voting card and wait to be acknowledged by Hazel so we can actually get a list of speakers. A reminder that all speeches are timed and you'll hear a beep 30 seconds before your allocated time is due to end. And we will have approximately a 40-minute break at lunchtime, at a time when we come to a natural break in the proceeding. We probably will also have a break halfway before lunch as well. Please switch off your mobile phones or have them to silent. And I'm also going to remind everybody again that no food is to be consumed in the council chamber. If you wish to raise a point of order, please quote the relevant section of the Constitution. If a fire alarm goes off during the course of the meeting, this will not be a test today, and I would therefore ask you that you make your way to the assembly points. So as the meeting today is conducting the budget, I'm going to remind everybody that you have to you can't be in arrears on your council tax, otherwise you will not be allowed to vote. So we're now going to move to agenda item 2, which is public participation. And I believe there are 2 speakers. The first speaker is Sam Cinderbury, who's asking a question about the inability to use disability bus passes before 9:30 a.m. So, Sam, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Sam, you have 3 minutes to ask your question. Over to you when you're ready to go.
My name is Sam Cinderbury. I am a member of Speak Easy Now and Worcestershire Learning Disability Partnership Board. Transport is a very big issue for people with a learning disability. Being able to get to places by ourselves is important for our independence. We need to be able to get around by public transport and for transport companies to understand our needs. We think we should be able to use our bus passes before 9:30. Having a bus pass is meant to help us to be independent it helps us to get health. It helps us get to health appointments, work in volunteering, training, day opportunities, and to take part in different activities. All these things are important for our health and well-being. They help us to have control and take responsibility, but to be able to do these things, we often need to be able to travel before 9:30. Why should we have to wait until 9:30 to go out, especially when it can take a long time to get to where we are going to by bus? Being able to travel earlier would mean we can get to earlier GP and hospital appointments. We can get to work or voluntary jobs earlier, which could increase our employment opportunities. People don't look for work because they know they can't get there in time. Employers won't consider us for jobs because we cannot get there until later in the day. People are missing opportunities to do things. This can affect our mental health and lead to isolation and depression. Some people with a bus pass attend day services but cannot use their bus passes to get there in time. The county council pay for taxis to get them there. Instead, surely the council could save money if people could use their bus passes. People with a learning disability can find it difficult to get buses and feel vulnerable. Many cannot afford to pay the bus fare. For some people, finding the right money and paying the driver is difficult. Lots would not be able to use a card to pay. It's much easier to get on the bus and just show your bus pass. We've raised this issue in the past. We were told that it's a national policy and could not be changed. But we know that councils in other areas have changed this rule, including Herefordshire and Manchester. We think the restrictions to our bus passes discriminate against people with a learning disability. So we ask, will you change the rules so we can use our bus passes before 9:30?
Thank you very much, Sam. Very well spoken, and we really appreciate you coming in today to do this public presentation. You will get a written response in due course in the next week or so. So thank you very much. I'm now going to call the second speaker, Susan Whitehouse, who is presenting a petition concerning the proposed rise in council tax. Susan, you have 3 minutes to present your petition, and a reminder that you will hear a beep or bleep at 30 seconds before your allotted time. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Susan Whitehouse. I am a resident in the Worcestershire areas. I wish to present to you this morning a petition on behalf of thousands of Worcestershire residents who are dismayed at the proposed increase in our council tax, one of the highest increases in the country. The cost of living is currently out of control, and I and many others have had to make severe changes in order to survive. To increase council tax by such a disproportionate amount is just not sustainable to most households. The government has broken virtually all of their manifesto pledges, and we are all paying the price. This administration promised to cut waste and cut tax. Is this to be another broken promise? This petition is our only sensible means of communicating our concerns to you, that this taxation level is unfair and unnecessary. I respectfully request that you reconsider and further your review of your budgets before approving a revised and generally more affordable increase. I thank you for your time this morning and thank you for listening.
Thank you. So, someone's going to get it. Okay, thank you very much. We're now on agenda item 3, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. May I now sign this as a correct record of the meeting which was held on the 15th of January?
Chairman.
We have one person there.
No, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Council. Just in relation to, on the minutes, paragraph 2678, my resident, Anthony Fulcher, presented a petition to this council as a part of the public participation. The minutes refer to, quote, he would receive a written response from the relevant cabinet member. As of yesterday, he still hadn't received that response. So I just want to make that clear that I think it's unacceptable that a resident will present such a petition, having put all the hours and time he did into that, collecting signatures, to have not received the response. Unless the response has been issued in the last few hours, I'm happy to take it back. But as of yesterday, when I spoke to him, he had not received it.
Thank you. We'll obviously take that on board, and I'm sure the cabinet member will action that now. Thank you. Right, I've now signed the minutes. Yeah. Great, thank you. Now moving on to agenda item 4, which is the Chair's announcements. You have previously been circulated the Chair's announcements, so I'm not proposing to go through those in any detail. So we'll move on to the next item. Thank you. So, agenda item 5. Please turn to pages 1 to 10 of the main agenda and pages 249 to 258 in the supplementary agenda. And I'm going to invite Councillor Rob Wharton to introduce the report and move the recommendations in paragraph 1 on page 249.
Thank you, Chair. This is obviously a factual report which sets out clearly the financial opinion of the statutory Section 151 officer or the Chief Financial Officer. I feel it needs no further introduction, so I move the recommendation 1 in the report.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? I believe that's Joe Monk.
Yes, I second that and I reserve my right to respond later. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're moving now on to the debate. Who would like to speak on this? Okay, yeah, Birch. Okay, Robertson. Okay, so first one on my list is Councillor Kent. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. And what a day we face today and what a group of decisions. Do we take a political path or do we look for our residents, as we heard so eloquently earlier in terms of the petition? But let's remind ourselves of the facts. We're here facing a multi-million pound budget gap, and we've just received notification that we're going to have £60 million worth of extra exceptional financial support. And we're pushing council tax up in the proposals within this to 8.98%. To meet that gap in year, you require a saving of £14.4 million. And the external auditor has warned that this council must deliver savings at scale and at pace. And that's the context. Now let's talk about responsibility. Reform took control in May. In June, Cabinet met for 20 minutes. 20 minutes at a time when the financial warnings were already clear. I remember, along with my colleagues, sitting in CBB sessions prior to the budget for 4 days, where we had to provide reports on each of our areas of responsibility, where the officers had to provide reports moving forward. This work wasn't done. We all know that adult social care pressures were rising. The current leader was a member of the Conservative administration until the 7th of March 25 and was a vice chair of the Adults Committee. She was fully aware of the situation facing us with adults and children's care. Children's placements we know have escalated in cost and a structural gap was forming. That was the moment for urgency. That was the moment for structural reform. That was the moment for grip. Instead, we've drifted, procrastinated, and reform have internally fought and objected. And now we arrive in February with a black hole and an 8.98% council tax rise being imposed on residents with apparently no alternative. By March this year, the accumulated deficit is forecast at approximately 194 million. Now, yes, finally, the governments have acted, and they've agreed that 90% will be covered by a high-needs stability grant. But that's conditional. It's subject to reform plans, not this reform administration, but actual proper reform to deliver it, and we need to see that. It does not remove the fact that we're currently cash flowing nearly 200 million through our treasury management arrangements. It doesn't yet remove the additional exposure, and it doesn't remove the minimum revenue provision costs if borrowing crystallises. And it doesn't remove the residential balance we still hold. So even if the 90% is ultimately covered, we still carry the remainder. We still carry the revenue consequences, and we still carry the financial fragility. And that's the financial climate we're operating in. And yet, instead of discipline, what do we see? Capital proliferation. Amendment after amendment, expanding commitments. The capital programme already stands at 644 million as the current administration, led by a previous Conservative, reminds us multiple times. We're reliant on EFS. We're raising council tax at near 9%, and members are bringing forward additional capital schemes as if we were in surplus. This is not stewardship. It's the financial equivalent of adding extensions to a house whose foundations are already cracking. If serious transformation work had begun in May, and if structural savings had been identified in June, and if Cabinet had treated the warnings with urgency instead of complacency, we would not be standing here forcing residents to carry the consequences. The Section 151 officer has been clear. Grip costs, deliver transformation, rebuild resilience. He deserves support, not just politically, but also from his proliferate senior management team. We put forward an amendment that could have made those 14.4 million in savings. It would have been very difficult in year, but it would have been a start. It was a basis for negotiation. We had 2 days to prepare it after knowing what the council tax provision was. This council didn't know whether they were going to get permission for the 9%, so I understand the administration not being able to publish that, but we put a plan together in very short term. We've not seen a plan since May. So instead, we drift, delay, and a parade of politically convenient amendments combined with ongoing overspends. It's not strategic leadership, it's financial irresponsibility, and the people of Worcestershire will be the ones that pay for it.
Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I fully agree with Councillor Wharton's point around this is a factual report, and particularly in paragraph 40, the low level of savings achieved. Within 2023-24, £17.4 million of savings were achieved. Within 24-25, £27.6 million of savings were achieved. Within this administration's first year, 10.8. The administration that promised to cut waste have achieved lower savings than the administration in the previous 2 years. Within paragraph 55, the Section 151 officer has categorically stated the need for transformational savings at pace. A reduction in the level of savings achieved since this administration came in does not demonstrate transformational savings at pace. Within the savings in 25-26, while some directorates have managed to deliver the savings expected of them, other directorates have not. The administration needs to take a clear look at those and ensure that not only are they meeting the savings that they have identified, but they are almost doubling that to come close, or at least try and increase the level of savings that the previous administration were able to find year on year.
Thank you. Now got Josh Robinson. Are you speaking for the group or not?
Why not? Yesterday at OSPB, when others decided to not ask questions at a scrutiny panel and wait for it to be at full council, I opened up about something which I'll open up to at full council today. I remember as a child having council tax bills coming through my parents' house with like the red ink on it, telling that, you know, it's overdue, and with the bailiffs knocking on the door. I take this extremely seriously. I know firsthand what consequences any council tax rise can have on a resident. And what I really, really hoped today, and I was probably being extremely naive, was that we wouldn't get straight away into the politics of this and actually looking for the best for residents. We hear today that we should be looking at how we look after residents or play party politics. To me, first of all, have absolutely no faith that this administration will resolve its problems. I said that yesterday. No one could give me answers to that. But the one word that was missing out of those two speeches prior to this was sorry. Sorry that you got us into this mess. Sorry that you haven't come up with a plan at all for the past 9 months of how to do it. Now, let you into a secret of people who have been in opposition for a while. You work overtime to try and get things done. The budget will come out normally a week before you have to get your amendments in. So to sit there and say, I only have a few hours to be able to do it, you've had months at scrutiny to be able to come through at these savings. You tell me that we need to make a load of savings, I agree. Well, you haven't brought them forward. Whether you're trying to reduce the council tax increase or not, you have not brought them forward. So instead of just sitting there today and playing party politics on stuff, sit there and be frank and honest with people. And to sit there and say that the amendments being put through would mean that, you know, we're putting loads more money onto the council tax bill is factually incorrect. If we got any of these amendments through today, it wouldn't add 1 penny to the council tax bill. It's all through government grants. It is cost neutral. So unless you want to sit there, and you have said there that the pet projects to be able to invest more money into drainage, pet projects to invest more into send, pet projects to talk about footways, pet projects to make sure that the traffic signals can happen. So, for example, children can cross safely into school. If you don't support them, that's fine, but that is on you. I hoped we would have started this debate a lot better than this today, but unfortunately it looks like we're going to be here for a long day of hot air.
Thank you. Councillor Boatwright-Green.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the officers for the work they've put in over the last 6 months. I have never spent so many hours with professionals actually looking at the situation we're in. As somebody who very comfortably understands finances and knows the difference between capital and revenue, and also understands the difference between grant and loan, I find it absolutely astounding that we are being falsely accused repeatedly of adding to the council tax bill. If this is how this meeting is going to go, then I'm afraid you're going to really struggle, because deception will be the first word I use. The financial illiteracy of the Conservative Party is astounding. The previous administration left us with bridges we cannot afford, loans we've got to pay, and government grants are not the same as loans. It is provided by the government. We are trying to help our residents so that they can save money, so they don't have to go on 9-mile round trips and cost them fuel. And you can chat away while I talk. It's disrespectful. I didn't do that to you. As usual, The Conservatives are being reckless.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, are you speaking on behalf of your group?
Yes, apparently. I've just had the nod. The Conservative group, thank you, Councillor Boatwright Green, very good. The Conservative group are obviously still in denial. Just before the council meeting in 6th of November, they were still asking me to spend £33 million of borrowing either to build a school at Newtown Road or to build a school at County Hall, incur a £33 million borrowing, which obviously we can all see today we could ill afford. Goodness me, the EFS would have been 100 million, let alone 70 million. And yet, at that same council meeting on the 6th of November, Auditors Grant Thornton explained why we'd been handed a Section 24 notice over a dedicated schools grant. The figures are actually in the BBC report of the same day, written by Tom Edwards. The spending deficit for SEND was 44 million in 23-24, but surged 87% to 98 million by 24-25. And is projected to hit 184 million by the end of this financial year. As Councillor Kent said, it actually was 194 million pounds. That's where the excess spend comes from. And funnily enough, the report says the Section 24 notice covers a period where the Conservatives controlled the council prior to Reform taking over. And yet there are, as Councillor Boatwright Green said, yet no apologies, no sorry, no nothing.
Can I raise a point of order for personal explanation, please? I was named in that speech.
Can I just clarify what personal explanation is? So it can only be if you have said something in the debate and you think Councillor Foster has misrepresented what you said in the debate. I don't think that's what's happened, so I wouldn't allow it.
Can I explain what it is? It's just so you can then take a judgment? Or am I just sitting here dumb?
You listen to the chairman. He should be able to.
Basically,
The advice I'm getting is no.
it's very, very short in terms.
Sorry.
So I'm not able to explain what the personal explanation is to be able to get a ruling from yourself.
Hang on, Adam. I'm sure you use your opportunity at a third point in the debate, somewhere on the next agenda item. We're going to be talking about the...
Can I just make it that we investigate this after this meeting,
sorry,
then, please? Because
you've got plenty of time later
I'll
on.
take what you've said. I'll take what you've said.
Thank you.
But I've got a legitimate personal explanation here for something, for a figure that he's just said I said.
No.
So am I not allowed to correct that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You've finished, so Councillor James.
Thank you. Gosh, it's the first time I've heard the Cabinet member actually get along with the Lib Dems, but clearly after they've jumped into bed with them and jumped up and down in the leader's remarks earlier, they're clearly on a loving. So that's really interesting. I find it interesting that the Cabinet member takes pride in not building a school. I know, maybe he doesn't see the value in education. The leader of the Lib Dems said that we don't understand the economics, but my understanding is money from government is from the taxpayer. So no matter which way it's coming in, it is still taxpayer money that is fueling it. I don't know, I don't have a PhD like he does, so maybe I'm not educated enough. Build a school and I might be. But this is dependent on the 9%. We can keep saying, we had, letters coming through, and I actually do agree with Councillor Robinson. Lots of my residents in Bowbrook have those letters coming through and cannot afford a 9% increase. I would have said if we want to do amendments, we should have worked collaboratively, not to boost the numbers of a minority administration who can't pass a vote, to just want to take. The amendments today before us will add more onto the taxpayers' bill one way or another. So I think we need to start giving our heads a wobble and actually working out why we're here. We're not here for pet projects, we're here for residents.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen. And
Thank you, Chair. There are 3 councils across the country sitting today facing council tax increases of 8.99, or in our case, 8.98%. All 3 councils are run by different parties, but they all have one thing in common. Worcestershire, 20 years Tory. Shropshire, 15 years Tory. North Somerset, 12 years Tory. Wherever they were trusted to govern, they have left a trail of financial ruin. They should be apologising, but instead they are trying to block the very action needed to deal with the mess that they've created. They have no shame. We see the Tories for what they are, and the people of this county will see the Tories for what they are. We will fix their mess, working with serious colleagues across this council, but we will never forgive them.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Sorry, wrong one. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to address the opposition's proposed alternative, and I have a copy of it right here, and I've analysed it quite extensively. So I just want to address...
Can I just say, we're not talking about the actual the budget. We're talking about the original report.
Okay, that's fine.
So you might want to save this your file for a little bit later.
I'll save it.
Yeah. Councillor Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time last year, in this very chamber, I spoke and voted against the Conservative budget, having been warning for the previous 2 years that Tory policies would bankrupt this council and, but for an emergency £35 million loan from the Labour government, so they did. Who let spending get out of control? The Conservatives. Who ran down reserves to a dangerous level? The Conservatives. Who set an irresponsible and unsustainable council tax to win the upcoming election they had tried so hard to cancel just a few months before? Which government spent 14 years imposing ever more woke burdens and red tape onto this council, deliberately and knowingly underfunding them all? The Conservatives. Who at the last council meeting voted for a level of spending, but who now want a 5% council tax rise they know does not cover that level of spending? The Conservatives. Who has laid a layer of economic illiteracy on top of layers of mismanagement and incompetence? The Conservatives. Who left this council in its worst ever financial crisis and whose sheer arrogance refuses to apologise to the people of Worcestershire for so doing? The Conservatives. Who pretends to want a low council tax, yet whose government left this country with the highest ever levels of taxation, borrowing, debt, spending and illegal immigration in 2024? The Conservatives. Who is this desperate dozen, even threatened legal action to block the budget and stop reform succeeding where they have so miserably failed themselves? The Conservatives. At the last council meeting, we heard a number of statesmanlike and passionate speeches from opposition members, including councillors Riaz, Boatwright Green, Josh Robinson, Jenkins, Alcott and Allen. And who do they all blame for the current crisis? The Conservatives. But faced with this crisis, the new blood of reform has done a superb job in making the right decisions, unpopular, but the right decisions. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I'm very proud of the part I played in making Worcester City a Conservative-free zone. And next year, reform will make Worcestershire a Conservative-free county.
Well over there. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to actually...
Sorry, I'm going to stop. Yeah, sorry. Back to you. Back on the. You speak on behalf of Labour. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yes. Go ahead. There's a slight bit of confusion at our end here. So
okay,
go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this because I believe the most important debate is probably the next one, the budget. But I think it's fair to say that we have to say what a wonderful, good report, not wonderful, what a good report the Chief Financial Officer's report is. It's stark, it's factual and it's informative. And I think we should compare and contrast that to the fiction from Councillor Kent and his political posturing. Bluntly, it's the fantasy economics of Gringotts Bank. Compare and contrast that to the last 20 years. It's almost as if he thinks they never happened. Let's move on to the actual process of what we're here to do today, set a budget, a legal budget, and one which we can go forward with pride to the people of Worcestershire.
Thank you. Councillor McSweeney.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to answer a few of the points that Councillor James made a few minutes ago. I note that he suggested, he used the words, jumped into bed with them. I think those are the exact words he used. I'm hoping I'm not going to get a correction on that. I don't believe that proposing a load of amendments, a group of amendments which are for good things for our residents, for things our residents would like to have, is jumping into bed. We are trying to improve things. I mean, that is our job, surely, is to try and improve things for our residents. I'll go on to say, he mentions that this is taxpayers' money. Yes, of course it is taxpayers' money. As a council, we don't fundamentally have money. It's a good point to remember that all the money we spend, this is hard-earned money of our residents. This is the way it works. It isn't our money. But I will say the money we're proposing spending in these amendments, this all comes from grants. These are grants that are available to us. They're made available because they're available for things which are seen as good things by central government. I will note that this includes previous Conservative governments have made such grants available. And I will also note that Worcestershire County Council has not always made use of such grants as well as we can, or has not succeeded in obtaining these grants when they have been available. These are things we should be spending money on. There is money available. These have no impact on the Worcestershire County Council budget because they are all funded by things external to our external grants. No impact on our budget, no impact on capital, no impact on council tax bills. These are good things. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Moorhead.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Like many of my colleagues, I wasn't planning to speak on this first part, but I think we just need to be really, really clear here. We can play semantics all morning, but these Lib Dem amendments will cost taxpayer money. Because okay, we can laugh about this, but it might not be the cost of the actual projects, but it's the cost of the deal you are making, and that cost will be you are signing off, or you will either abstain, or you will vote with an 8.98% council tax rise today to get these amendments over the line, and the payment will come from every resident across Worcester. So we can talk about whether it is a cost or not, but it clearly is. I think we do understand the cost of, what is it? What was it, Councillor Boatwright Green? Capital, was it how you said it? I don't know whether that was, you were having a bit of a moment or whether you were just being very, very patronising. But we do understand the difference between capital and revenue, just like we understand the difference between capital investment and debt. Much of the investment within the capital programme, which we keep referring to as debt, which is debt, let's not mislead people, but that investment is driving value into this county on many of those projects. Do you think 2,500 homes will be built on Parkway without that railway station that's been invested in? I don't think it would. We talk about Conservatives being reckless. Lib Dems are being reckless with residents' hard-earned money today. Just remember that when you're voting. And to say, Conservatives have no shame, and we have apologised. Have Councillor Amos and Monk apologised to their cabinet and to their group? Probably not. Reform have done a great job. You sit here today and you failed to deliver anything in your manifesto. No waste found, no boats stopped into Worcestershire, doubling council tax increases, not reducing them, but the district council is still collecting my bins every week on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just going to remind everybody, we're actually discussing an officer's report, which is a financial statement. We're not talking about the budget at the moment. I think we're straying into quite a lot of the territory there. So we'll now go to Councillor Victory.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise it was my turn, Chairman.
Yes, it's your turn.
I thought Councillor Wells had put his hand up beforehand. Really, I was just going to say what you have just said, so it's quite redundant, my speaking really. All we've had so far is a debate off the point of why we're here. This is a very well researched and reported piece of work, which we haven't touched on yet. We need to focus on the business of the day and forget all of the politics. All of this posturing is getting us nowhere. We need a solution and we need a budget, or else we go into Section 114 territory. So let's just, sorry, I nearly swore there. Let's just cut it and get to the point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Chairman, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Forgive me for sounding rather pious, but as an independent, maybe I'm able to say these things. I just wonder what the folks looking online make of all this political grandstanding. We are in a crisis, and in those times, just as in wartime, we need coalition and cooperation, not factionalism. So when we get onto the budgets in a bit, and I'll keep my powder dry on the issues, although clearly some people have strayed into that territory already and it's tempting to respond, but I won't. But I will come back when we get to the budget because there are things that need to be said.
Yeah. Councillor Amal.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, thank you for the report. I think it's very well written. I really want to draw attention to page 3 where we talk about ceasing of services if we go into 144 section, which, you know, in layman terms would be called bankruptcy. This would be really bad for residents because services will be cut. What happens to our libraries? What happens to the libraries? Gone. What happens to the economy panel that I'm finding really, really helpful to push some changes in my district for? That will be gone. What happens to the councillor ward funds? We have all benefited from helping very grassroots organisations with our ward funds. What happens to that? Gone. So I'm really very, very concerned about devolving my elected position to a Labour government that, in my view, has done nothing for people in my district, certainly not for small business, which is the backbone of Britain. 97% of limited companies are small businesses. So if we devolve even the economy panel, that scrutiny would be gone under a section 114, then we are leaving literally our residents with nothing. And this is really concerning, but we did get here because we've had many, many years of Conservative county council, and we have to acknowledge that and admit it. You know, we can't pretend this just started now. I will talk more when we get to the budget.
Sorry, there's a lot of talking going on. Can you please
I will talk
quiet?
more on the details of the Liberal Democrat amendments, which are very reasonable. They are grant-based. And if we talk about investment, 52 million for a BREP project for 1 minute journey, I think would be a very bad return on investment, even for a 2-year-old.
Thank you. You're out of time. We are again straying into the budget again. So can I just remind everybody again, I've still got a number of speakers on this. Again, this is a technical report from the financial officer. We're not talking about the budget at this stage. So, Councillor Hardman, hopefully you're going to be talking about the councillor's report.
I am, Chairman. You know, it's a delight to be able to talk to the paper. Because, of course, you know, item 6 is the budget. This is the report from our 151 officer. And the bit that he highlights, I have to say in italics, in paragraph 25, is the one that interests me, and that's key recommendation 1, the council will work at pace to adjust significant budget pressures and reduce its reliance on EFS, and point 2, the savings and transformation programme. because while he gives limited assurance to what is being proposed, the estimates of the revenue budget in paragraph 26 are sufficient, the general balances are about adequate, etc. He makes no reference, in my view, to those key recommendations, 1 and 2. Because what this council and this reform administration still seems to lack, in my view, is vision, direction and order. And, I was delighted to see that Councillor Price was presumably appointed to try and do some of this, but then I was very disheartened yesterday when I discovered that PwC were coming in to do exactly the work that Councillor Price had been appointed to, in my view, do. And there is a bit where, I am hearing from the Liberal Democrats, what a shame it all is. But obviously we needed to retreat, in my view, to statutory services and concentrate on delivering those. And just a point to Councillor Vaughan, I hate to be really picky over this, but EFS, now we have 35 different councils across the country. Some are unitary, some have been Labour-run for years, some have been Tory-run for years, and they include the City of London Corporation applied for EFS. A truly devastating thing. And I could not find a common factor between any of them. And it wasn't because they were all Tory-run.
Thank you. You've run out of time. Thank you. Right. We've still got a few more speakers on this, the technical bit here, before we even get onto the budget. So I'm going to call now Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Like others, I wasn't actually intending to speak originally on this item, but the way this debate is going, I just want to say how disappointed I am actually, and insulted the way this debate has actually started already. We've not even made it to the budget. To accuse others of being in bed with others, I mean, come on, who I share a bed with is obviously down to me, no interest to anybody else. If you want to accuse me of being in bed with reform, I can categorically say I'm definitely not. I know I've been moved to sit next to them and I'm wearing a blue suit, but I can definitely tell you I'm not sharing a bed with them. If we want to play into the politics, then, I'm not happy with the huge hike that is being suggested. I'm not happy with some of the decisions Reform has made. But equally, we have to recognise the fact that it's not just Reform's fault, though, yes, I'm apportioning some blame to them. It is the fact that we've had underfunding from central government for years, and it is the fact of decisions that have been made in the long term by previous administrations. So if we want to go into those details, we can obviously do so, but to be honest, all I just want to say is thank you to the officers for putting this together. I understand just how much time and effort goes into this, and I'm sure we can move on the discussion, and if anybody wants to make the points they want to make, I'm sure most of them could have just been made in the debate about the budget anyway, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Morning, thank you, Chair. Look, as an independent councillor, thank you. I am not bound by a party whip, so I will actually speak plainly and openly, just the truth about where this council stands and why.
I'm just going to remind you that this is actually not the budget, so
I'm aware
I really would save your fire for later on. So
I'm aware of that, Chair, but everybody else has had their moment, so I'm going to have mine. If that's okay. The council finances are in real trouble, and we have all known this for a while. On page 1, item 7 states, in February 25, members received the budget report which highlighted the stark and challenging financial position of the council. On page 4.25, the council needs to work at pace to address budget pressures and urgently implement the savings and transformation programme at scale and pace. The auditors saw the problems and the officers knew the problems existed. It would be naive to believe that the Reform administration, including me at the time, were not aware. We were. Yet despite that, in the report, the council has been forced to go to government for exceptional financial support, spend the already depleted reserves and to propose a near 9% council tax rise. Let me be clear. I am not blaming the current leadership for the mountain of debt or for the national pressures in children's and adult social care, but they did see the warnings and did not act with the urgency the situation demanded. Our Section 151 officer has been consistent and unequivocal. I was party to many corporate management meetings, often starting with the requisite warning for Mr. Phil Rook. No one in Cabinet can claim they did not know what was coming. Decisive action should have been taken earlier. It would have prevented the situation the council now faces. And this is the heart of the matter. Early intervention and a clear, deliverable strategy could have prevented many of the problems we were here before us today. You cannot rewrite the past, but we can and must stop pretending the situation was unavoidable. It wasn't. It was foreseeable, it was flagged, and it's been allowed to escalate. Thank you.
Thank you. It was good timing. Thank you. Councillor Fordington.
Good morning, all. I must sort of say I stand with my residents in Harlow, and I would like to sort of say something about them. I went door knocking yesterday just to find out what their views were. So we all got voted in. We listened to them at the door, we spoke to them, and we spoke back to them. So it's time to deliver. What are we delivering here? So let me tell you. We need to bring the council tax to the attention of our residents, really. Let me tell you also what's going to bring. It's going to bring pain to our residents. Also, let me also highlight this. Whilst knocking on the doors, there's a mother which opened the door to me and a child standing there. She turned around and said to me, she goes, I will be paying for council tax rather than putting shoes on my child, to make sure I have a roof on my head. So this means that families will head down to mental breakdowns. What's this going to cause? Pressure. Pressure on whom? On our services. You've already been in positions for 10 months, same like myself, same like others. So can I just point out to you again, you haven't done your homework really, because we all have to do our homework when we go into our sort of divisions. So you all needed to do this. But have you done this correctly? Hearing what we've heard already, thank you to all. 20 minutes you had for your first meeting. So why have you not set yourself smart targets to deliver the services what our residents require? I stand and speak for my residents for Harlow. Are you going to propose additional services with the increased tax, which you're going to be proposing? And thank you.
Thank you. So we've now come to the end of the debate. I'm going to ask Councillor... Oh, Perks. Councillor Perks. Sorry, we missed you. Go for it.
It's because I've moved, Chair. I just wanted to come back to Councillor Moorhead quickly. I'm not going to touch on the budget because we're not in that section. Waste is the term of the day. First opportunity for those flashcards I should have brought out. £5 million in transport. That's what's been identified this year as in-year savings, not budgeted for. Just pointing out that that has happened. Thank you.
Thank you. So over to you, Councillor Wharton, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I have to be honest and say I wasn't expecting that level of debate over what's effectively a factual and statutory report. But there we go. I listened to the comments of the previous administration with incredulity. They really are trying to rewrite history, almost as if it didn't exist prior to May the 1st last year. Your words are empty and laughable, but fortunately people across the chamber can see through your bluster. They know that you're responsible for the mess we're in, and no amount of words is going to change that.
Thank you. So we've now come to the end of that, and we're going to move to the vote. This is on the officer's report. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. The yellow card.
I think that's unanimous with Adrian Faines' card.
Okay, fine. All those against? Any abstentions? One. Okay, right, fine. Thank you. Great. We're now on to the big item for today, which is obviously agenda item 6, proposed budget and medium-term financial plan. Okay. Please turn to pages 11 to 212 and pages 259 to 484 in the supplementary agenda packs, and we will deal with the recommendations regarding the proposed budget and medium-term financial plan set out in paragraph 1 on page 259. Please note that no budget recommendations were forthcoming from the meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Board on the 25th of February. Once the budget recommendations have been moved and seconded, I intend to first take the proposed amendments, of which there are 5 in total, as set out in the supplementary agenda papers. Is it 5? We've got 5 in here. It should be 8, shouldn't it?
Should be 8.
I've got a little typo in my briefing here. It should be 8. Sorry about that. Set out in the supplementary agenda papers. I will now ask Councillor Rob Wharton to move the recommendations on page 259 to take us through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's with a heavy heart that I present this paper for 2 reasons. My core belief is one of low taxes, and to have to raise council tax by this level really cuts deep for me personally. But more importantly, we understand that the hardship this will cause in some quarters. £2.79 a week on a Bandy property doesn't sound a lot, but that becomes £12 a month or £150 a year. To everyone in this chamber, that's just a minor irritation. No one will feel the pinch resulting from that.
That's not a point of order. Sorry, carry on.
But for some, this will hurt. We know that. We understand that. And we are sorry. If there was any genuine choice here, then it is not one we'd be making. It will hurt the poorest member of society most. But such is the scale of the financial problems that we inherited at Worcestershire County Council, then the level of cuts required to generate this sum of money could only be made on the really vulnerable members of society, those using children and family services or adult social services. And these services are mainly statutory in nature anyway. We have opted to share the pain equally amongst the greater population rather than disproportionately on those really less fortunate than ourselves. The pressures on the 26-27 budget are enormous. Paragraph 88 identifies a recurring pressure of £109.86 million. And it's for this reason we have to make this increase. I've just said I'm sorry, but in reality, it's not us who should be apologising. The blame for this situation lies squarely with the previous administration. It's the culmination of irresponsible financial management by the previous administration over a number of years by deliberately keeping council tax low, despite having structural deficits in the budgets, which could only be filled by plundering reserves and applying for EFS from the government. Even as recently as last year, the previous administration chose to use £15 million from reserves to plug the black hole, a figure, incidentally, which is almost identical to the £14.5 million, the extra 4% on council tax yields. This is the choice they could and indeed should have made last year, but they didn't. And over the years, had they raised council tax by the maximum allowed, there'd be an extra £83 million in the council's base income now. We know that we've got a problem of £73 million shortfall. Let that sink in. That is what's caused the problem here. Council tax has not been raised adequately in the past. I know from discussions leading up to this meeting there's a lot of anger at the level of increase proposed, and understandably so. What I would ask of you all today is you do what is right for the future of essential services we provide for our residents on a daily basis, and for the finances of Worcestershire County Council to enable us to do that. This is by no means the end of the financial woes of Worcestershire County Council, but if you can do the right thing today to enable us to deliver the services whilst we embark on the transformation programme to get us ready for the road ahead, then there is light at the end of the tunnel. And whilst we navigate the next couple of years until we get to the reform which is really needed through local government reorganisation. So I move the recommendations in paragraphs 1A to H in the report.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask for a seconder. Is that who's that going to be?
Yes, I formally second that, and I will be reserving my right to speak at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've now proposed and seconded the budget, and we're going to move on now to the amendments in turn. So, Councillor Hart, you've already indicated speak. I presume that would be on the substantive motion at the very, very end, so you're slightly premature there. But
I was indicating to speak to the substantive, but if, of course, you're going to the amendments first, then, of course, I've indicated
we'll
first
scrub you for now. And
no doubt I'll be first when we've dealt with the amendments. Thank you very much.
We'll do that then. Fine. The first amendment is from the Labour Group. It's the capital amendment, Phase 1, disposal of farming estate, with RAG rating identified as green and circulated separately. Please turn to pages 229 to 231 in the supplementary papers. And I'm going to invite Councillor Udall to move the amendment and then speak on it.
Thank you, Chair. For your information, Labour and Liberal Democrats, then the Unity Group, proposed to do something very similar to this, I think 2 years ago. Then the figure was 12 million. At the time, the Conservative administration condemned us, criticised us and ridiculed us for the suggestion. And they went away and did exactly as we proposed and sold a large number of farming estates. Let's be clear, the estates are not being used as intended. Most have long-term tenants, and we just act as an absentee landlord with no investment into their infrastructure. They could and should be sold with tenants in place, with tenancies protected to new landlords, and the people of Worcestershire should be able to benefit from the sale. It's not controversial. Most municipal farms in the country have been sold. Very few local authorities still have farming estates, and it would not involve any form of evictions. They can be sold to farming businesses who specialise in having tenanted estates. So we come to the issues which we have identified as potential beneficiaries of the sale. Highway maintenance is a big issue, and we are not as good as we pretend to be in resolving structural defects in our highway system. Cutting 2.5 million from the programme, as the budget suggests, will have consequences. It will mean more defects, more potholes and more complaints. We will not be able to resurface the roads, and road users, especially cyclists and pedestrians, will suffer. This amendment allows us to put £1.2 million back into the programme and will help to limit the damage to the roads. It makes sense. And then £2 million for a feasibility study. Chair, Worcester was the home of the first hydroelectric municipal power station in the world. A former watermill next to Powick Bridge was converted in 1894 to become the world's first hydroelectric power station. Today we have the opportunity to do this again, this time on the River Severn at the weir at Diglas. The costs and the planning need to be investigated. We need to do a feasibility study to examine how we can expand the idea and make it a reality. The County Council will need to work with partners like the University, the Environment Agency and the National Grid. Eventually it could be a revenue earner for the local authority, not only generating clean electricity, but much needed revenue to help pay for essential services. We need to examine the options, work out the costs and unlock the potential. A similar scheme has already been installed at Totnes in Devon. Currently, the electricity generated here is powering a local comprehensive school and an aluminium foundry on a nearby industrial estate, and any surplus enters the national grid. The overall energy is enough to power an equivalent to 300 homes. Any scheme in Worcester would be bigger and produce even more electricity, using the Archimedean screw turbines, which could generate clean, renewable energy for Worcester. The County Council have an opportunity to start the process, which would give a green light to new, renewable, clean and environmentally safe forms of energy. And the third option, 2.1 million for a sports development fund, which would significantly boost public health in Worcestershire. We all watch the Olympic Games and we all enjoy the spectacle. But we have an opportunity for people to access sport, but we have very little opportunity for people to access sport in Worcestershire. Sports clubs across the county are struggling to survive, not due to lack of participants, but due to lack of funds to fund new equipment. After leaving school, only a very few percentage of adults continue to play sport or partake in physical activity, myself included. That needs to end. We need to give people the opportunity to play and have fun and get fit. Individual incomes and inequality are a barrier to physical activity. It shouldn't be an issue. We should be ensuring that the facilities currently only available to the wealthy are open to all. Health inequality and social exclusion are killers. We need to do much more to tackle the poverty which causes such problems. A sports development fund will bring new opportunities and new hope to many Worcestershire residents. It's an investment in health and in our futures. We acknowledge we live in difficult times, but these amendments allow us to ensure they don't become impossible times for our residents. These amendments are affordable, they don't impact on revenue, and they invest in hope. By supporting these amendments, we are keeping hope alive. I ask you to support.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask Councillor Riaz to second.
Yes, can I formally second that and reserve my right to speak? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to the debate, and I've got Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm talking on behalf of the Conservative group. I think we found a new form of renewable energy in the hot air that was just shared from the Labour group. But I want to start with how insulting this amendment is. And I will. Yesterday at OSPB, the leader of the Labour 2 said to Councillor May and I, we've put an amendment in that we know won't be approved just because we could. This is wasting time. This is wasting time from a genuine and seriously costed one. I may not agree with the Lib Dems one, but at least they've put work into it to actually have a plan. There is no evidence that any of these proposals will actually benefit our residents. We're chucking £2 million at a plan, at a suitability study. What's that for? You just have to go onto Google Maps and work out that this is not the ideal location in Worcestershire. I think as well, the Labour group, and I'm sure my colleagues will agree, gave a disservice to our wonderful athletes in this county. For example, Matt Richards, who grew up in Droitwich, who was a gold medalist thanks to this county. I think it's an insult to say there's no opportunity to progress your career. Ultimately, we won't support this. There is no evidence that this will work. I think it's very bizarre for the Labour group to be so proud about getting rid of farmland. They claim that they care about farmers on a national platform, but yet they're saying now, oh, it doesn't matter because somebody else would have done it. We just have to properly cost this. This only helps the residents of Worcester City and not of Worcestershire, so we will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Chairman, thank you. What this motion and amendment shows to me is the lack of prioritisation by the Labour group. This council has a finite number of resources in terms of the officer allocation, and as we saw in the previous item, it is paramount that the directorates work at pace to find savings. To me, this is not a valued use of their time when we have clear priorities within this council that the external auditors have also set out to this authority, and those should be our focuses. We do have work going on in these areas, which is often done by our district and city councillors. Just on Monday, I chaired a PCN meeting with our primary care networks about improving health inequality within sport. That is the right body to take this through. They have the time, the resource and the financial allocation to do so. This council has some very large issues which it needs to look at resolving. Those should be the priority. So I am not supporting this amendment purely on the basis that I do not believe our officer time should be taken up with research and looking into this, doing feasibility studies, when it should be focused on finding savings within this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Monk.
Thank you. I speak on behalf of the Reform Party. Okay, so thank you, Chair. I speak today not just to... I've picked the wrong one up. Just bear with me a moment. Can you just a moment? Okay, now I do have the right one, I was just checking. Okay, I speak today not just to oppose a budget amendment, but to defend something far more fundamental. The future of our farms, our farmers, and the rural communities that depend on them. Let us be absolutely clear about what this amendment does. It proposes selling off our publicly owned farming estate. First, the holdings conveniently labelled green, then moving on to those marked amber and those marked red, in order to fund other capital ambitions. Dress it up as reallocation, call it capital optimisation, frame it as prudent asset management. But in plain English, it's the sell-off of our farms. At a time when food security is back on the national agenda, at a time when farmers are under unprecedented financial pressure, at a time when we talk endlessly about sustainability, resilience and local supply chains, are we proposing to dispose of the very land that enables new entrants to farm and keeps rural livelihoods alive? That is not strategic, it's short-sighted. Our rural estate is not an inconvenience to be liquidated when we need a cash injection. It is a strategic asset. It provides opportunities for young farmers who cannot afford to buy land outright. It sustains family businesses. It supports local food production. It anchors communities. It maintains stewardship of landscapes that define our country. And once it's sold, it's gone. Let us also talk about risk, because the proposal is built on uncertainty. The technical comments are explicit. Many of these small holdings are subject to lifetime tenancies. Sales are complex. Achievability is uncertain. Amber and red ratings are not abstract colours, they're warnings. Yet we are being asked to commit to capital expenditure on the assumption that these receipts will materialise. That is not robust financial planning, that is gambling with public assets. Of course we support investment in structural carriageways, but here is the political choice. Do we fund those ambitions by selling off productive farmland that generates long-term value, or do we have the courage to find alternative, substantial, sustainable funding routes? Because what this amendment does is convert long-term income-producing public assets into one-off capital receipts. It is the classic pattern of short-termism. Sell the family silver to fund today's priorities and leave tomorrow's generation with fewer tools and fewer options. And let us not ignore the message this sends. Farmers already feel battered by market volatility, environmental transition, changing subsidy regimes and rising costs. If this council now signals that publicly owned farmland is expendable, we risk confirming their worst fear, that rural voices are heard politely but not prioritised. If we're serious about policy, then keeping land in productive agricultural use under public stewardship is policy. If we're serious about resilience, then maintaining a county farming estate that nurtures new entrance, resilience. If we are serious about levelling up rural communities, then protecting their economic foundations is how we do it. This is a choice about values. We are the council that sees farms as disposable capital assets, or are we the council that recognises farmers as essential partners in our economic, environmental and community future? Chair, once we sell this land, we will not get it back. Land values rise, consolidation increases, opportunities for small-scale farmers shrink, the door closes quietly but permanently. I urge colleagues, let us not be the administration that presided over the slow dismantling of our rural estate. Reject this amendment, protect our farms, stand with our farmers and commit to a funding strategy that strengthens, not weakens, the rural foundations of our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of our group. County farms are vital to the rural community. They offer a route into farming that is accessible, so it's very sad to see this vital resource being sold off. Not only do they provide a rural employment, but they protect and enhance our food production, reducing food miles, and they also increase biodiversity. So, contrary to popular consensus, the Greens actually do want farms and farmers. If this is happening, which unfortunately it seems to be the tide, there have been 2 sold in my division in the last year, and there was a 3rd in progress, so I'm really trying to argue against this. Then reinvesting into programmes as prescribed rather than a general pot would make sense. However, these must be tangible and not feasibility studies that would require large investment when we're at a time of financial difficulty. As much as we want green energy, the money must be fed back into the immediate benefit of the residents of Worcestershire. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. We've actually got 14 speakers on this first amendment. Okay, so and that's before anyone else puts their hand up. So we've got 8 amendments to do. You can do the mathematics. This is going to take a very, very long time. So please pace yourselves. I'm not going to stop anyone from speaking. I can't, but I'm just going to say that it's going to be a long day. So, Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be
talking on behalf of my group today. First of all, Councillor Udall, you nearly got me there with that speech. I thought it was a very well written speech. And the talk about putting more money into highways, putting more money into sports, and unlike other people in this chamber who don't believe in climate change, I do, and I believe that we do need clean energy to be able to do that. It's how you've got there. And whilst I've previously on the record, and I will always stand by my record, unlike others in this chamber, I have supported a budget amendment to do this. What I did find very interesting was that you said, and it's been confirmed today, that the Conservatives, after telling me and writing it on my leaflets that I'm the worst person ever for selling, looking to sell family farms, did it. And what I'm also finding really interesting is there was a commitment, I think, from the leader not to sell family farms, but it sounds like from the Green Councillor that that's what they're currently doing now. So, again, I really hope we all just be open and honest with each other and say what is really happening here. Whilst I won't be supporting the budget amendment, because I think there's other ways to be able to, for example, get the money into highways, which the Lib Dem amendments come onto. I do believe also that your suggestion of clean energy probably needs a bit more scrutiny. So I believe that as Chair of Environment currently, probably won't be after all this, if you brought that proposal forward, I'd be happy to look at it at scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. It's going to sound like there's an echo in this in this chamber because Councillor Robinson's already stolen a lot of my thunder. But just to comment, there's a lot in here that I really welcome. But as with others, the issue is how we get to this in terms of the funding, and that's unfortunately what's stopping me from voting for this today. But there is a lot that I would welcome, particularly on the green energy, and I know that won't go down very well with some people in this chamber who are opposed to net zero. But alas, we do need to take serious steps to actually ensure that we are tackling climate change. Also in relation to sports development as well, there's a lot there that I would welcome. Just last night, the Bromsgrove District Council unanimously got its budget through, and the Lib Dems were working cross-party to get some more funding for sports clubs. I know that's something we've been quite passionate about. Unfortunately, I can't be voting for this, but there is a lot in there that I welcome, and hopefully, we can try and get some of that forward in future, but just different ways of going about funding it. So thank you, but sorry.
Brilliant. Thank you for keeping it fairly brief. Councillor Creswell.
Thank you, Chair. I found Councillor Udall's proposal quite intriguing in many ways, and I'm not going to go over the points on farms, etc., etc. And it's been interesting, some of the councillors talking about net zero and climate change, which sort of goes against what you was just talking about with the proposal for hydroelectricity at Diglis. Now, I absolutely love microgeneration. I think it's really good. If you think about it, what we've got with, in that sort of scenario, you've got a constant flow. However, right, there was a feasibility study done in 2008 on this, and it was the head of water required to make it economical simply was not there. But, however, I would like to talk to you in the future on these kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Amar.
Thank you, Chair. We will not be supporting this motion today because although it was put forward before, there was no frenzy on the green belt before. Now, since the Labour government's come in and effectively deregulated the green belt, in my view, if you sell off any green land, that's going to go to house buildings. We have plenty of land to build houses. We don't need to give away our green belt and farmland, because if we keep doing that, we are going to condemn our food security, and which condemns the health, which Councillor Udall wanted to promote through the sports element of his amendment. And then we condemn our clean air, we condemn our open spaces, and we condemn communities. So we won't be voting for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I find myself in a very difficult position here. I think Councillor Monk has discovered the inner true Conservative in her that was visible last year. It's back. Because as she spoke, I was agreeing with most of what was coming out of her mouth, to be perfectly honest. And also Councillor Amar. Absolutely, the pressure on the Greenbelt is immense, and particularly in my division in Whittle, it's one of the biggest things we're fighting. But coming back to the motion, a large attention-grabbing capital move. Where does that sound familiar? Unfortunately, Councillor Oodley, you just don't have enough members to be able to get this through. You know, so, but it proposes selling parts of our rural estates, tenanted farms, a green feasibility study and a sports development fund of the return. Well, the tenanted farms. I mean, unlike many in here, I had a conversation with the NFU this week. And there is a basis for selling our farms, and it's to those tenants that want to buy them, that keeps that farm within that family and gives them an opportunity to move forward. And I was informed by the NFU that there are one or two that would like to do that. So if we are going to sell these farms, for my mind, the only way we can do it is to those tenants. And I would ask the administration, Councillor Monk and her colleagues, if we are going to sell those farms, can we please do everything in our power to make sure it goes to the tenants, even to the point of offering some form of support to allow them to be able to make a financial case to buy them. Whether we underwrite the loan or whatever it is, that is the only situation. Because I totally agree with Councillor Monk. If we sell these, once it's gone, it's gone. It's gone from public stewardship, it's gone from long-term strategic control, and it's gone from future rural opportunity. So if we're going to do this, the only way that you can dispose of those farms, in my mind, is to the existing tenants or people that want to get into farming on a local basis.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be supporting this. Having worked in the farming industry, having close friends, family friends, our farmers have been targeted and attacked enough by this Labour government at a time and in areas where we struggle with land supply for housing. To allow naught but big farming into agricultural areas, destroying family legacy where tenants are not able to procure their own funds for these farms, and allowing developers yet another foothold within the county. We cannot support this.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak against the Labour Group amendment. Let us be clear about what this proposal does. It proposes to fund capital investment by accelerating the disposal of our rural estate and then earmarking those receipts for highways, green energy feasibility and a sports development fund. On paper it balances, in governance terms it weakens the council. The rural estate is not a spare asset register to dip into when we fancy a new project. These are long-held public assets, many are subject to lifetime tenancies, sales are complex, timing is uncertain, achievability is not guaranteed, and even the report itself makes that clear. Of the projected 6.4 million in disposals, only 2.3 million is rated green. The rest is amber and red, meaning uncertain within the MTFP period. Phase 2 of this amendment is therefore dependent on receipts that may not materialise in the time frame assumed. That is not financial engineering, that is financial optimism, and optimism is not a funding strategy. More fundamentally, capital receipts are one-offs, they are not recurring income. Once you sell the asset, it is gone forever. What we are facing as a council is not a one-off pressure, it is a structural funding gap of tens of millions of pounds. Selling land to fund discretionary capital projects does not solve that structural challenge, it simply reduces the council's long-term asset base. We must also ask a wider question. What is the strategic rationale for disposal? Are we restructuring the estate to reduce long-term liability? Are we reinvesting to generate recurring revenue? Are we strengthening our balance sheet? Or are we simply selling to spend? Because those are very two different governing philosophies. I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that the question be now put.
Is there a seconder for that?
Adrian just wait.
Adrian.
Now move to vote. Do we all agree we move to the vote?
Yeah.
Just say it.
Do we all agree to move to the vote? I'd say there's a majority to move to the vote. So I'm going to ask Councillor Udall to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Yet again, Councillor Riaz and I stand like a hillock in the fen country in splendid isolation. But our time will come. Mohandas K. Gandhi said, even if you're a minority of one, the truth is the truth and you cannot be denied. We propose an amendment which are Labour priorities, the people's priorities. Frankly, I don't expect Conservative support. I have never received Conservative support, and I don't expect it now, and I consider rejection as endorsement. Mr. Chair, this motion will help our farmers. We are nothing other than an absentee farmer, landlord. They deserve better. They have been starved of resources and investment for a generation, and they deserve new opportunities. We are already selling our estates. They are sold when they become vacant. That is current policy. Sale will ensure our tenants will benefit from investment. They will not get it from this council. They may get it from a new landlord. This council has neglected our farms and they are already selling them. This allows it to be used for investment for the county, investment for Worcestershire. Conservatives are already selling our farms, but this is a sale with a purpose. I ask you to support our amendment. I don't live in much hope.
Thank you very much for that. So we're now going to move to the vote. It is a name vote. So we're going to be going through each one in turn. So, right, I'm going to hand over to Hazel.
Thank you. So, if we could have quiet in the chamber, because otherwise I'll struggle to hear what everyone's saying. So, in alphabetical order, Councillor Alcott. Councillor Alcott. Against. Councillor Allen. Against. Councillor Amar.
Against.
Against Councillor Amos. Against Councillor Aubrey. Against Councillor Bales. Against Councillor Bastow. Against Councillor Bell. Against Councillor Bennett.
Which one?
Paul Bennett, apologies.
There we go. Right, against.
Against Councillor Roger Bennett. Against Councillor Birch. Against Councillor Boatwright Green.
Against.
Against Councillor Bowen. Against Councillor Cleary. Against Councillor Creswell. Against Councillor Crosby. Against Councillor Cross is not present. Councillor Dunkley. Against Councillor Eacock. Against Councillor Edmonds. Against Councillor Evans.
Against.
Against Councillor Fordington. Against Councillor Foster. Against Councillor Hardman. Against Councillor Hart. Against Councillor Hopkins. Against Councillor Hume. Against Councillor James. Against Councillor Jenkins. Abstain. Councillor Jones.
Against.
Against Councillor Casey. Against Councillor Kent. Against Councillor May. Against Councillor McSweeney. Against Councillor McVeigh. Against Councillor Miller. Against Councillor Ashley Monk. Against Councillor Joe Monk. Against Councillor Moorhead. Against Councillor Morris. Against Councillor Perks. Against Councillor Pingree. Against Councillor Price. Against Councillor Riaz. For Councillor Josh Robinson.
Against.
Against Councillor Linda Robinson. Against Councillor Hannah Robson. Against Councillor Shaw. Against Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Against Councillor Taylor. Against Councillor Tudge. Against Councillor Turner. Against Councillor Udall. For Councillor Upton. Against Councillor Victory. Against Councillor Wells. Councillor Wharton. Against.
Okay, I think we can see how that went. So that motion, that amendment has not been approved. Thank you very much for that. So we're one of the amendments down out of 8. So, okay, how many?
Right, I think that was 53 against, 1 abstain and 2 for. So clearly not carried. Sorry, Councillor Udall.
Right. So we're going to move on to the second amendment now. This is the Liberal Democrat Group Capital Footpath Investment, which was circulated separately. Please turn to pages 233 to 234 in the supplementary papers. And I'm going to invite Councillor Dan Boatwright-Green to move the amendment and speak on it. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, our apologies.
Councillor Josh Robinson to move it.
Thank you, Chair. Our apologies. I think we've changed it around a few times, so our apologies. I'd like to move this first amendment today, which is a fully costed amendment that doesn't cost the council taxpayer any money. One of the things that the Liberal Democrats for a while, since I've been a councillor anyway, have been campaigning on is the fact that our footpaths are not in the greatest condition, whilst we've all been really active in trying to get, using some of our funds that we have to get certain sections of footpath to do. We know there's a lot more work to be done. This amendment brings forward a chance for everybody in this room to be able to have £17,500 to be able to spend on footpaths in their division. This would be really good for people to be able to do it. The list of footpaths I have, for example, in my division is endless that need to be brought forward to be able to do it. So to be able to give more money to be able to do that is good. While as you can see, it's money to be spread across the whole of Worcestershire. So it's not a pet project, as people keep calling it. It's being able to give money so that people can be able to walk, be able to get mobility scooters, be able to push their pushchairs down a footpath that is safe for them. So I will stop there because I know this is going to be a long day, and I hope people will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you keeping that quite short. Thank you. Okay, seconder. I've got Chris McSweeney.
Yep, I'll second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So now moving on to the debate, and the first person is Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the group, so I think it gives me the full 5 minutes. I've never had so many opportunities to make 5-minute speeches, so thank you to the Lib Dems for that. Let's deal plainly with what's happened here, and I suppose in a sense I would imagine the residents of Redditch feel the same as Councillor Udall. They're just not important enough to get anything at all. What we've got here is something that is going to help achieve an 8.98% council tax rise. It's the reallocation of money to other areas, and it's another amendment that produces a million of magic money. And I would like to draw the attention to the fact that it does cost Worcestershire residents money. This is money that maybe could have been used for EFS towards reducing the cost. If it's not really required, it could have been reallocated, and interest is payable on all capital items. The Lib Dem amendment could have been £1 million towards that. Instead, the price residents pay is a 4% higher council tax increase. But let's really look at exactly what has happened here. Last year, we all remember with the capital programme changes, or was it this year? I'm losing track now, that the 10 million capital scheme for Redditch train station was deleted by Reform in their own leader's backyard. Cynical reward for casting a vote for the wrong person, I think. And the 1 million scraps that was left to the people of Redditch is now being removed as well with their new partners. So I would just say to everybody in Redditch coming into elections in May, it's very, very clear. You're not important, or your vote is being taken for granted. So I would really strongly consider that you look into really what they're doing for you. So Redditch loses everything. The funding is dispersed, Reform get the tax right, and Lib Dems abstain. But the abstention isn't neutral, it's decisive. Because in a minority administration, abstention enables. Without abstention, the numbers are different. Let me say that again. Abstention in a minority council is not passive, it's power exercised quietly. Residents in Redditch will reasonably ask, how did we go from having a defined transport project with a brand new station to nothing? Nothing. And how did that happen at the same time as we're going to be paying for an 8.98% tax rise? I'm sure they'll be delighted to think of the other, I don't know how many counts, 49 other divisional areas that will benefit from the money that was allocated to them. So we will not be supporting this. I mean, I know the official report says financially possible and a legitimate use of funding, but legitimate use is not good governance. It may comply with grant commission conditions, but politically it sends a message. It gives that money to 57 separate increased pots, fragmented, localised, politically attractive and highly visible. Meanwhile, the town that had an identified scheme loses out entirely, and residents across Worcestershire pay nearly 9%. Gladstone said, economy is the first and great article of good government. What we see today is not economy. It's redistribution in the shadow of a tax rise. Reform campaigned on cutting waste and reducing taxes, not taking everything off the residents of Redditch. So today they preside over the highest rise in years. I'm looking forward to those members of Reform that have seats in Redditch, staring their electorate in the face and explaining to them why you've done this to facilitate a 9% tax rise and allowed the Liberal Democrats to do it for you. I'm sure you didn't want to do this. I'm sure you didn't want to do this. But you're going to have to stand up there and be counted. And I can assure you, it'll be on every leaflet that's delivered in Redditch.
Point of clarification, Chair. You can't use grant money to pay back EFS, so I hope the councillor wasn't trying to mislead the chamber. Thank you.
No. Yeah. Yeah, that's something you could say in your summing up at the end, but yeah. Councillor Perks.
I'm not, no.
2 minutes.
Speaking for myself. As it's just been pointed out, during last year, I proposed and supported the reduction of the capital expenditure regarding Redditch Station. A discussion amongst many that will long sit with me. I gave a commitment then that I would support and maintain a budget of 1 million for improvements in access and appearance into the station. As this budget process has progressed and amendments received, whilst we cannot spend monies twice, that commitment has not ended. I'm personally sorry that this proposal, if accepted, will push timings back, but working with this administration and local members, I will find a way to complete on this promise within the next 2 financial years.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I talk about the benefits of this, let me just clarify a few things that have come up, and I'm shocked to have to explain this to the Conservative group, the way that local government finances work, but maybe that explains why we're in this situation. First of all, we can't use these grants for EFS. If we could, then I'm happy to take that back, and I'm happy for us to propose using it for EFS, but we can't. It's a grant, which means it's cost neutral. It's coming from the government. That's what we're doing. We're using a grant. Right, so now that's cleared up, let me talk about the benefits. So, local members' discretion is key to me. If we can empower local members to use their expertise of knowing their local area to allow them some power to invest in the roads that they know are in need of improvement, I think that's really important to empower members to have that ability, which is why I'm supportive of this. I'm sure other councillors have probably had it raised to them as well, but I have had multiple people raise to me about the conditions of some of the areas that I represent where they don't feel safe at night walking. If we can use this money to help tackle violence against women and girls, to make sure our streets are safer, then I'm really happy if we can get that through. Likewise as well, it's not just about tackling violence against women and girls, it's making roads more accessible as well. So persons with disabilities or people with pushchairs or wheelchairs can use our roads more safely. So those are the reasons why I'm in favour of it. And as you know, I've set out the reasons why the arguments that have been made already about the finances are just, to me, are not accurate. So thank you.
Thank you. Now got Councillor Roger Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. I will be abstaining from supporting this amendment. For far too long, Redditch has become the poor relation of this council in consideration of any major investment. We have, due to our financial situation, had to cancel the 10 million expenditure for the refurbishment of Redditch train station. And it seems once again that we are going to deny the people of Redditch of any funding. Is it any wonder that we may ask ourselves why the residents of Redditch in a recent survey voted for a north-south split for LGR? Because they see a lack of funding going to Redditch. To take this funding away to a footway and footpath scheme for a £17,500 fund for each councillor is taking away £860,000 from the Redditch residents. I cannot support this and I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Amar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to reiterate that this is a grant, so I think the Council was able to secure a grant. Well done. It cannot be used for EFS, as the Conservative Party is trying to allude, and so it can't be used as an exceptional financial, for the EFS. So we will keep saying that because we feel that people are not being, this isn't being explained properly. I personally benefit hugely from footpaths. When I was 12, my dad took me for a run in Maidenhead and the footpaths were really good. And that habit, apart from now because I'm injured, has stayed with me all my life. And this is a free sport. And I do welcome what my colleague has said. Having good footpaths, having good lighting makes me feel safe during the winter when I go for a run. And when we talk about health, when we talk about children, when we talk about home to school transport, when we talk about children walking, I cycled 3 miles when I was a teenager to school. I ran when I was a child. I ran when I was a teenager. I ran whichever country I lived in, because I lived in an area where I could start running at the age of 12. This has huge consequences, ensuring that our infrastructure is fit for a first world country, for people to be able to do things that are free in order to keep themselves healthy. It's really, really important, and we mustn't take away from that. As for the train station, my understanding is West Midlands Rail is actually in charge of that station, and Councillor Perks has already said to me that he won't be putting any money in Bromsgrove Station because West Midlands Rail is in charge, and he did facilitate a meeting, and that meeting went very well, and I suggest councillors who want to do something for Redditch do exactly the same, and they do have the Cabinet member on their side.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. If the rumours are to be true, then congratulations are in order to the Liberal Democrats. It appears you've played a blinder. In my professional life outside of recruitment, I also train executives in negotiation. And I have to say, securing approximately £21 million from what is presented as an unallocated budget is on the face of it quite the achievement. To then secure the backing of the Reform administration for such a move is frankly nothing short of a masterstroke. But let's be honest, that budget was never truly unallocated. We are all familiar with how highways operates. We all know that these funds are typically held back for maintenance pressures, emergency works and other essential contingencies. That's why I'm surprised that the Cabinet member for Highways would even entertain such an amendment. I don't know, maybe he didn't. Which brings me to the Redditch train station and the removal of the £1 million investment. Last summer, I reluctantly agreed to halt the new station project, following advice from the CFO to reduce spending wherever possible. The Cabinet supported this approach, but only on the clear understanding that £1 million would be ring-fenced for accessibility improvements and renovation at the existing station. We all know Worcestershire County Council doesn't own the station, but that has never stopped investment elsewhere. Redditch has consistently been treated as a poor relation to Worcester. Worcestershire Parkway is a prime example. That particular project received over £22 million in combined funding. So today, I am appealing directly to all members, but especially the leader of the council, Councillor Monk, and the 6 other Reform councillors representing Redditch. You knew the commitments that were made. You knew the impact this will have on Redditch infrastructure, on accessibility and fairness, and on the residents who elected you. I urge you to vote this amendment down, protect the £1 million that was promised, protect the contingency that keeps our roads safe, and protect Redditch from yet another cycle of underinvestment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Council. Just to say, I'm be
You're
very
speaking
brief.
on behalf of the
Extra
Green
funding.
Group. Green Group, yep.
Yeah, I can do, yes, as leader. But I'll be very brief. Certainly don't need 5 minutes. Extra funding for improving footways is something that I think all of us can approve of, and I could certainly spend this money many times over. I've had many footways resurfaced in my division, and they are exceedingly popular with my residents, especially those with mobility issues. And I said I'd be brief. That's it. Happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boatwright-Green.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point back to previous debates we've had in the Chamber about having to withdraw finances to train stations, including in my own patch. I understand the situation we're in with our finances, and I completely understand why we've had to do that. And I will say, Councillor Perks, you will have my complete support in trying to get funding for Redditch, Pershore, etc., and Bromsgrove. But I understand that we can't use the finances in that way at the moment. Localised was a word that was used. Well, yes, my party is literally the party of localism. We believe that everything should be devolved as far down the chain as possible. This was unallocated, not because we were going to use it for something random or try and protect things. It was unallocated because we've got the money there. The mobility needs are really key. I represent an area with huge numbers of people who have mobility issues. And over the last 8 weeks, you may have noticed that I had mobility issues myself. It massively revealed the problems I was facing trying to get around, and I am reasonably strong. So I was quite shocked by the number of drop curbs that didn't exist, the number of pavements that were falling apart, and the number of people who've got in contact with me since to actually say, have you actually kind of gone down this pavement? And I have to say I did try a few of them. I need to just say a big special thank you to a woman called Sheila who did take me around Pershore to show me what she was experiencing. And there's a massive problem with trying to access just our basic provision and our basic services. Getting into the doctor's surgery for her was a mammoth task. So I really hope we can support this, because I understand we're taking money away from one area, but we're then distributing it amongst 57 and giving us all an opportunity to help our residents.
Point of order, Chairman, and clarification, please.
Go. Yep.
I'm very surprised that these amendments have been allowed, because what the Liberal Democrats are doing, and it's on page 64, is the Highways Maintenance Grant schemes yet to be identified. And they are taking on the role of the executive, e.g. the Cabinet, with these amendments. They are not part of the budget debate. They are in the paperwork. I'm very surprised that the monetary office allowed them, and I'd like to give her a chance to reconsider it, because I would point out that next year we have £35.635 million worth, and the year after that, £82 million. So I'd start to schedule 2 days, because we will put down hundreds of pet projects that we all want done.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Obviously, the financial officer and legal services have made a decision, and that's why they've allowed it. I don't think that's a valid point of order, so thank you.
But I was hoping for clarification.
Sorry, you've had your time. Sorry, Councillor James.
Thank you. And to me, this amendment reads like the carrot and the stick. The Lib Dems have dangled this member pot in front of us, hoping that we all buy into that. Now, I promised him I'd give him some praise, and Councillor Perks does deserve it when things are done right. And highways, when I've reported an issue, eventually they've got fixed. To me, in a rural seat such as Bowbrook, £17,500 will not touch the side of footpaths. This does nothing other than try and win round our vote. I'm not the Cabinet member, and maybe at some point you could tell me how much £17,500 would actually fix a footpath, because I don't think it's an awful lot. A quick Google says it could be a couple of metres on a rural patch. So we are essentially scrapping something for a couple of metres in rural Worcestershire. This is absolutely bizarre. This is an attempt to win round, but you scratch beneath the surface, and once again, it is a pet project for the Lib Dems. It's great in urban seats, such as Pershore, but it's awful in rural Worcestershire. Unsurprisingly, I won't be supporting it, and I encourage members to actually work out how much £17,500 would get you in footpaths.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you very much indeed, and good morning, everybody. When we get elected, we have a responsibility to the entire county. We have the responsibility of 610,000 lives. Redditch has significant health disparities, health inequalities. One of the biggest barriers to actually addressing having a job and education is access to the multimodal infrastructure for travel. I think this is an absolute diabolical, dirty deed done on an area of Redditch. And I think, really and truthfully, anybody who's on that cabinet that represents Redditch should hang their head in shame. I don't want 2 metres of footpath. I want our community to have better outcomes, to have an investment to lead to better education, to upskill them. No wonder they're voting for a Northern Unitary when you sit there on pots of money all feeding yourselves rather than looking at the bigger picture. I am appalled. I share the concerns of Councillor Bennett and Councillor Taylor. We have a corporate responsibility, and to sit there and say, I want 2 metres of tarmac done, vis-a-vis a job or an education, an opportunity, it's the wider determinants of health. And if health colleagues on the cabinet can sign this off, it's disgraceful. But I certainly won't. I won't condemn Redditch residents to having no optimism, no opportunity in life. I want the best for all residents, and this is a step too far.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Monk.
Well, some passion from people that don't live in Redditch. That's very good. Okay, so one, I don't understand how is it a pet project when we're actually trying to help people that need access along pavements and walkways and drop curbs, which I get all the time in my division in Redditch. Why can you not fund my dropped curb? Why can I not have a dropped curb? Because our pathways in my division were never created for people in motorised scooters or in wheelchairs or with lots of pushchairs. We had a better bus route, which we haven't got at the moment. But I think prioritising footpath system for disabled people over a vanity project of making the train station that little bit prettier, a little bit better, just for a couple of years, just postponing it, that's all we're asking probably for. I just don't understand. But let me be clear, I'm not seeking to shelve this amendment because I oppose it. I understand the ambition behind improving Redditch railway station and the wider benefits that it could bring. However, we have to deal with reality. The station is not owned or controlled by Worcestershire County Council. As Councillor MR stated, it sits within a much wider rail structure involving external operators and national bodies. We cannot commit local taxpayers, whether it be grant funded or otherwise, to projects where we do not hold the levers on the final decision-making power. At a time when we are having to make difficult financial choices, our priority must be services we directly deliver and assets we directly control. Residents expect us to focus on roads, social care, education and frontline provision. That is where this council has clear responsibility, not about walking away from the idea. It's about reorganising or recognising that community committing funding now for an asset we do not own would not be prudent if funding opportunities arise through partners, or if the financial position strengthens, then I would absolutely support revisiting this in the future. For now, in the interest of fiscal responsibility and clear accountability, I believe it's right to pause rather than proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Well, we're certainly pavement politics talking this morning, aren't we? And I assume that we are, when we say footways/footpaths, really talking about footways as opposed to footpaths, because all I've heard is about tarmac. But let me say this, and I agree with Councillor May. And the previous speaker said something interesting, that people are passionate about Redditch when they don't even live there. I am a county councillor passionate for the whole of this county, whether it's the north or the south, whether it's a town, a village or a rural area. Sorry, I'm being heckled by the leader of the council, Mr. Chairman. I'll allow you to deal with the leader and then I'll carry on.
Would you like to continue?
I will with pleasure, Mr Chairman. Passionate about the whole of the county. And I agree with Councillor Hardman, and I accept that the amendment has been allowed, but this is a reallocation of a quantum of cash. We have invested in Kidderminster Railway Station, Bromsgrove Railway Station, and to say it's an asset that we don't own is completely fanciful. We are a strategic authority that should be serious about jobs, skills and connectivity, and this absolutely sells the residents of Redditch down the river. And I'm very pleased that Councillor Bennett, Roger Bennett, has spoken in support, and I agree entirely with Councillor David Taylor. It's absolutely shameful. Yes, of course, we'd all like an extra £17,500 of cash on our own footways. But, you know, this administration can choose and govern, and it sounds to me that they are very well and truly supporting this very irresponsible, not strategic amendment by the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Paul Bennett.
Coming from Malvern, footways can be eroded quite quickly due to the fact that we're on a slope. And we really need those footways to be repaired, because people who live in my division have to climb hundreds of feet to get to shops and go back down as well. So to describe this as being a pet project, I don't think so. As far as I'm concerned, it's just common sense. Also, a lot of this money will be spent on repairs. Where's the money going to come from otherwise? You know, at the end of the day, we need to have our footpaths working properly for people who need them. And anybody who says otherwise is really not serving the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Udall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will start with a quotation. Not even the enlightened principle of the greatest good for the greatest number can excuse indifference to individual suffering. And I think that's why we will be opposing this amendment. Imagine the ecstasy of delight for the first time of being able to catch a train in Redditch because you were denied previously because of its inaccessibility. This amendment will deny people that right. Effectively, we are seeing the Liberal Democrat abandonment of Redditch, and that's to be condemned. I like Redditch. Redditch is important to me. Redditch matters. Chair, I used to work in Redditch. I know Redditch people. I know how difficult they find it to actually access their railway station to get to work in the morning. This money is actually important to the people of Redditch, which is why we will oppose.
Thank you. We're on the last one. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chairman. First and foremost, of course, we all care about everywhere in Worcestershire. That's what we're here to do. While outside of this chamber, we are directly elected to represent our divisions. When we're here, we are there to represent Worcestershire. Redditch did lose that funding for the train station. That £1 million was critical. But my point is, Councillor Perks, I can tell you're not happy with this decision. This is not something that you wanted when you got elected here. We could tell that from your speech, and we can tell that from the fact that you haven't been able to look us in the eye because of the fact that you fundamentally don't agree. You know that this is wrong for Redditch. This takes away the funding. £2 million, 2 years to wait for somebody who is in a wheelchair or somebody who has accessibility issues. That is a long, long time. 365 days a year. If they're working 5 days a week, having to travel for 2 years without improved accessibility, that's a bloody long time. I can tell that the Cabinet Member for Highways doesn't agree with this decision, so I urge you, vote with us to oppose this amendment, support Redditch train station, support the needs for accessibility, and support the residents of Worcestershire that way. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of the debate. We're now we're going to go into the summing up, but I'm just going to ask Councillor McSweeney whether he did reserve his right to speak. Do you want to add anything before we sum up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do have some things to add before we sum up. These may be coming up in the summing up as well. But anyway, I thought I'd start. One thing I do agree with Councillor Hart on. We are talking about footways rather than footpaths here largely, but both. I think that we cover both of those things. I'll go back to the first thing that got said in this debate. I'm wondering, does Councillor Kent not understand what a grant is? It says clearly at the end of paragraph 2.1, using 1 million of the capital element of local transport grant. This is something which should be spent on, which has to be spent.
Point
on
of order,
transport.
please.
Not going to let him finish.
Yeah, I just want to confirm I do understand the difference between a grant and money, but it's all taxpayers' cash. That's what I'd
That's
point
not a
out.
point of order. Sorry. Apologise, Chris. You can get back on again. Go.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is local transport grant money. It's to be spent on things like that, not on not avoiding us getting an EFS loan. I will back up another thing that's been said already in the debate. Redditch Station is not our asset. At a time when we're having discussed cuts in spending on things which are our assets, is it a good use of our funds to spend money on things which aren't? Pet project has come up a lot in this debate. For whom is this amendment a pet project when it supports all residents in all divisions? I'm a bit curious about whose pet this is. Like Councillor Emma, I'm a runner. I expect many here know I mostly use another way to get around, but I want to take up the case of residents with mobility issues. I've spoken to numerous such residents in my division, some of whom use mobility scooters or similar to get around. They rely on good quality footways. As Councillor Jenkins said, I could spend this money many times over to improve the quality of footways for able to get around. These residents are extremely important to me. Ironically, my good mobility and unusual form of transport allows me to experience a bit of what they do. Lack of drop curbs, poor quality services have a similar impact on me. I know that we have a problem with this. I know we have a problem with this around our county, and what we can do to improve this can only be good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we've now summed up. We're now going to move to the vote as before.
We haven't summed up, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
It's going to be a long day.
Okay, go for it, Josh.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the issues we've got here is it's clear that with the Redditch elections coming up, there's a clear, let's play a bit of politics again to say that we are here. I can't stand for Redditch, so no, I can't. To sit there and say, the definition of a...
Sorry, can we have some quiet, please?
When we hear from councillors about how we should be here for the whole of Worcestershire, I care for the whole of Worcestershire. As it took me an hour and a half to get from Bromsgrove, the residents of Bromsgrove remember what the Conservatives have done to Bromsgrove and how what state they're leaving it in. And it also is quite clear today that the Conservative group have caught on from the Conservative group at Bromsgrove District Council and want to shout down anyone who has a different opinion from them. Going back to the amendment, I understand the second half of Councillor David Taylor's speech. I understand why you wouldn't support taking money out of Redditch. I think if I was in that situation as well, I may come up to something similar. But as has been said, the Liberal Democrats at their core are about localism, about having councillors deciding in conjunction with residents what's best for them. What's gone wrong in councils for so many years is that the councillors have decided at levels like this what is best for them without ever talking to them. So I will be proudly supporting a budget amendment that gives money to local members to be able to improve accessibility on footways and footpaths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now going to move to the vote. As before, it will be a name vote. I'm going to hand over to Hazel.
Thank you. So in alphabetical order, Councillor Alcott. For Councillor Allen. Against Councillor Amar. For Councillor Amos. For Councillor Aubrey. For Councillor Bales.
Abstain.
Abstain Councillor Bastow. For Councillor Bell. For Councillor Paul Bennett. For Councillor Roger Bennett. Abstain Councillor Birch. Against Councillor Boatwright Green. For Councillor Bowen. For Councillor Cleary. For Councillor Creswell. For Councillor Crosby. For Councillor Cross is not present. Councillor Dunkley. For Councillor Eacock. For Councillor Edmonds. For Councillor Evans. For Councillor Fordington. Against Councillor Foster. For Councillor Hardman. Against? Councillor Hart? Against? Councillor Hopkins? For Councillor Hume? For Councillor James? Against Councillor Jenkins? For Councillor Jones? For Councillor Kersey? Against Councillor Kent? Against Councillor May? Against Councillor McSweeney? For Councillor McVeigh? Against Councillor Miller? Against Councillor Ashley Monk? Abstain Councillor Joe Monk? For Councillor Moorhead? Against Councillor Morris? Against Councillor Perks? For Councillor Pingree? Against Councillor Price? For Councillor Riaz? Against Councillor Robinson? Josh Robinson, sorry.
For.
Sorry, Councillor Linda Robinson. Against Councillor Robson. Against Councillor Shaw. For Councillor Stephen.
Against?
Against Councillor Taylor. Against Councillor Tudge. For Councillor Turner. For Councillor Udall. Against Councillor Upton. For Councillor Victory. Against Councillor Wells. Against Councillor Wharton. For. Let us just do the maths. Okay, so we have 3 abstain, 31 for, 22 against. That amendment is carried. Sorry, can we just check if anyone's got a microphone on, because we're having problems with the chair's microphone up here.
No, I turned mine on.
Mine's not on either.
going to start anyway, even though not everybody's back. Okay, we're going to restart now. So we're moving on to the third amendment. This is the Liberal Democrat Group feasibility study on provision of SEND schools. Please turn to pages 235 to 236 in the supplementary papers that were circulated separately. I'm going to invite Dan Boatwright-Green to move the amendment. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that my PhD was mentioned earlier, and found it quite amusing that it was said with disdain as it was mentioned, because I know that my family talk about it with pride. Because as somebody who has ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, will actually have a neurological condition that basically manifests itself as a whole series of things, the odds were not in my favour when I was a child. I also find it quite interesting when people make use of it to judge me. But what I find particularly frustrating is that I also know that as a result of being brought up around the army, I got the support I needed because classes were smaller and there was more provision available. And I know that if I'd gone to mainstream schools, there was a lower risk of me succeeding. I'm also very aware that the statistics show that people with my conditions are more likely to go to prison than they are to get a degree. And this is why I take SEND school provision so seriously, because we have a number of parents who routinely are trying to get access for their young people and they can't do it. For years, we have not invested enough money and enough capital in making sure we have smaller SEND provision so that those who can go and learn in a smaller setting. We have plenty of buildings that we are currently either not using or using in a way where we could adjust, where we could go to those and look at whether we can use them for this. Hopefully, as we move towards unitary, we'll also be able to do the same with our district buildings. And so we are very simply requesting a £200,000 feasibility study to look at our existing buildings to identify what might be suitable to convert. I know that this is something that many parents have wanted us to do in the past, and I think it is a good gesture to show them that we are taking it seriously. Yeah. This is neutrally funded, and we are asking a very small request from all councillors that we adjust our membership funds so that we can help all of our residents. Yeah. I really hope we can support this amendment to the budget, because I know that this is something that the external auditors want us to do, and I think it shows that we are taking what the external auditors are saying seriously. Thank you.
Okay, I believe the seconder is Mel Alcott.
Chair, thank you. Council, good morning. I would like to second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So,
apologies, it is afternoon.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you speaking on behalf of the group?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Boatwright-Green. I too take SEND provision very seriously. I am in support of this novel suggestion to add to our SEND sufficiency planning by the one-off funding of a further feasibility study for 26-27 to look at existing county buildings to identify whether any are suitable to be converted into small-scale SEND provision. This could aid local provision of SEND and a reduction in home-to-school transport costs. On a very similar note, in an otherwise what seems to be quite a gloomy day, in part to answer Councillor Fordington, who asked, will we deliver the services our residents require? And Councillor Wells, who I heard a recent OSBBR meeting, will we hear spend to save initiatives? And to further encourage Councillor Boatwright-Green, despite the decade long-term plan for the transformation of SEND announced in Monday's white paper, which will focus listen carefully, on a mainstream inclusion agenda and raising standards with significant investment, which we will obviously support, this reform administration will also deliver very significant increased specialist place sufficiency capacity in SEND in the very near future in a central Worcestershire location, a spend to save project available to all Worcestershire residents whose children need specialist education support, using high needs capital funding, not borrowing, as well as pressing the DFE to deliver the approved 120 place free school for children with autism needs in Malvern. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Victory.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillors, officers, members of the public, we're here to set a budget, one which will prevent Worcestershire falling into special measures. If we want to survive as a functional council, then we have to set one. If we delay even a week, the financial implications are punishing both on our council and for the district councils which rely on us so that they can set council tax and issue the tax notices. So our decision today affects everyone, and if we fail to agree a budget this week or next, then our financial officer will report to the Minister that we're unable to. Our residents would fare better without central government overseers, particularly as we head towards local government reorganisation and elections next year. So it's a shame that different parties are using it as propaganda. I would say that they have lost sight of the goal of this council, which is to do the best for all our residents. In this amendment, we're asked to support a redistribution of monies to fund a feasibility study to discover if there are some suitable council premises for SEND provision. This would be funded by reducing the overall members' divisional budget by £2,000 each. This fund is our main tool to bring improvement to our local area, and yet this money is to be directed to a feasibility study. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm in favour of much better SEND provision. It's pitifully under-provided. But this is not the way. It would be a waste of money that would be better used in our own areas. This amendment is a distraction from our main business, which is whether we approve the required council tax increase of 8.98% or we do not. Our financial officer has obtained exceptional financial support of over £40 million. The government have written off most of our massive SEND deficit. The revenue from the required increase will be allocated to lowering that debt. The government gives with one hand and takes with the other. As much as I regret it, this deal is the best option for our residents because few on the council understood the depth of our financial hole. Tinkering with small pots of money like this misses the point of our meeting today, and these amendments should not be approved. We should focus on the budget proposal which is before us for the good of our local democracy and its residents. I do not support this amendment. The previous administration failed, and they proposed an amendment that was so unsound that it was rejected, just so their spin doctors can make them look like the good guys, refusing to vote for a painful increase that will be seen as a failure by the Reform administration. No one wants to take the blame, but if we do not approve this budget, we lose control of the council, and this would be a failure for all of us. I do not support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, and I do speak on behalf of the group. Until the end, I was pretty much in agreement of everything that Councillor Victory said. But I think the situation here is the Lib Dems yet again, and we heard a passionate case for the Lib Dems leader in terms of his own personal views and personal circumstances. But this amendment takes from all councillors. It takes from all councillors for something that he understandably, passionately feels about. Now, I am already doing this as a county councillor. I'm talking to my local schools and have identified in a primary school that there is potential availability of a classroom. I've also talked to another school about potentially bringing in a national rail programme where they'll donate train carriages to schools to see if that could be used for SEND provision. I'm sure every officer that is paid to do the job, and having been the previous cabinet member with responsible for that corporate environment, I know full well they would examine the use of any spare buildings to understand whether they could reduce the costs of the council or help in the financial means as they're doing it. This money is not required. The officers could really be directed, can you consider this when you're looking at those buildings? And we're already doing this. Now, I would also point out, and I listened to the one of the members of Reform talk about SEND and everything else. We did apply for 34 million of EFS. I think at the time, we weren't even convinced we were going to need it. We weren't even convinced we were going to need it because of the changes that would be made in the next administration. But one of the last things that we did was pass through £31 million investment into SEND. £31 million. And the reason we did that is because we were well aware that this was running out of control and we needed to take control of this problem way before government responded. So that £31 million investment, I worked with the previous cabinet member, David Chambers, as well as my cabinet colleagues, we had identified we needed that local provision. Now, this is a job that all local councillors could do. Talk to your local schools, talk to everybody and see what provision is, see whether something can be done. I'm in favour of the principles, but not the way it's been done. So as a group, we won't be supporting it, and predominantly because we've already put a huge amount of money, this council has, into this particular area. This 200k hasn't got touch the sides. By all means, write to the officers and say, can you please consider this when you're looking at the buildings? But we do not need to do this. We do not need to take the money from councillors that is used for small local charities and local groups, that is the difference between them surviving and the preventative nature that Karen May would talk about all the time. I try and help out a memory cafe that looks after 60 people with dementia. 60 people with dementia. And that money that I'm able to donate in that area is absolutely critical to them. This could mean that I couldn't fund that. Then that burden will fall on the council. I'm sorry, this is just outrageous. And I do agree, these amendments should not have been brought. This grubby deal should not have been done. And the people involved will be paying a very heavy price for it over the forthcoming years.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you. I can't follow my leader with his passion there, but I will give it a good try. It is disappointing that the cabinet member says he claims he supports SEND so much, yet it took an amendment for this to be offered up as an example. Surely he would have just done this in his budget setting process. Anyway, as Councillor Kent said, and I support many of my local charity groups in my division, I think all of us do, I 100%, and the Lib Dems can throw their hands up in the air as they are, but the reality is we support charity and community groups of all needs. We do not just support one group of residents. We know the SEND system is broken. Let's all accept that the SEND system is broken, and everyone keeps saying, oh, your party should apologise. Do you know what? If it gets the conversation moving, I can say I'm sorry then. If that means we get over this and we move on and we do what's right for the residents, I will say it. But when we have invested over £30 million in the last administration to be said that we are failing people with SEND is a disgrace. Ultimately, there was a leader who's given his political CV. I know they've got a leadership issue in their group, so maybe that's him, planting his flag into the ground. But we are here to help everyone. The SEND system needs to be collaborative, and I do think the cabinet member should have put this in their budget. We could have supported that, but we're not just going to support an amendment that grabs a headline, grabs a Facebook graphic, and does it for one group.
Thank you. There's quite a lot of talking in the background. Could we keep that to minimum, please? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. This feels like deja vu that I'm back at Wychavon yesterday evening, where the Liberal Democrat, instead of concentrate, and I say Liberal Democrats, there we go. I give you that grace and favour for you, where instead of concentrating on the main item of the budget, what they wanted to do is to bring an amendment, and so that they could then grab their headlines and the completely out of context headlines. And so the question is, Chairman, how long will it be before we see on social media Conservatives vote against SEND provision? Because that's the only reason why this has been brought today. And I would suggest to the administration that surely they will be voting against this amendment, because if they don't vote against it, they are throwing Councillor Foster under the bus and all the officers that are responsible for this, because surely this sort of thing is being done as the everyday job within Councillor Foster's role as the Cabinet member with responsibility. So surely they're not going to throw Councillor Foster under the bus and actually accept this amendment to say that he's doing nothing that this 200,000 feasibility study would do. So we'll watch the clock and see how long it goes on before it goes on social media. But this is absolutely. I mean, people talk about playing politics. You know, this is just absolutely absurd what the Liberal Democrats are bringing. So needless to say, I will be voting against this, Chairman, and I sincerely hope for Councillor Foster's sake that the administration are also voting against it.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I think people need to read the amendment before they start having an absolute go. The divisional fund would increase to £12,000, so their concerns about whether they could fund their local charities is not to be seen. So they can admit now they've obviously not read the amendment, or they're purposely not telling the truth. I will name Councillor Kent and Councillor James so they can come back in and tell me which one it is if they want, because they always want to have a point of clarification, but it seems they're going to be quiet. So, no, okay. So, people talk to me about as if, this is an amendment that's not needed. This is an amendment that is really needed. I talk to residents in my area who have parents of children with SEND, who tell me that one of the problems they have is that there isn't enough small-scale provision within the county to be able to make their children thrive. I want every child to thrive, and that is why I'm more than happy to be supporting this amendment that not only gives a feasibility study into how we can make that happen, but also increases our divisional fund so that we can spend money on things that are in our community. Thank you.
Point of order or point of clarification, if I may, Mr. Chairman. The previous speaker has just said that the divisional fund is increasing. Nowhere, whilst it says that the pots of money are merging, it doesn't name the new pot as a divisional fund, and therefore it couldn't be asserted that the divisional fund is increasing.
Could I add as part of that the point that the actual amendment, and I'm not sure whether the person putting it has read it, states that the proposal is to merge the schemes and reduce this to 12k per member per year. That doesn't seem to resonate with what he actually said.
Sorry, thank you. Noted, thank you. We're moving on to Councillor Birch. Sorry, that point of order is not carried because it is clear in the amendment. It has been gone through the financial officer and they've gone through this.
To merge the schemes, it doesn't name the scheme. The previous speaker has given it a name that is not in this amendment.
Okay. So, okay.
Chairman, on that subject, I was called prior to that being made, so I think it's only fair that I get to make my point at the very least, given you called me.
I can't hear you, Chairman.
Okay, show cards. All those in favour of moving to the vote, now move, show your card. Okay, it is. The request to move to the vote has got more votes. We will move to the vote, but I will ask you, Councillor.
What's the number? Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
29. There was 29 in favour of moving to the vote. So, and there,
hang on.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is a complete breakdown on democracy. I was elected to represent my constituents. I wasn't here just to be able to be silenced.
Really sorry. I'm really sorry. But those are the rules.
I'm sorry, Chairman. When you've got a cabinet member who points at the member that says, "Can we pass the motion?" This is orchestrated.
Sorry.
I totally agree with Councillor Allen. You called Councillor Birch. You called Councillor Birch. Let him talk.
We don't, point of order, we do not agree with your numbers when we counted them. Can I call a named vote, please? Can we have a named vote?
No, there's not. We will do the vote again, just so you're absolutely sure, okay? So we'll do it again. So all those in favour of us moving to the vote, please raise your hand.
Yeah, Paul, I thought you had your hand up last time. You had his hand up last time. Yeah, he put his hand up.
Did you put your hand up or not?
You put your hands down.
It was last time.
Was it 27? Okay, you sure? Right, okay. Right, put your hands down. Right, all those who don't want to finish the... Right.
Yep.
27. It's 27, isn't it?
We have had one councillor change their vote.
So it was 27 each, wasn't it?
So I think that's split because I think there was a change. So I've counted 27.
Okay, so I'm going to use my discretion, then we're going to carry on. Okay, I'm going to use my discretion to carry on then. So we're going to carry on the rest of the vote. Thank you. Okay, so
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. The point of order is very simply this. We have had a vote. There was no indication that was done incorrectly or fraudulently, and you quite rightly ruled.
Councillor Forderton, it was counted.
So it is therefore not in order, Ms Best will advise, is it therefore in order to have another vote to see if you can get a different result because somebody's changed their vote?
My decision is final. That is it. Sorry, we're moving on.
There's a
Councillor Birch,
constitution.
please carry
Thank
on.
you very much, Chairman. Thank you.
There's a constitution.
I would say I'm looking forward to seeing what the Liberal Democrats make of this on Facebook, but sadly yesterday evening when I tried to engage with them, they decided to block me, so I won't be able to see the content that comes out, but I look forward to seeing it through colleagues. My point of view is very much so that I won't be able to support this amendment for the simple reason of, like Councillor Kent has pointed out, as a school governor myself, I know that our schools work tirelessly to look at ways in which they can enhance their SEND support. Within Droitwich Bar High School, I know that they have put forward a proposal to the County Council, which they have costed up themselves, which they have looked into themselves, which they have used their resources internally to find a way that they could facilitate additional SEND needs. There are schools across the county that can do this. I believe, as I have said previously, our officer resources need to be focused at this moment in time in finding savings within the organisation to cut costs, to reduce waste, the administration will like that one, and reduce your taxes. That should be the focus of this administration and this council. Our focus should not be on spending more officer time doing research and reviews for things that ultimately we probably are unlikely to be able to afford to do. So personally, I would rather that £200,000, if it was to be spent, is spent on supporting the schools that have already got fully costed plans to increase their SEND provision and allowing them to expand that internally when they come forward to us, and we use that £200,000 productively to invest directly in increasing SEND support as opposed to just doing a review. That would be my preference, and for that reason I am not willing to support.
Thank you very much for that. There is quite a lot of noise in the chamber. I'm going to ask you to be quiet, please. He is allowed. You are allowed. You are, yeah.
I've got an objection. Councillor Kent is taking pictures in the chamber, and
That's
I don't
allowed.
think that's right.
That's allowed. That is allowed. Yeah. Right. Can we come back to order, please? We're going to. Right. So the next speaker is going to be Councillor Allen. If you'd like to make your point, thank you.
I think Councillor Birch had time to finish.
Could you press your red
No, I
button,
think you finished.
please? Can you hear me? Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Good afternoon, Council. Can we have a bit of quiet, please? Thank you very much. I don't speak very often. I'm trying to work out...
Right, can we please ask everybody to stop talking in the background? Let's give everyone respect. They're elected councillors. It's the same for everybody. Councillor Allen, you'd like to carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you reset my time? Thank you. I'm trying to work out, looking at this amendment, which fund this money is going to go into. Because it's not absolutely clear, is it? It seems to be made up. I'm absolutely amazed that the Lib Dems want to stifle free speech. I, like them, was elected to serve my members and to speak, not to be shut down through political maneuvering just because people don't want to be here for so long. If you don't want to be here, go home and write your resignation
Point
letter.
of clarification, the Lib Dems voted for the continuation of the speech, so that's incorrect.
Thank you. Sorry. Everyone, we need to calm down here. And actually, Martin, you're not actually right here. Most of the Lib Dems actually voted to continue.
All right, I apologise if I
So
got
if you'd
it
like to
slightly
carry
wrong.
on, thank you.
I do understand this amendment. It is the loss to members of £2,000 each that they can control. And this is just for headline propaganda. Send needs is important to me, as I know it is for everybody in my party. But there are many others with disabilities, and they rarely get mentioned in here. The local determined fund makes a huge difference. It seems a small amount, but it has made a huge difference. And I've talked about it before. Late last year, I paid for a drop curb to go in Upton. And strangely enough, I had an email yesterday from a chap, he called himself Stumpy Grumpy. And he was somebody I helped last year. Hi, Mr. Allen, it's Stumpy. In reference to the drop curbs, which are a godsend for us all around here who use them, when I get off the hospital transport and the drivers push me onto the pavement, the transport staff have asked me to thank you for arranging for the drop curbs, as these help them not get hurt or stressed lifting me onto the curbs. So from all of us staff, thank you, sir. Be certain what you're doing, because you are going to punish other people with disabilities for your headline grabbing bit of news. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now I've got Councillor Amar.
Thank you, Chair. What is this propaganda today? We just gave you £17,500 for drop curbs, and you're saying we're punishing them. Furthermore, the £4,000,
please
the
let her speak.
£4,000 that we're taking 2,000 out of is money that is allocated mostly for VASs. That's half a VAS, because it costs around £4,000 to put a VAS through. And if you bother applying to the PCC, he might actually give you a VAS. So we've taken half a VAS in order to create a feasibility study to be progressive, futuristic, proactive, in order to help communities and families not travel the length of the earth, as every parent would do for their children, not travel the length of the earth, spend hours in the car to send their children for sense schools. It starts with a feasibility study. I don't expect Conservatives to understand sense schools or education. You start with a feasibility study to understand where you can locate the schools and education. Not a single member in here has not had emails about SEN provision. Not a single member has not felt the pain of a parent who has a child with a disability. It breaks our hearts. This is not politics for us. This is real. It's politics for the Conservatives, because that's all they know. That's all they know. No, it's not rubbish, because most of the SEN problem has been spurred on by the private equity independent schooling for disabilities. And do you know who started that? The Conservative government.
Thank you.
Yes, and I wasn't a member of the Lib Dems now. No, I wasn't.
Right.
No, I wasn't. It was
Sorry,
the Conservative government
Sorry.
that spurred me into getting into politics because they were failing this country.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask Paul Robinson to say something now.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. Can I just say to members, the Chairman has tried twice now to say to people, can we just take a step back? I understand it's a very difficult decision, very difficult issues that are being debated. We were doing fine up until this last sort of 10-15 minutes. I can see the temperature in the room is going up. If we could just take a moment to take a breath, by all means make your points, by all means make your political positions clear, but if we can just lower the tone and the level of angst that is clearly coming across. It's coming across to me, I think it's coming across to the top table very clearly, and just try and remember that position. I know people are passionate about it, but if we can just try and keep our position clear and professional, as I know you all are, but I understand how difficult this is, but we just need to take the temperature out if we can. By all means disagree, but let's not fall out. So if members would just take a moment to think about that, and then we can carry on with the meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Councillor Pingree.
Thank you, Chair. The points I was going to make have already been raised by other councillors, so in interest of time, I don't need to speak, but thank you.
Thank you, that's appreciated. Councillor Moorhead.
Thank you, Chair. I think, first of all, I hope that on reflection, Councillor Amar really regrets what she's actually just said. In a very, hang on, wait until I just put some context around this. In a very, very sweeping and non-informed way about the Conservative members in here and their experience with SEND, whether that's lived experience or through family members and friends. So I think there's just something, maybe fact check that before you make personal derogatory comments. On a similar note, give us £17,000, fantastic. In a deal where our residents will pay 9% council tax, very generous. Now, on to the amendment. I absolutely get the principle of this amendment. I get the sentiment behind it. And I absolutely, like my colleagues, support the need for the extension and improved access to SEND provision. There is absolutely no argument about that. However, we have a cabinet member and we have paid employees. This is their job. Why are we funding more money when we are already paying people to do a job? So in the words of Roy Keane, do your job.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Bennett.
Hello. In Malvern, we have Malvern Hills College, which was closed. Basically, it was an arts college. It's supposed to be a new SEND college, effectively, and it hasn't opened yet. And it might not open because it's a private equity-owned college. And if there is one building that could do with a feasibility study after they leave or they sell it on to a public authority or whatever, because this should never have happened in the first place, it'll be that one. And that is actually in Worcestershire, and it could provide 120 places. So actually, the feasibility idea is not without merit. And if you knew anything about the area where Malvern Hills College was, you'd realise that thousands and thousands of people were very, very upset about the closure of that. And the only good thing was the fact that it was going to be then a special needs school. And now, because government has changed and their priorities have changed and they're not allowing private providers of that to flourish, at the moment there's no work being done on the site. So we may end up having to run on this ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now got Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to just speak directly to Councillor Allen, who I take as a very sincere man. I just ask him to see this amendment in connection with the one that we've just passed, which is the additional 17k for the footpath work, exactly as he described as being necessary, which we all agreed on. The drop of 2k should be seen in comparison to that. The matter of people doing their jobs, this is additional money. So it will support additional work as we explore every single possible option.
to try and solve the SEND crisis that not just this county, but our country faces. We should be literally, looking in every single pot available to try and solve that crisis. This additional 200,000 will help that process because it will inform our SEND sufficiency planning in the years to come. So I just ask him just to think of it in those terms and see it in that context. But this is simply a shifting round and a redistribution so that we can actually carry on with that important work.
Thank you. So we've now got 4 more speakers to go on this amendment. The next one is Councillor May.
Thank you very much indeed. This really is quite an alarming meeting to sit through because Nigel Farage describes this council as a basket case. And the more I sit here, the more I think it is a basket case. I look at this proposal, it doesn't speak about the area. We've got a fantastic special educational needs in the north of the county, in Bromsgrove, Chadsgrove School. And I do get, the Liberal Democrat lady made a comment about education. I have been absolutely banging the drum about education. I didn't interrupt you, please. I have been banging the drum about education for the last, since 2022, when I first looked at the data about the gaps within the whole system. So I just find we've got no plan, we've got no organisation, there's no finance behind anything. You sit there, you're going to push through, clearly with the aid of the Lib Dems, predominantly from Bromsgrove. So Bromsgrove needs to hold their head in shame, really, whoever anybody that's voted Lib Dem. An 8.99% increase when there's severe deprivation. We've taken money from Redditch, another area with health disparities and deprivation. We're now looking at taking money or the opportunity to invest in those wider determinant health again around clubs and societies that really only function with our financial support, or for a project that should just be business as usual. I'm appalled by it. And I cannot see anybody's commitment. When I look at the cabinet, half of them are on a phone, half of them are looking down, and half of them can't look you in the eye. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, firstly, I'm absolutely pretty disgusted and appalled, actually, at some of the aggressive and derogatory comments from some of the members in this debate. And I applaud the Chief Executive for having to intervene. In 20 years, I don't think I've heard conduct like that from members, and I would absolutely wish to disassociate myself from it. And as Councillor Kent said, and I'm proud to be a part of the previous administration, we have invested millions into SEND. No one can quarrel with a feasibility study. No one can quarrel with doing the work into looking at any of our county buildings to identify suitable accommodation to be converted into SEND provision. To assert that the Conservatives don't understand SEND provision is outrageous. We all care about SEND provision, all care about it. We're all corporate parents. We have sound professional officers. We have a corporate landlord. We have head of property. This work can be done without this cash allocation. We have a cabinet member for Doge. The administration are in grave danger here of being hypocritical. They want to drive out waste, drive out inefficiency, and yet they want to allocate a quantum of cash to either consultants or engage somebody in addition to the day job of our paid professional officers, which are more than capable and competent of doing this work. This is a 15%, circa a 15% cut. We get 4,000 and 10,000, that's 14. Whatever you want to call it, it's dropping to £12,000. The mover of the previous motion, Mr. Chairman, said that he believed that decisions should be devolved down as locally as possible. The Members' Divisional Fund, the clue's in the title, it's members actively working, making decisions, funding schemes in their division. And frankly, to be told by other members, oh, it's only half a VAS. Well, ultimately, if matters are devolved down to the divisional members, then it's a local decision and not one to be dictated to.
Thank you. Councillor Edmonds.
Sorry, I didn't know if that was Edmonds or Evans. Sorry. Evans. Me? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. No, Chairman, I rose my hand earlier because I was disappointed at the level upon which the debate in this chamber had reached. My hand rose up before the intervention from the Chief Executive, so I am grateful for his intervention. Hopefully it seems like we've got to a position where we seem to have calmed down a bit and the debate is moving on, so I hope we don't return to what we had earlier. Would just like to say that I appreciate, obviously, passions are running high. There's so many important decisions we are making today, and the stakes are obviously quite high as well. I myself am angry about the fact that there has been a proposed huge council tax hike of 8.98%, and it's not something I'm in support of. But with my anger, I am not channeling that towards other members. I am trying to hold back that emotion and make substantive contributions to the discussions at hand, and I hope all other members can do the same as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, the last person is Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. Children with SEN need more than space. They need specialist expertise, therapeutic support, and stable purpose-built environments. Increasing capacity is a step in right direction, we all know that, but complex provision cannot be delivered in temporary settings like we talked about train carriages here. I have had the chance to visit a SEN school, and I actually spent about 2 hours there, and I saw the staff and the teams working beyond their capacity to handle those situations. And I've had the staff who are actually support workers, but they've also become like healthcare workers now. There are children on whom they have to do more than 18 procedures in one day in a SEND school. So they're not support workers, they are becoming like health workers, and they need specialist expertise there and the focused targeted support. So a thorough feasibility study will help us assess what is truly required, not just building, but sustainable specialist resources. So I feel that this is a step in right direction. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We do actually have two more speakers. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to offer my apologies to the people of Redditch with the reference to the pulling of the £1 million train station upgrade. You've been let down by several of the Redditch Reform administration, the very people you voted in to represent you.
This isn't relevant.
Look,
please move on quite quickly to yep.
I'm trying to, Chair. Look, we all want to see SEND provision expanded. Every child deserves the support they need to get the best possible education. But once again, we are being asked to spend money instead of saving it. More burden on the taxpayer. The money does not grow on trees. And an amendment to spend £200,000 on a feasibility study, yet another round of third-party consultants draining money from the council's coffers. We've already seen £500,000 spent on a transformation plan and now another £200,000 for a study. Do we really lack the skills and experience with the approximate £135 million a year we already spend on internal staff? As much as I want to support this motion to improve SEND provision, I cannot justify spending when the council is burning through its reserves, requesting ESFS and preparing to hit Worcestershire with the largest tax rise in its history. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McVeigh.
Thank you. To echo the words of the Chief Exec, I'm sure the public won't be enjoying this political Punch and Judy show on display this morning. And I would have thought that we're all erudite enough to be able to represent our views calmly. Moving on to the point in question, I'm sure nobody in this room would disagree that adequate SEND provision that meets the needs of our children and young people, and that's the important point, should be a priority for us as a council. Everyone knows the system is broken, and hopefully the long-awaited SEND white paper will help us improve things. However, I'm pleased to have been allowed to speak because I'm seeking some clarification here on something that I've heard spoken twice now by two of the Cabinet members. At the start of the debate, the CMR appeared to suggest he would support a further feasibility study, which implies that one has already been undertaken or is currently underway. I think I just heard another CMR repeat this. So is this the case? If so, what would a further feasibility study tell us that we don't already know? I know that officers are already working hard to increase efficiency. That's business as usual, has been said already. So this could add unnecessary pressure and duplicate work already taking place. So I'm concerned that an additional or further proposed feasibility study will go nowhere, and this reallocation of funds, which I don't agree with either, will just have been done for nothing. And just on the Art College, I am fully aware of the plight of the Art College. If there's no work being done on the site, which actually I would disagree with because I drive past it a lot, what's Malvern Hills District Council doing about that? Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the end of the contributions from the floor. I'm going to ask to be summing up now. Before we do that, Mel Alcott reserves the right to speak. Would you like to say anything before?
Chair, I would. Thank you. Yeah, obviously we've had the Send White Paper and it has a huge focus on mainstream school. I have, as a Claims councillor, spent a lot of time in Worcester schools. I've been to Fort Royal on numerous times. I've been to Newbridge and I've been to Regency. And they were all desperate for more support, more funding. They need more space, more capacity. And they've been banging their heads against this Conservative administration to get absolutely nowhere for many, many years. And this is one reason why I think this motion is particularly important to be given the profile today and the attention that it truly deserves. I have spent a lot of time in those schools and bless them, they really do need support. We do need more specific provision. Just mainstream alone won't solve this.
Okay, there's a lot of talk going on in the background. Please, can we come back? Thank you.
Okay, so across Worcestershire County, we all know that demand for SEND provision has risen significantly in recent years. Families are telling us the same story time and again: long waits, limited local specialist places, children travelling unacceptable distances and parents forced to fight for support. That should be straightforward. This amendment is not about making a rash capital commitment. It is about taking a responsible, evidence-based step, conducting a feasibility study to look at existing county buildings to identify whether any are suitable to be converted into SEND provision. The cost of the feasibility study is £200,000. How will we fund this? Will we use existing money from the members' locally determined fund in economy and infrastructure from the members' divisional fund, of £2,000. However, you've just gained £17,500 via the last amendment, so you have a net gain of £15,500. So we will use that, and then we'll use a small balance from the council's corporate contingency. This will more than pay for itself 100 times over, a proper return on investment for our SEND children. If it goes as far as a local SEND school, this could mean more children educated closer to home, reduced transport expenditure, greater stability for families, better outcomes through specialist consistent provision, and crucially, it could give us greater strategic control over provision rather than reacting to market availability. 5 years ago, I put in a budget amendment to support our children. Funding was available from unexpected windfall. I was shot down in flames by the then Conservative administration. Now in opposition, I wonder if they will again vote against support for our children, our SEND children. Council, I urge you across the chamber, regardless of political group or if independent, to support this amendment so that we can take a measured, responsible step towards strengthening SEND provision in Worcestershire and really move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. This going on in the background here. Please, can we keep that down? Right. I'm now going to ask the proposer of the amendment, Councillor Boatwright Green, to sum up before we move to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I will fund a VAS sign another way, as been suggested before. We can actually talk to the Police and Crime Commissioner. We can find other ways. We're talking about £2,000 that we generally use for VAS signs, and I will always try and find another opportunity. Children with special educational needs are not a distraction, as was described. In 2024 Ofsted report, we were told that the last administration had overseen systematic failings in SEND, and we really need to get a grip of this. This is not personal circumstances, as one of you said. It's called lived experience, and for too long, those with lived experience have been ignored. I refuse to allow that. We mentioned disabilities in the last amendment, but what I find particularly fascinating is there was a variety of accusations during this debate about people being on social media and people kind of posting things on social media. Earlier on, there was an email about the fact there wasn't enough disability parking provision in Pershore from the leader of this council. And I immediately sent that over to Wychhaven because I wanted to rectify it, because actually it's something that was highlighted in a report by Wychhaven last year and something that we wanted to do something about. And I forwarded it on. I'm totally within my rights to speak to any councillor, especially when it's an issue within Pershore. And if you have an issue, by all means, kind of come along and speak to me. Happy to do it. I feel it's really insulting that what you decide to do is go to social media and start pinning things on people and making false accusations. And you're on social media when you're meant to be actually in the room, and you're still on your phone, so why am I even talking? Clearly, we need to make sure we get the budget right. But getting kind of this rewriting of history from the Conservatives is just absolutely unacceptable. And can I just point out the headline-grabbing Conservative action over the last couple of weeks? Press releases going out before votes even happened, at Whithaven being a particular classic. I have to say, I'm just a bit exhausted by your behaviour, and if we've got another 4 amendments, this is going to be fun.
Great. Right, so we're now going to move to the vote. We will be having lunch afterwards. Last one before we go to lunch. So I'm going to hand over to Hazel to carry out the vote.
Before I get to the vote, I am just going to echo the comments made by the Chief Exec in talking about a civil tone when conducting politics is the basis for healthy culture, ethical culture in the chamber. Now, there has already been comments by the Conservative group about Reform members being on their phones. I am now being shown clips of what other people are posting in the chamber, which may be about to cross the line. So at lunchtime, I would like to see all group leaders just to have a little chat about basic ethics and culture in the chamber, and also just to talk about some points of order. But I will now move on to the recorded vote. So Councillor Alcott, for. Councillor Allen, abstain. Can we please have quiet in the chamber? I'm not going to be as respectful perhaps as the chair, because sometimes I can't hear. Councillor Amar. For. Councillor Amos. For. Councillor Aubrey. For. Councillor Bales. Against. Councillor Bastow. For. Councillor Bell. For. Councillor Paul Bennett. For. Councillor Roger Bennett. For. Councillor Birch. Against. Councillor Boatwright Green. For. Councillor Bowen. For. Councillor Cleary. For. Councillor Creswell. For. Councillor Crosby. For. Councillor Cross is not present. Councillor Dunkley. For. Councillor Eacock. For. Councillor Edmonds. For. Councillor Evans. For. Councillor Fordington. Against. Councillor Foster. For. Councillor Hardman. Against. Councillor Hart. Against. Councillor Hume. Councillor Hopkins. For. Councillor Hume. For. Councillor James. Against. Councillor Jenkins. Against. Councillor Jones. For. Councillor Kearsey. Against. Councillor Kent. Against. Councillor May. Against. Councillor McSweeney. For. Councillor McVeigh. Against. Councillor Miller. Against. Councillor Ashley Monk. For. Councillor Joe Monk. For. Councillor Moorhead. Against. Councillor Morris. Against. Councillor Perks. For. Councillor Pingree. Against. Councillor Price. For. Councillor Riaz. Against. Councillor Josh Robinson. For. Councillor Linda Robinson. Against. Councillor Robson. Against. Councillor Shaw. For. Councillor Stephen. Against. Councillor Taylor. Against. Councillor Tudge. For. Councillor Turner. For. Councillor Udell. Against. Councillor Upton. For. Councillor Victory. Against. Councillor Wells. Against. Councillor Wharton. For. We'll just do the maths. I lose the ability to add up.
Just before the result of that is announced, just to let everybody know that the canteen shuts at 2 o'clock, so you'll be advised to get there fairly quickly.
So for that amendment, there were 32 for, 23 against and 1 abstention, so that amendment is carried. Could I see group leaders at the front before lunch? Thank you.
We'll come back at 2. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming back. It's the,
On time.
no, I'm afraid there's no option there. Okay. Okay, we're now on the fourth amendment. It's the, so we're halfway through the amendments, so that's good. It's the Liberal Democrat group's capital investment using the local transport grant. So please turn to pages 237 to 238 in supplementary papers that were circulated separately. I'm now going to call on Chris McSweeney to propose the motion, the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I hadn't thought I would say much to propose this amendment. I was always tempted to just say it as read and leave it at that. Because almost. I won't be long. Because this is an amendment I thought might find support across the chamber. I am an optimist. I'm not entirely sure whether that optimism will survive this meeting. It's a fundamentally good amendment providing funding for things our residents want. I don't believe I need to sell it. But I thought back to my journey to get here and reasons for being here. I remember when, under a previous cabinet member for highways, Worcestershire repeatedly missed out on funding for such infrastructure due to bids described as poor and inadequate. The ultimate result of such policy was Worcestershire receiving an embarrassing 0 rating for active travel, for not even meeting the minimum standards of political leadership on boosting walking and cycling in the county, and for its lacklustre track record on providing improvements. Previous policy in this council, which focused on vanity projects, leaving us still saddled with debt, which impacts very directly on the main issue we are here to discuss and vote on today. Because providing the infrastructure people actually need was a conflict with a policy not to reallocate space. I'm pleased to note things have improved. Before I joined the council, our active travel rating had already been upgraded from 0. But the previous cabinet member for highways can be proud that one reason I'm sitting here is such previous policies, an infamous leaked slide and my desire for improvement. This amendment is just one small step in the right direction for Worcestershire. I hope our ambition doesn't stop there. Mine certainly doesn't. We can and will do better. This amendment will result in progression of projects which have been sidelined for far too many years, along with funding for new projects. This isn't just about cycleways. Whilst that is a passion of mine, my enthusiasm for active travel extends well beyond that to include all forms of active travel. All forms which are supported by this amendment. Just earlier this morning, the desire for a crossing was mentioned to me by another member here. The amendment explicitly provides funding for those as well. But just to speak about a project which is specifically mentioned, feel free to call it my project. I'm happy to go down with that if that's what you want to do. I'm happy to be labelled that way. There are already advanced plans and funding for a cycle route from Powicon to us, so any funding will simply extend that to Malvern. Finally, it is very clear that investment in active travel shows a positive return on investment, a point very pertinent to our debate today. One final technical point, this amendment relates to the allocation of existing local transport grant funding. There is no cost to this amendment. It doesn't increase our debt. There will be no resulting rise in council tax bills. To return to where I started, I don't believe in speaking for longer than I have to. I don't need to say any more. I hope all members are here and understand the importance of such infrastructure. If they don't, I doubt extending my speech and will persuade them. I ask the Chairman to support this amendment.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Councillor Amar to second it.
Yes, I formally second it, and I'd like to speak, please, Chair. Sorry?
Do you like to speak now?
Reserve your right to speak.
No, I don't reserve it. I want to speak.
Oh, you want to speak now?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. You stopped. I was confused.
Thank you, Chair. Too many of our streets were designed without today's needs in mind, and this is what this is about. Busy roads cut through the heart of villages and estates where older people walk to shops, clinics and social clubs, where children walk to school or wait for buses. For someone with limited mobility or a parent watching a young child, crossing an unmarked high-speed road is a daily hazard. And let's not forget, when we talk about speeding, even 30 could kill a child, even less, as the evidence would show. The simple remedy, more well-placed pedestrian crossings, especially near schools. And I have a school in Charford. I've been trying to get a zebra crossing for over 3 years, from the day I was elected as a district councillor. And finances has been cited as one of the obstacles to getting that zebra crossing. So, for the elderly, it means crossings with confidence and dignity, not with fear. For parents and children, it means arriving at school and returning home without the unnecessary risk. For carers and health services, it reduces the incidence of accidents that place extra strain on our already stretched resources. The benefits extend beyond crossings. Improved footpaths, better lighting, dropped curbs and connected cycleways make journeys shorter, safer and more predictable. This amendment is prudent financially and humane in purpose.
Thank you. Do I have any people who'd like to talk about this? Councillor Bales.
Thank you, Chair and members, and thank you for listening to me. I'm speaking on behalf of the group, although I am an independent. This amendment is brought forward more in hope than evidence-based judgment. I just hope it's not a political gain, but I guess we'll soon find out. As an independent councillor, my responsibility is to the residents who send me here to oversee the proper stewardship of public money. At our previous council meeting, I put forward a small, practical amendment to enable design work on future transport improvements to commence. Whether colleagues agree with the merits or not, it was a modest, evidence-based proposal. This was dismissed, and dismissed in forthright terms. Fast forward to today, and the same members who rejected a comparatively tiny piece of work for a footpath and drop curb to improve accessibility for people with disabilities are now proposing multi-million-pound schemes focused on their own areas. This amendment, part of which is to fund the development of a cycleway between Worcester and Malvern, a minimum distance of 6 kilometres through urban areas, what will be the true cost? I do not believe a feasibility has been undertaken for this. What are the cost-benefit analysis to show its good value for money to our residents? What are the risks of overspend? The opportunity costs will be lost, which could be invested elsewhere in the county. Unfortunately, the millions will just sit there now. This is a hijacking of the highway budget. Chair, I find this deeply troubling. Computers for you. Residents expect integrity. They expect consistency. They expect transparency when we're dealing with the sums of this scale. These amendments risk leaving the public wondering whether decisions are being made in the interest of evidence and need or in the interest of political convenience. Chair, the amendments before us today risk leaving residents significantly poorer while eroding trust in this chamber. If we allow this to stand, we're setting a precedent that capital funding goes not to where it's most needed, but to where it is most politically useful. And that's a very dangerous road for this local authority to travel down. I urge colleagues here to think carefully about the precedent we set today. I will not be supporting this amendment, which fails the basic test of fairness and value for money. We're here to protect the public purse, not to divide it up for tactical advantages. I urge colleagues to think very carefully about the message we send out today. So thank you, Chair. And in the interest of saving time, those comments also refer to Amendment 4. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm pleased I was following Councillor Bales because I echo pretty much every word that he's spoken. It's quite obvious. Let's stop pretending this is neutral capital planning. This amendment reallocates £5 million per year for 2 years, £10 million from the local transport grant into crossings, cycleways and footpath improvements. We think that's great. You know, that's the type of thing, that's why we're here. But that's also why we've got a cabinet member for highways, to decide how that money is apportioned from divisional members that come forward and make a case. Not to give a minority party the ability to be able to drive this investment into specific areas. And where this falls over is on the development of cycleways, including Malvern to Worcester. Now, clearly, that's obviously a target area for somebody. And whilst I really enjoy my trips to Malvern and I love walking over the hills or whatever else, I serve the residents of Whittle.
And it is imperative that we have the epitome of fairness across this council and that everybody has a fair crack of the whip based on their case that they put forward. We're looking at this, and I follow from Councillor Bales. The DFT guidance referenced in the report speaks of a risk-based, whole life cycle asset management approach. Risk-based, network-wide, strategic. What we have here is none of that. We have no published county-wide ranking, no comparative need assessment, no scoring showing that these corridors rise above every other need in Worcestershire. Instead, we have designed locations and defined corridors, defined political geographies, and 10 million directed accordingly. Now, when a minority administration raises council tax by nearly 9%, and an opposition group abstains to allow that rise through, and at the same time secures substantial capital allocations in identifiable areas, people will draw conclusions. Not because we tell them to, but because the pattern is visible. County-wide taxation, selective concentration of spend. It's not illegal, but it's not neutral. And it's certainly not equitable. And let me put this plainly. Residents in Wyre Forest will pay 8.98%. Residents in Redditch will pay 8.98%. Residents in Whittle will pay 8.98%. The rural parishes will pay 8.98%. Yet this 10 million is not being allocated through a transparent, county-wide asset scoring system. It's being directed, and that's the problem. Public finance must not be used in a way that gives even the appearance that political geography shapes capital geography. Because once that perception takes hold, trust erodes. Our savings proposal, and I understand it would probably need work and a strong debate between people, designed specifically to prevent that additional 4% burden, was rejected as insufficiently detailed and insufficiently robust. What is the difference between that, in that case, and this amendment? Savings to protect taxpayers? Too uncertain. Capital to enhance visibility in defined areas? Financially possible. That asymmetry is glaring. If we're going to raise taxes at this level, then investment decisions must be beyond reproach. They must be transparently justified against objective county-wide need, not politically convenient, not electorally concentrated, and not opportunistically timed. This amendment fails that fairness test. It may comply with grant wording, but it does not comply with a higher standard that taxpayers deserve when they're being asked to pay nearly 9% more. The whole county pays, the whole county should be prioritised equally, and that is why we reject this amendment. And I call on the Reform administration. I understand the situation that you're in, but this is a massive price to pay for what you ask. It's a huge price. I can't think that it sits comfortably with any of you. You know, least of all the Cabinet Member for Highways and the previous Cabinet Member for Highways when he was a Conservative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know how many times I need to say this, but I'll say it again. I do not support an 8.98% council tax hike. I know it keeps being said, but I don't support it. Just talk.
Let Councillor Evans speak.
Over me, literally talking over me. And what's the point of me being here if I'm just going to be talked over? You know what? Actually, no. Generally, I came here to discuss something that's really important to our residents. And I'm so frustrated by the way that this council's behaved that I was actually going to oppose this budget. And you know what? I'm just now going to walk out. I'm not going to deal with this. I'm not going to sit here and have that level of attitude. So I'm out. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Bennett.
Well, what I was going to say was that actually there is a local need for this cycleway because we are building thousands of houses on that actual road leading from Malvern to Worcester. And also, there's a big town going to be built at a railway station as well. And, you know, you need to be able to get to it because that's also important. So there is a lot going on which you probably aren't aware of, but locally we are aware of it, and that's why this proposal has been put in. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you. I genuinely wasn't going to talk on this motion, but
a councillor that I hold in really high respect, that is Councillor Bales, and someone who, at every interaction I've had with him, genuinely puts people at the heart of everything he's saying. And when he said the line, "This is about fairness," I totally agree with you. And if this said it was 50 million or whatever the number is for all of Worcestershire, I perhaps would have sided with this, but this seems so very targeted. The footprint of the constituency of West Worcestershire seems to be benefiting so much from whatever has gone on today. People are not being equitable. I really think that if this amendment had been neutral, if we had managed to get together and say, what does each area need? My area is not towns and villages, it's hamlets, it's isolated farms, it's areas that need investment, but instead my residents will potentially be paying a 9% council tax to fund cycle paths and a constituency that does not impact their life. I'm here to make their voice heard, and they want to see the money for this council tax rise benefiting them, and none of this so far has. So I cannot, in all consciousness, support this amendment.
Thank you. Now got Councillor Moorhead.
Thank you, Chairman. Like Councillor Bales, and I think very, very articulate in what you said, and fully agree with all of the comments that you've made. This really is around my comment is around all of the amendments that we see here. And I've commented on previous ones, and I just want to make this absolutely clear. This isn't really about questioning the value of those amendments and the projects and funding within them. I think every single one of them absolutely has its merit. For me, it just seems that this is the manner in which this is being done. And it seems, and we may be wrong, but it seems that this is a redirection of funding for budget votes. And whilst I appreciate that technically, if you want to say technically, this isn't costing more money, it is clear that this is a trade-off for a 9% council tax increase for every resident in Worcester. There was a comment made earlier around people making decisions in this chamber without talking to the residents that it impacts. And I'd just like to refer to page 195 in the bundle that demonstrates that they have been talked to. And it's around views on council tax. And the comment in here, or the statement says, most support, or 59% of respondents support increasing council tax by 5% or above. Clever wording, because that's not what it says. It says that 79% support a maximum of 5% or lower. So are you listening? And I don't think the Lib Dems and the administration are. So to be clear, I cannot vote on any amendment or a budget that will result in a 9% tax increase for the residents I represent in Bewdley and Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm only going to be quick. I just wanted to say the local transport plan grant is not asset driven. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
I'm not sure I quite understand the... before I go on, Chair, could I just ask the Cabinet member to explain what he just said? Because I don't understand what he said.
Can't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No.
So, okay, I'm going to move on then. Perhaps you can tell me later. So I remember Liberal Democrats' amendments to the motion that budgets meetings under the auspices of Liz Tucker, excellent councillor. We used to make very small amendments and we were voted down year on year. And never can I recall us putting a motion together increasing, allocating spending, public money of over £10 million. That's eye-watering money which hasn't had any scrutiny. That said, I am delighted that Reform UK are investing £10 million in my patch on a cycleway. Thank you, guys. I've been petitioning for this for 25 years. And I didn't expect a Reform UK party to deliver the outcome. So thank you in advance of your support in a moment. It is something I've been campaigning for many years. The route between Worcester and Powick has been designed. I've even walked through the route with the designers. Great to see that happening. Councillor McSweeney, thank you for your support in my division. But more generally, can I just make the point that there's always a cost, an opportunity cost for what else could be done. And I do think we're in dangerous territory, perhaps, on all these amendments, of fettering officers to do their job in terms of allocating the best possible deal to the taxpayer with the best cost-benefit analysis rather than political manoeuvring. So absolutely delighted to support this. Thank you, Reform UK, for supporting my plan in my division for cycle routes costing in excess of £10 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. So continuing the theme of today's meeting, we now have yet another £10 million proposal from the Liberal Democrats from a so-called endless pot of unallocated money. We all want a safer society, we all want residents to have a better life. But to borrow a football analogy, we have the Lib Dems pushing down the left wing, Reform running up and down the right wing, and the only goal they seem capable of scoring is an own goal. Bum bum. Redditch is home to around 87,000 people, roughly 15% of Worcestershire's population. Yet in amendments we've seen so far, the £1 million train station renovation has vanished, and now we're presented with a £10 million package largely focused on village projects and cycleways between Malvern and Worcester. So Redditch makes up 15% of the county's population, but receives approximately 0% of the amendments put forward by the Lib Dems, and this is likely to be supported by Reform. I'm back on the football analogy theme. Spending £10 million of taxpayer money in this way is not in the form of a team pushing for promotion. It is relegation form, with residents already struggling under an incoming 8.9% increase. This is simply not the time for spending. The money does not have to be spent. The council should be saving, not spending. For these reasons, I will not be supporting this amendment. I implore you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other people who have indicated to speak on this, so I'll ask the proposer to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like I'm getting criticism in both directions here. One side, there's criticism that the proposals are unspecific. On the other side, criticism that it's too specific. I mean, the answer to that is that it is relatively unspecific. We need to make plans on how to spend this. No, there aren't fully costed plans. The idea is that we spend money in the direction of doing this all properly, and this will all be done properly. I will make note of the criticism that it is all being bent in one direction. I apologise to Councillor Wells here about we're maybe not getting £10 million going in this direction. There are three points on this amendment. Only the third one mentions a specific site, and it says including. So this isn't £10 million. Unfortunately, much as myself and Councillor Wells would love it, this is not £10 million going on developing a route between Malvern and Worcester. This is £10 million going on developing things which will provide benefit across the county in terms of active travel infrastructure. There is nothing in ring-fenced in the amendment. This is one suggested target. I believe it's a valid target for consideration, given the strategic nature of the route. And it has been, as Councillor Wells mentioned, under consideration for many, many years. I'm very, very happy to support him in taking this forwards. I hope there are other similar projects in other parts of the county, other strategic routes which might be brought forward. We need the political will to do so, to bring them forwards. Just to answer another point just made at the end there, the money does have to be spent. This is local transport grants. This is not coming out of, as I've said before, this is not coming out of council taxpayers' pockets, out of capital budget. This is grants that we have for this purpose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now, that's the end of the debate and summing up. We'll now move to the vote. I'll hand over to Hazel to carry out the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. So in alphabetical order, Councillor Orcott. For Councillor Allen. Against Councillor Amar. For Councillor Amos. For Councillor Aubrey. For Councillor Bales.
Be surprised against.
Against Councillor Bastow. For Councillor Bell. For Councillor Paul Bennett. For Councillor Roger Bennett. For Councillor Birch. Against, I think Councillor Boatwright Green has accepted he wasn't in the chamber, so he's not going to vote. Councillor Bowen. For Councillor Cleary. For Councillor Creswell. For Councillor Crosby. For Councillor Cross is not present. Councillor Dunkley. For Councillor Eacock. For Councillor Edmonds. For Councillor Evans has left, sorry. Councillor Fordington. Against Councillor Foster. For Councillor Hardman. Against Councillor Hart. Against Councillor Hopkins. For Councillor Hume. For Councillor James. Against Councillor Jenkins. Against Councillor Jones. For Councillor Kearsey. Against Councillor Kent. Against Councillor May. Against Councillor McSweeney. For Councillor McVeigh. Against Councillor Miller. Against Councillor Ashley Monk. For Councillor Joe Monk. For Councillor Moorhead. Against Councillor Morris. Against Councillor Perks. For Councillor Pingree. Abstain. Councillor Price. For Councillor Riaz. Against Councillor Josh Robinson, not here. Councillor Lyndon Robinson. Against Councillor Robson. Against Councillor Shaw. For Councillor Stephen.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Taylor. Against Councillor Tudge. For Councillor Turner. For Councillor Udall. Against Councillor Upton. For Councillor Victory. Against Councillor Wells. For Councillor Wharton. For. We'll just do the maths. So, on that vote, we had 30 for, 21 against, and 2 abstentions. So that amendment is therefore carried.
Okay, right, so we're on the Fifth Amendment. Sounds like something in America. Liberal Democrat Group, capital investment using the DFT Highways Maintenance Block for bridges. Please turn to pages 239 to 240 in the supplementary papers. And I'm going to invite Dan Boatwright Green to propose the motion, the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. This is not a new idea, and I thank my predecessor for giving me the long history of the ideas that have been proposed in here. Granted, she did make a very valid point about inflation, and having done this in the 90s, it probably would have been a lot cheaper, but we are where we are. I had a quick look online, and there have been 17 occasions on one notice board on Facebook alone asking the one question that we all ask the second we see rain: is Eckington Bridge open? It's also about 6 occasions when people say, is Pershore Bridge open? We need to think about the long term here, because the detour, it's roughly about 8 miles, is actually puts a huge burden on the communities on those roads as well. Lorries start to go through the combatants, and we start to have huge amounts of pressure. And if we lose Pershore Bridge, it's a very long journey around the A44. This proposal is to look at the feasibility of whether we can do this and then to start actioning if we can. And we've allocated 5 million to that on the recommendations of talking to the team. We understand that we might end up in a situation where we do that feasibility study and realise that it's completely impractical and we can't do it. But we are hoping, from the discussions we've had, that we'll at least be able to drive one forward. I've always thought that it's about ambition and trying to bring something to the table that improves our residents' lives. And in terms of how much this will actually cost in terms of the funding, we can at least start to think about making people's lives and journeys simpler. So I hope we can support this amendment and start to make life in the south of Worcestershire a lot easier when it floods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The seconder is Councillor Alcott.
Chair, thank you. I'd like to second the amendment and I reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. And I've now got Councillor Perks, which I'm guessing you might be speaking on behalf of...
Sorry, Chair, could I just ask for a point of clarification, please?
Yes.
I'm not sure whether I'm looking at the right amendment or not. Yeah? Bridges, isn't it? We are on bridges, aren't we?
It is, Fifth Amendment.
The proposal says 3.1. It is proposed that 5 million in 26-27 of the currently unallocated DFT Highways maintenance block is allocated to raise the roads at Eckington Bridge and Pershore Bridge to eliminate risk of flooding disruption. Doesn't say anything about a feasibility study or anything. Would the mover like to correct that for us, perhaps?
In order to do something, you always start with the study, do you not?
I'm sorry, but it's pulled into question the entire amendment.
Right, okay, thank you for that. Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will be speaking on behalf
No,
of...
hold on. I thought you were doing a point of order. No, fine. Okay, Councillor Perks. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I am going to be speaking to an amendment, to the amendment. I think it would be helpful if we could adjust the amendment recognising the need to conduct initial feasibility and design work to determine what highways work could be done at these locations, costs and implications. This would take into account any previous studies and will consider what can be delivered for 5 million across the two schemes. Once we have more information, we can then consider the most appropriate elements of the DFT grant to use, recognising they are being consolidated to a single integrated transport fund for the next spending period. To that end, my proposal in wording is to allocate a capped 5 million based on today's value in the capital programme for highways works at the Eckington Bridge and Pershore Bridge, starting with a feasibility study and early design works. This would be drawn down in phases, feasibility and early design, detailed design works, during the next spending review. This in no way would be drawn down from council tax, but instead be drawn upon, upon from the wider DFT grant pool. Thank you.
Councillor Boatwright, Green, would you do you accept that amendment?
Absolutely.
It's a substantive now then, so that's a substantive.
Could I ask for that to be a brief for Germans, and that to be printed out so we can all understand exactly what has just been put in front of us, please?
Most councillors here seem to have laptops. I can email that because I've got it in writing. I'll email it to all councillors now.
I do apologise, but if you have it in writing already, why hasn't it been distributed before the meeting? I mean, we were very strict in terms of the amendments.
I've only received it during the meeting, so as I've said, that's what I'm going to do.
I apologise to yourself.
I've spoken, Councillor Kent. As per usual, you're speaking over me.
I was speaking and you interrupted me, actually.
Right. Councillor Wells.
Chairman, I'm sorry, but in my time sitting in council meetings, I can't recall an occasion where we've amended an amendment. It was one of those rules that you had to stick by, so perhaps Monetary Officer can explain why we can now.
There is a discretion for the chair to allow amendments on the day of the budget meeting, so that's what he has allowed today.
Okay, Councillor Udall, I think you also wanted to...
So it's now been amended to the substantive.
Yeah, so I think we're going to email to everybody now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find
So we're just in the process of emailing it to everybody. Just hang on. Just give us 2 minutes while we email that to everybody.
Carl, to email it to you.
No, I've got it. I've got it.
Do we need to take 5 minutes? Does people need to go for that?
No, it's too soon. So you should now have got an email from Simon Lewis. Send. I'm just going to give you 60 seconds to read it, and then we'll carry on the rest of the debate.
It might just be worth repeating that.
Sorry, point of order. I mean, there's spelling mistakes in this, and also got a query. It says this in no way will be drawn down from council tax, but instead will be drawn upon from the wider DFT grant pool. Could somebody just put that into English for me in terms of...
Don't worry, it's going to be a little bit of explanation. We'll come from Carl Perks in a moment. I think we've all had time to read that now. Councillor Perks, would you like to just read out your amendment again and just clarify that point from Councillor Kent?
Apologies if there are spelling mistakes. I'm going to hold my hand up. To allocate a capped £5 million based on today's value in the capital programme for highways works at the Eckington Bridge and Pershall Bridge, starting with a feasibility study and early design works. This would be drawn down in phases, feasibility and early design, detailed design works through to works during the next spending review period. This in no way would be drawn down from council tax, but instead will be drawn upon from the wider DFT grant pool. What that means is that it is not being taken, as was stated in here, from the highways maintenance block, but instead from the wider pool. It is not being taken away from the highways maintenance budget.
Okay, thank you. Got Councillor Miller as well. So the next person to speak then would be Councillor Fordington.
Well, it was supposed to be for the last sort of amendments, should I say, but I'm still going to talk about it anyway. It's to do with Tembury Wells and the flood defences. And this is Justin Bowen's area, may I sort of address? Okay, so we've got Harriet Baldwin, which has done a lot of work. And she has raised, should I say, 4.9 million first, and then 1.9 million. And in October the 14th, she raised 1.8 million. Alongside that was also Anne Hardy, which also went to a meeting which took place on the 14th of October with Phil Duffy. Can I just sort of say, we're raising this money around for bridges and so, but do we not care about the Tembury people at the end of the day? We need to make sure that the flood defences are up and ready for them, because if they get flooded again, as you know, you've been to Tembury, Councillor Bowen, and you can see that these floods are very much needed. So I could turn around and sort of say with you to say that these floods needs to be implemented.
Point of clarification, yep.
Actually, the £1.8 million of flood money that went to Tembury Wells was obtained by myself through at the Regional Flood and Coastal Committee meeting. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay, that you should have actually used your time as a normal speaker for that. But anyway, fine. Okay. Councillor Harben.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Conservative group, and also, of course, as a local member, and often in this chamber, I've raised the issue of Eckington Bridge, as you know. But fortunately enough, Pershaw's endless boundaries appear to be spreading even closer to Breedon and the Breedon Hill, I noticed, because Councillor Bertright seems to think Great Competent is obviously in his purview, and he's able to speak on behalf of the residents of Great Competent. My mother always said to me, be very careful of accepting a gift or grab it with both hands. And that is slightly how I feel about this, because for many years I've been pushing to get a feasibility study. Now, I'm only going to speak about Eckington Bridge, although half of Pershaw Bridge, of course, is mine. And out of the two projects, the easy one to deliver, I suspect, is going to be Pershaw Bridge. And therefore, yet again, I am anticipating that any improvements to Eckington Bridge will fall by the wayside, because when Mrs. Tucker, on purely economic grounds, paused, I note that word, paused, the development of the Pershaw Bridge, it was just over £1.25 million, and that is some years ago. So I'm fully expecting, if the feasibility study on the two bridges comes back, the Pershaw Bridge will get funded and Eckington Bridge will not. But in many ways, I'm delighted, of course, to see that the Reform Council is continuing to do the climate change adaptation work that I started following the great floods in 2007 and in the 2011 corporate plan, which has seen mitigation and adaptation of our infrastructure to deal with climate change. The raising of Marina Road, the city road by the cricket club we raised, Kempsey flood defences. I could go on. Recently, of course, Sevenoaks has been approved. So we have made slow but steady progress with this. But we are now coming up to the stage where, of course, we're starting to deal with the really tricky ones. And I'm sure that Councillor Allen is about to speak on the Upton to Upton to Malvern Road. Because Eckington Bridge is in the same category. It is going to be a very, very expensive project if you're going to do anything. And for economic grounds, I think you need a new bridge and a new causeway. Because otherwise you will close, because of the length of time that the diversion will be in place, you will close the two pubs, the post office, the shop, the hairdressers, because that is the effect of closing Eckington Bridge. And it will have a ripple-on effect into the economy of Breedon Hill. Then there is the environmental grounds. You are proposing then to put a causeway and a new bridge bang through one of the few remaining curlew nesting sites. And as some of you know, the curlews are a red letter species and are meant to be protected from development. So this is a really difficult project to deliver. Otherwise, we would have done it. When I was leader, I would have just, rather like Councillor Monk has done, directed the money and have it fixed. But, all I can manage to do so far is to get the traffic lights working effectively on the bridge. And that's a good step forward. So, I'm afraid to say I'm going to vote against this because I don't believe that you should be looking at these schemes with only £5 million. The reality of it is you need considerably more capital spend, and I just don't believe that come the end of the day, the feasibility and the cost-benefit analysis for Eckington Bridge is going to come back favourably. When we last looked at it with the help of the LEP, it just didn't work out. And on top of that, the absolutely endless disruption that the residents of Great Competent would face as you direct all the HGVs through their village is going to mitigate against it, and through the AONB. the Cotswold National Landscape. You are going to put traffic and destroy the tranquility of that area by doing this work. It is a dilemma, not a problem. If it was a problem, we would have solved it. So my view is concentrate on Pershore Bridge, and the economic fallout for that on the middle of Pershore will be down Boatwright's responsibility. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So I'm just going to put Councillor Allen on standby for a moment. I'm just going to read through the list of people that I've got to speak on this. I've got Councillor Kent, Hume, Amar, Udall, Kersey, Bowen, Bales, James and Birch. Okay. And I wasn't sure. Councillor Miller, did you also have your hand up as well? I just wanted to check on that. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As I tried to say a few minutes ago, I will be speaking on behalf of my group, and I'll say good afternoon. It's not quite good evening yet. So anyway, I have very grave concerns about the initial amendment and to some extent the amendment of the amendment. Sounds like a dance. On checking with senior officers, I find that this proposed allocation of funds for the raising of the roads at the Eckington and Pershore bridges has not been investigated properly. It appears that the £5 million figure has been plucked from thin air, just a guess. Currently, there is no feasibility study, no business case assessment, no early design, no cost estimates and implications, no idea of the length and nature of the work, no flood assessment, nothing to confirm, and this is important, for the Environment Agency would allow this project to proceed. So the tie-up of £5 million with zero details of duration or scope at the same time as the council is having to consider raising council tax by almost 9% is plainly, I believe, irresponsible. I feel this is a Lib Dem self-promotion amendment, which, if it passes, may lead to some quick photo promo at the bridges, and then later they will lay the blame at Reform's feet when it can't go forward. Had the Lib Dems requested £20,000 per bridge for the initial reports and studies, I would have been able to support the amendment. Tying £5 million up for years on end for what appears to be a political stunt isn't something I can back. So I look to you, Reform. You, since you've come into power, have been very critical of the bridge to nowhere, as I have. You know, the one that started at £5 million and ended at £16 million. I ask you, Reform members, do not do what the Tories did. Don't let the Lib Dems make you stick your finger in the air to guess a price. Get a cost first, spend a small amount of money, talk to the EA and see if they will permit it. Otherwise, you're just going to hide this money away for years and we could spend it on something else. And there's many things that need to be spent in this county. Just to give you a comparison how the Lib Dems should have approached this matter, the Hanley Road in Upton floods several times each year. As the local county council over the years, I've worked very closely with my MP, the County Council, Malvern Hills District Council and Upton Town Council to find a solution to stop the roads being closed. It costs my local economy dearly. It's taken a lot of hard work, but working together, we finally got a detailed costings and 3 design options that Jacobs, who are the County Council engineers, were prepared to accept. Out of the 3 options, we took this to the EA, and the EA said that they would only accept one of them. So we could have wasted £5 million, but we didn't. We spent about £20,000, I believe. And the option they selected came in at £9 million to raise the Hanley Road. So the proposal that £5 million is just enough to raise 2 roads is a joke. It's going to cost an awful lot more. My guess is 20 to 30 million, probably more, but I'm just sticking my finger in the air. I ask you to do the right thing of our residents of Worcestershire and reject the amendment and the amendment. Don't add to our residents' suffering. Don't make your residents effectively poorer for the Lib Dems' political gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Well,
I mean, listening to Councillor Hardman, who knows this subject so well, you'd be a brave person that would challenge him or go anywhere. And then to listen to Councillor Allen put across what basically I've got written down here. I do have an option for reform, though, that will allow you to get out of this very easily. Just ask Rachel Hill what she thinks. And then the whole feasibility study is dealt with, because you cannot do this for the money that is even being talked about. I do wonder whether you've actually looked on Google Maps, because that would probably be the coup de grace in terms of this scheme, because once you do, when it's flooding, or look at some of the photographs that are put out, then it'll be very clear and explicit to you that this is a project that is completely impossible. The bridge, I'm not sure. I know it's listed. I'm not sure whether it's an ancient monument, but somebody will have to correct me, because I don't know how long it took us to repair it when a car unfortunately went through the side with great tragedy. But that area is something like, I would say, somewhere between 250 and 300 metres span that fills up with up to 1 metre of water when it floods. Now that runs square across the River Avon as a floodplain. And for anybody that's actually seen it, it flows incredibly quickly when it's flooded. I'd forgotten about the rare birds that Councillor Hardman has talked about as well in terms of it. But the impact of that under Breeden Hill, in terms of the environmental agency and everything else, is so vast. This is an absolute non-starter. I completely agree with Councillor Hardman. Pershore would be the first place to look at. But at the end of the day, that should be down to the Cabinet member to decide where to allocate this money across the whole of the county. I'm in tune with Councillor Allen, totally agree with Councillor Hardman. This is a bridge to nowhere, and I've seen some bridges that have caused us some problems. To see this being brought forward is the epitome of hypocrisy to me, but, you know, I will be strongly against this, and I would point out to the Reform colleagues, just go on Google Maps and then just get rid of it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, obviously, some of the points are being repeated many times. Obviously, we're going to give everybody a chance to speak, but please keep that in mind. If you could, please raise additional points to add to the contribution rather than just saying the same things again and again. Councillor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I'm generally not in favour of bridge works, especially cycle and footbridges in my local area, but I do recognise the genuine inconvenience it causes when roads near bridges flood, and the diversion routes that also result in inconvenience for people. So I just really wanted to make the point that we need to think about the residents here and have a consultation of them as part of this feasibility work. But I do think in general this is a laudable amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Amar.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really, really important to explain what's going on here, because we have put 7 amendments. 6 of those amendments are coming from grants from the government. What I'm hearing from the other opposition parties is they would like to give this money back to the government because they haven't come back with any amendments. So they haven't come back with any idea about how to spend this money. So if Tanbury Bridge or the people of Tanbury have problem with their bridge, why hasn't the councillor brought an amendment this afternoon? If Withall needs something, why hasn't the councillor brought an amendment? So all I'm hearing is no, no, no. And what will happen is this money will go back to the government. It is not the taxes that they're paying, that we are paying for. It's not council tax, it's a grant. So we will grab it into Worcestershire, or other clever members in other areas of the country will grab the money. So we have chosen, as Liberal Democrats, to work very hard to look at that money and put suggestions. Now, there's 5 million, we've got an issue with the bridge. If the study shows, and the consultation, or what have you, shows that this isn't possible, then that money will stay in the pot, but we will spend it somewhere else. I've got a road in Stoke Prior with sandbags. The council actually comes and puts sandbags because of the flooding. I've lived in Asia, I've lived in Africa, I've lived in India, and I've lived in Europe, and this is the first time I've seen sandbags on the side of the roads in the first world country. It's unbelievable. So what I'm hearing from the other opposition parties is they have failed to bring any ideas. What they've come today to do is vote the budget down, as if when the government comes here, they're not going to put the tax up by 10% like they did in Birmingham, as if they're going to save their members from tax rises by simply giving back the grant money. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to give back the government's money.
Sorry. Okay, so can... You've got to ask for a seconder. Is there a seconder?
Is there a seconder?
Okay, there is. Okay, show of hands, first of all.
Do you accept it's carried? Yeah.
Is it a majority?
Yeah, that's a majority.
Yep. Oh, we're going to do summing up first, aren't we? Right. So I'm going to ask the move of the amendment. The amendment
I hear
to
you.
sum up.
So I think I'm being asked to do the recorded.
No, hang on. We're going to do summing up.
Sorry.
Dan, would you like to sum up?
Quite right. Let me hang on. Yeah, we're getting lots of challenges from over here on the process. So let me just be clear that during a debate, a motion can be moved without notice, that the question now be put and we move to the vote. So when that happens, and the chairman has accepted it's been sufficiently discussed, he's moved that to the vote, that's been carried, then the mover of the original motion has their right of reply, and then we do the vote. So we are following the process set out in the standing orders.
Thank you. I understand the process, but as the chairman had just indicated, I think there was only 2 or 3 people left to speak. So I think it was rather premature. And for those people who've already spoken to actually speak, to actually move this, I think is particularly unfair. And we shouldn't be sitting, we've had 2 people walk out today. People should be able to have their say. It's a very, very important issue. Yep. We've had somebody talk about not understanding about seeing sandbags as if they've never come into Worcestershire. So I think we need to allow those 2 or 3 remaining people to speak.
There are 6.
Please.
There are 6 on the list. And
There's been a vote. I'm sorry that... There were actually 6 more speakers on this, so I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on.
Chairman, can I ask a quick question? And it just... According to the Constitution, 24.2, we should have had the amendment as soon as the monitoring officer got it.
I'm going to ask Dan Boatwright to Green to actually do the summing up now.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarification to start with. I've just got the electoral map up for Pershore Division. The Pershore Bridge is solely in Pershore Division because we have Pensham on the south of the river, which is one of the reasons why Pershore Bridge came up. So I just wanted that clarified. I would just like to point out they're not bridges to nowhere. They're bridges that exist, and they're bridges on the way to Wick if you're on my side of Pershore Bridge. It's a bridge to Eckington if you're on my side of the bridge. So they are ones that are integral to our economy. They're integral to our ability to commute to work. They're integral to what we're doing. I understand that this is not a new idea. I don't understand why people are so resistant to bringing something back that, yes, is ambitious, but I do sometimes feel that the ambition is what we need. So I hope we can support this amendment and start to make things easier to move around the south of the county.
Thank you. We're going to move to the vote as before and then vote.
Okay, so in alphabetical order again, Councillor Alcott, for Councillor Allen, against Councillor Amar. For Councillor Amos. For Councillor Aubrey. For Councillor Bales. Against Councillor Bastow. For Councillor Bell. For Councillor Paul Bennett. For Councillor Roger Bennett. For Councillor Birch. Against Councillor Boatwright Green. For Councillor Bowen. For Councillor Cleary. For Councillor Creswell. For Councillor Crosby. For Councillor Cross not present. Councillor Dunkley. For Councillor Eacock. For Councillor Edmonds. For Councillor Evans is not here. Councillor Fordington. Against Councillor Foster. For Councillor Hardman. Abstain. Councillor Hart. Against Councillor Hopkins. For Councillor Hume. For Councillor James. Against Councillor Jenkins. Against Councillor Jones. For Councillor Kersey. Abstain Councillor Kent. Against Councillor May. Against Councillor McSweeney. For Councillor McVeigh. Against Councillor Miller. Councillor Ashley Monk. Councillor Joe Monk. For Councillor Moorhead. Against Councillor Morris. Against Councillor Perks. For Councillor Pingree. Against Councillor Price. For Councillor Riaz. Sorry, against Councillor Josh Robinson, not here. Councillor Linda Robinson. Against Councillor Robson. Against Councillor Shaw. For Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Against Councillor Taylor. Against Councillor Tudge. For Councillor Turner. For Councillor Udall. Against Councillor Upton. For Councillor Victory. Against Councillor Wells. Against Councillor Wharton. For. We'll quickly do the maths. So that was 34, 22 against and 2 abstentions. That amendment is carried.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to amendment number 6. Liberal Democrat Group, capital investment using the DFT Highways Maintenance Block for roads in Bromsgrove. Please turn to pages 241 to 242 in the supplementary papers. I'm now going to invite... right, so it's going to be Councillor Amar who's going to be proposing the motion. So over to you, Sam. It's 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make this short and sweet. The Brett project, which is costing over £50 million, in order to reduce... I've seen hands. Is something going on now? Seen hands going? Oh, okay, he's okay? All right, okay. So the Brett project is costing, which is a Bromsgrove enhancement road project, it's costing over £50 million. It was agreed and the contract signed during the previous administration, the Conservative administration. We've been told it's going to reduce the journey time of something between 30 seconds and 1 minute. As a result, our residents have been in traffic for 2 years. We've had hundreds and hundreds of trees cut. We've had houses exposed. And one of the other results is that traffic started moving into the side roads. Those side roads have had a real hammering. Now, we can discuss the project. Obviously, I think it goes without saying that's a total failure on the part of the Conservative administration. But let's talk about the side roads. I come here to represent people of Bromsgrove South, as well as everybody else, but they have really had a tough time with this Brett project. And yes, I make no apologies for wanting some money for those roads that have been hammered day in and day out for the last 2 years in Bromsgrove. So the amendment here is to allow for the £2 million in order to fix some of the side roads that have taken a hammering during this shambles of a project which was signed off by the Conservative administration. And let me remind members, the Lib Dems have brought 7 amendments, 6 of them are grant money from the government. If we don't use that money, it's going to go back to the government, and what's going to happen is clever councillors elsewhere are going to take it away. I haven't
Point
heard
of order,
a
please,
single
Chair.
amendment.
I just want a clarification.
Amendment from any of the opposition councillors about how this grant money should be spent. We've heard how they don't like any of our ideas, not a single one, which is disingenuous. If they at least liked one, we could say, okay, fair enough. People like something, they don't like another thing. But they've come here today to vote every amendment down because all they want is to have a headline in the BBC, Worcestershire County Council goes bankrupt. That's all they want. They've not come with any ideas, because we could have supported some of their ideas if they were good ideas, but to come here today without a single amendment about how to spend government grants, which we will lose that money. It will go back into the government pot if we don't spend it, but they don't like it because what they want is to vote it down. As if when the government takes over Worcestershire County Council, if it goes bankrupt, as if we won't be looking at 10% tax rise or more, which was done in Birmingham City Council. So let us not be under any circumstances believe that there is a way out today from these amendments, there is any tax rise from these amendments, because there isn't. These are government grants that will go back into the government pot. And yes, they are taxpayers' money, but that's the government's budget. It's up to them to decide. And they have decided to give our roads some money. They have decided that infrastructure in a first world country is worth giving some money to. Now, who's going to take that money? Worcestershire or other parts of the country? I come here to fight for Worcestershire, and I come here to fight for Bromsgrove South, and I come here to fight for the people that I represent, and I want that money spent in Bromsgrove fixing some of the mess, tiny portion of the mess created by the last administration.
Now, I can see...
It's very simple.
Hang on. I'm anticipating what you're going to say, okay? Because I think what you're going to say is about the point made about money having to be returned to government. I believe that's not true.
Yes, thank you,
I'm going
Chair.
to ask Councillor Perks just to comment on that. You've got this is your time to. I'm bringing you further up the agenda so you can come back onto that point. We shall answer your point, Councillor Kent. And are you speaking on behalf of the Reform Group or not? Yes. Right.
Thank you, Chair. It's been raised a number of times, so I would like to clarify for the room. No maintenance money, no grant money for maintenance will go back to government. It is spent entirely within the county, always. Whilst I have the microphone, and again, thank you, Chair. All managed highway assets across our 4,000 kilometre network are subject to routine inspection, supplemented by defect reports from residents and members. Bromsgrove is treated no differently in this regard. The Department for Transport Highways Maintenance Grant is allocated specifically for the upkeep of the entire network. Where members identify concerns, these should be submitted via the reporting portal, where they are triaged, risk assessed and prioritised in accordance with our statutory duty and asset management framework. Given that substantial works remain underway in Bromsgrove, including the BREP scheme, it would not be operationally prudent. It would not be operationally prudent to commence a further major programme at this stage. Any safety critical defects will, as always, be addressed immediately. With that context, I am prepared to support the allocation of up to £2 million for maintenance works in Bromsgrove, ensuring investment is delivered in a coordinated and proportionate manner.
Thank you. I'm going to just read out the list of the names I've got, because there was quite a flurry of hands at the beginning, and if we get a sort of a guillotine coming in at a certain point, I want to make sure I've got everybody on my list. So I've got Price, May, Birch, Hardman, Wells, Kent, James, Kersey and Fordington. I've got that correct, have I? In Taylor. Thank you.
I assume I have to second it, yeah? Because we haven't seconded it. Can I second it, please? Thank you. Yeah, spoken.
Sorry about that.
Seconded.
Well, fine. Okay, so Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in support of this amendment relating to Bromsgrove side roads. This is a capital highways maintenance grant. It is ring-fence funding. It would have been spent on highways infrastructure in any event. What this amendment does is ring-fence part of the existing grant towards roads demonstrably impacted by major infrastructure works. It is not new money. It is not additional borrowing. It is not weakening of the budget. It is sequencing. Major infrastructure schemes alter traffic patterns. They increase vehicle loads on surrounding streets. They accelerate deterioration on roads that were never designed for sustained redistribution. This is an asset management reality. Residents have endured prolonged disruption in the wider public interest in Bromsgrove. It is reasonable that where there is measurable network impact, capital maintenance funding reflects this impact. Side roads are not secondary, they are part of the network. And when the network absorbs pressure, maintenance must follow. This funding would have been spent on highways. In any event, it is simply being directed in a targeted and proportionate way. Delivery must remain evidence-led. Conditional surveys must guide prioritisation. Professional oversight must determine scope. But the principle is sound. Investment should follow impact. Grant funding should strengthen network resilience. And infrastructure pressure should be balanced by infrastructure repair. For those reasons, Chair, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. My question is, how are you going to actually carry out this work at the time that the A38 BREP work is creating such chaos in Bromsgrove? This wasn't a project that originated from Worcestershire County Council, it originated from the Midlands Engine. The total contribution from Worcestershire was 1.9 million. So what you're saying is, setting aside this highways grant funding of 2 million is actually in excess of what we actually contributed from day one towards the BREP programme in completion. And those are the facts. Now, can I ask, did you, Councillor Perks, did you take part in this discussion? Has this got your full agreement to do this work?
Just to remind you, this isn't question time, but
No,
you
no,
carry on speaking. It's a rhetorical question.
I
Carry on.
understand that, but I just want to raise this question because the point is, I can't see how this work can actually be carried out. As much as I'd welcome it to alleviate the traffic on the side roads, I can't see how you're going to twin track this work and the BREP work. Because the BREP work, once it's completed, we would then go back to normal highways grants across the rest of the piece for Bromsgrove. Why take £2 million of current funding when we could long-term, and I know you've been briefed by your leader, but I just would appreciate you listening to me here, because to add to the situation we have currently, it's not just Bromsgrove Town Centre that's an issue. It is roads on the edge of the Wire Forest conurbation, it's across the whole piece, and I'm here to represent the whole of Bromsgrove, in addition to the Clent Hills division, but it is not just confined to Bromsgrove Town Centre. And I'd like to know, somebody please, if you could supply me with the plan and tell me how it's going to be orchestrated within a £2 million when one road junction improvement in Hagley took £750,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Chairman, thank you. Firstly, I am disgusted at the way the debate's been limited. We're told that we can only have one question at Cabinet. We're told at scrutiny that our opportunity to question is at Council. And then at Council, we're not even given the opportunity to discuss things robustly. Just because people can't be bothered to stay for the day and want to go home doesn't mean the rest of us should be silenced. We've all been elected to represent our residents and we should all be given the chance. But frankly, Chairman, I've got to disagree with what Councillor Ahmad says. The DFT Highways Maintenance Block was designed to support a risk-based whole life cycle asset management approach. Our current programme already prioritises roads based on condition data, safety risk and network importance, including all rural roads. Prioritising what should be an evidence-led approach is politicising the matter. As a representative of Worcestershire County Council, while of course my priority is always going to be around Droitwich East, we work as a team here. And if we're going to work as a team, we need to ensure that approach can carry on throughout. Because if we're going to limit it and prioritise certain divisions over others, then we limit what investment is being put in. And frankly, we can all tell, you don't need to nod or shake, because we can all tell, the Cabinet Member for Highways does not agree with these decisions, which makes me think, quite frankly, that perhaps the Highways Department don't either. He's been told that he can't answer the question by the leader. He's looked very uncomfortable as we've discussed most of these motions, because quite frankly, you know that this is not the right use for this pot of money. It should not be designated to certain divisions. It's here to benefit the entirety of Worcestershire, your division, my division, all of our divisions. What this is doing is prioritising it in favour of one political party, and the fact that you've been willing to support that, well, you know what, I hope your residents are watching this.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I mean, in many ways, people have corrected what Councillor Samamar has said. I mean, she's the newest member to arrive in this council, so I think we ought to be slightly charitable towards her, but she's clearly been misinformed by possibly the man to her left, because this money doesn't go back to the department.
Sorry, Councillor Hardman, that point has already been clarified already by Councillor Post, so please move on.
Our problem is, of course, is the method of distribution is changed completely. And so, you know, I shall give notice that in future I shall put forward any defects into the budget that I have in highways and use this capital funding programme. Because sadly, what has happened is the leader of the council has taken away control from her cabinet member and handed it to the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, it's 3:15. And for 5.25 hours, 7 members of this council, now sadly just 5, 2 felt they couldn't stay, have been controlling and dominating our discussions for 5.25 hours. Talk about the tail and the dog. I find it extraordinary, Nick, that you say that, and I agree with you, that our resources should be allocated in a targeted and proportionate way. Do you believe that this motion is achieving that? And would it not be better to allow our excellent officers to allocate this grant in a way that is targeted and proportional? This is not. We all know what's going on. Let's not kid ourselves. But my goodness me, what a price is being paid for these abstentions we're about to see. Now, social media is doing its worst already. Dan, you're famous. You're already out there, mate. People are congratulating you. 14.7 mil the Lib Dems have achieved so far today. So it says. Well done, the Lib Dem team, it says. What on earth are we doing here today? I have never seen utter farce at all in the 31 years I've sat for a budget meeting. This is really extraordinary.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. We're getting some very, very good contributions to this debate from one side of the room, I have to say, and I totally agree with what Councillor Tom Wells is saying there. I've got quite a lot to say on this particular topic because obviously I represent an area within Bromsgrove, and regardless of what you think of BREP, it's a £55 million investment into Bromsgrove, and the £2 million that's being talked about now is more money that's being pigeonholed, as has been eloquently put forward, politically into a particular area where certain candidates sit. Now, I am following the social media that Tom is talking about online through the Worcester News, actually, because it's very interesting to see what the residents comment. And I'll just draw the council's attention to something here that I think is really apt. The council is on the verge of bankruptcy, and the councillors are all squabbling over how much extra they can spend on their pet projects. They need to get in the real world and get spending under control and stop squandering money on nice-to-haves while the core services are collapsing around them. Now, I doubt there's anybody in this room that doesn't agree with that. Yet here we are with a position where the Reform administration have found themselves backed into a corner, where all 25 of them are still in the room, while the people whose amendments they're actually voting for aren't here. They've gone. I mean, look around you. Please think this through. I mean, I spoke to the chair, and I'm sure he wanted to make sure that the budget goes through today, as all of us do. But this is not the budget that should be going through. You should not be putting yourself into this situation. I doubt any of you want to be there. Can we not absolutely do something different and not vote through this farce here, where, as has been eloquently put, the tail is clearly wagging the dog?
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you. Yeah, and I sort of echo everything that Councillor Kenneth said. What concerns me is the fact that the Cabinet member, and I hope Councillor Price didn't say this deliberately, but perhaps a slip of the tongue, when you said things have to be prioritised. I don't know how I can leave this chamber today and look my residents in the eye and say, your priority is not the priority of this administration. That their priority is BREP. And BREP, from something as well, from an opening statement where the chair has even said that something was factually untrue, but yet there doesn't seem to be a consequence for that. So I look forward to the summary, perhaps the person who presented it apologising for misleading everyone. But it's really important, and Councillor Birch and Councillor Morris and I have worked tirelessly on a Copcut Junction issue. This is a priority for 3 divisions, yet it doesn't get any form of budgetary support. Can we now log an amendment? I think not. What's happened is a pet project has been raised. There's been some agreement because amendments seem to be going in whenever they want, and there is a constitutional grey area that I don't believe we followed, but it doesn't seem to matter today. And I do think that we need to just get over and start working on our areas and what's best for Worcestershire. We can keep talking about BREP. Every question time BREP comes up, and our residents say to us, why so much money going on just one area? What's happening with us? And we're allocating more money to this project. It's a disgrace.
Thank you. We've now got 4 more speakers. Kersley, Fordington, Taylor and Bales. Councillor Kersley.
Wow, thank you, Chairman. I managed to get in before the point was given over into that side of the room, and I actually got to speak. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So, Chairman, the hypocrisy of the Liberal Democrats today is absolutely outstanding. We've heard a lot from Councillor Amar about grant funding and how she thinks it has to go back, which we know isn't the case, but how important it is to spend this grant funding. But I'm really surprised that that's what the Liberal Democrats think, because what the Liberal Democrats think, according to the front pages of all the Worcestershire News, and yes, you're smiling over there, is that not only do they want to give back the grant funding that was reallocated in this very chamber at our last council meeting for Hampton Bridge, and that's grant funding, the grant funding that you want to give out to all these different things that you want to grab your headlines with, but not only do they want to give back that grant funding for Hampton Bridge, but in addition to that, they want to give back over £4 million of Section 106 money that has been received in from developers for Hampton Bridge. I've got no idea whatsoever why, because surely they're defeating their own purpose here, that they want these headlines for all these things that they want passed today for the deal that they've done, but then they go to the trouble of saying that they do not want Hampton Bridge, they do not want the grant funding for Hampton Bridge that this council approved, and they want £4 million to go back to developers. And they spoke earlier about improving residents' lives, journeys easier and simpler. Well, those people that live in Evesham and in Hampton that £4 million was allocated for, they were promised that those houses were built on the condition that that bridge was built. So they should hang their heads in shame and not turn up in anywhere near Evesham. I suggest they stay near Brep and in Pershore.
Thank you. Councillor Fordington.
Well, here we go again. Okay, so I've got A44, Broadbows Cottage. We have lots of accidents and so on. And we've got A413, which goes from Harrow all the way through Tembury. So are we going to get funding for that as well, since we're getting funding for everything else?
Thank you. We've actually got 3 more speakers. So I've got Councillor Creswell next.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, what I'm going to say here today, there's been some really, really good points
made today. There really has. And there's also been some bad points made. I've listened to some good speakers and not quite so good speakers. Now, what I've noticed over the last hour is voices are getting louder and louder and louder. We've already had people leave today because they've been upset. In fact, there's 2 that's left today. Is there any chance that we can just bring it down a little bit and just try and do this like adults? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, the pattern is becoming impossible to ignore. We are being asked to spend more money by the Lib Dems when we actually have less of it. BREP has long been recognised by Bromsgrove residents as a major source of frustration. This is not a new issue, it is a long-running saga, and the disruption it causes to motorists and local communities is well known. What concerns me is the bigger picture, which is being completely overlooked. The council is broke. BREP is already costing taxpayers tens of millions of pounds, and now we're being asked to pour even more money in. That means asking taxpayers to foot the bill yet again. The unallocated fund is not a piggy bank for overspending. It exists for urgent emergency work and essential maintenance. Raiding it for a project already estimated to cost 50 million seems to me to be reckless, and it puts us at even more financial risk. The Cabinet Member for Highways has been deeply involved in this project. I know the pressure he faces daily. He is somebody I respect and actually admire. I am genuinely struggling to believe he really supports draining his own portfolio to prop up this and the other Lib Dem projects totalling £21 million. I will not be voting in favour for this amendment. It was never part of the plan, and it is fundamentally unfair to residents who expect us to find savings, not to create new spending. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And the last contribution will come from Councillor Bales.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't originally going to speak on this, but Councillor May has just reminded me of something. And if I'm right, BREP has been funded by Worcestershire County Council, the DFT and developers. We are now, as Worcestershire County Council, being asked to pick up the bill which should have been sorted through the original contract which went through with the side road improvements, and we should be getting developers to pay for this. And I'm just a bit disappointed that we're not going through this process. We're going to foot the bill for something it's developers. Just remind people that BREP was put forward because the reason was because of 5,000 houses were going to be built and 1,100 jobs were going to be created. It was to cope with that. Developers funded that because they were part of the 5,000 houses and work. Now we're having to pay for this. So I suspect, Chair, that we should be looking for lessons learned from this. And I think we're going around in circles on something which we shouldn't be funding. And unfortunately, I cannot support this. We should be getting our house in order to get developers to pay for this. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So that's the end of the contributions. I'm going to ask Councillor Amar to sum up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, when I was elected about 3.5 months ago, many opposition councillors asked me whether I was going to manage to spend my divisional fund. So the reason they asked me this is because if I didn't spend my divisional fund, I would lose it. And of course, the community deserves to have monies, as many members, my colleagues in the opposition mentioned. Communities and groups and volunteers want some of that money. So they were very keen to know whether I was going to be able to spend my divisional fund. And I just said, trust me, ask my husband. I know how to spend it. The reason one councillor said, Sam, if you don't spend it next year, the administration, the Reform administration, will look at the lack of spending and they will cut it. So perhaps I didn't make it very clear. What I mean is, if we don't spend the grants that the government give us year on year, what's going to happen to these grants? What's going to happen? The government is going to go, well, they probably don't need it then. If they're not spending it, they don't need it. So we've come here today with 7 amendments, 6 of them. We have asked this council to vote through our ideas of where some of that money can be spent. I expected other opposition councillors to come also with their ideas of how this money can be spent. But they didn't come with any amendments. They didn't come with any ideas. They didn't come with good intentions to ensure that we can all vote on their ideas for their residents. We care about all residents. So when they say, what about my resident? Yeah, what about your resident? Where is your amendment for your resident? Where is your contribution for your resident? Why aren't you putting ideas for your residents? That is exactly my question to the other side. We've done the job, we've done the work, and we've come here to represent our constituents.
Right.
Sorry, I don't know what you're trying to tell me, so...
It is factually not correct that the only way that we are not representing our residents by coming forward with amendments that ring-fence funds, which are already there to benefit all of our residents. It's factually untrue, what is being said.
Okay, so
Right, move to the vote.
noted. So we're going to move to the vote, alphabetical order. So Councillor Alcott, for. Councillor Allen, against. Councillor Amar,
for.
For. Councillor Amos, for. Councillor Aubrey, for. Councillor Bales, against. Councillor Bastow, for. Councillor Bell, for. Councillor Paul Bennett, for. Councillor Roger Bennett, for. Councillor Birch, against. Councillor Boatwright Green, for. Councillor Bowen, for. Someone messaged me, so Councillor Cleary, I think you popped out the chamber, but if you think you've been in the chamber to hear sufficient of the debate, for. Councillor Creswell, for. Councillor Crosby, for. Councillor Cross not present. Councillor Dunkley, for. Councillor Eacock, for. Councillor Edmonds, for. Councillor Evans not present. Councillor Fordington, abstain. Councillor Foster, for. Councillor Hardman, against. Councillor Hart, against. Councillor Hopkins, for. Councillor Hume, for. Councillor James, against. Councillor Jenkins, against. Councillor Jones, for. Councillor Kearsey, against. Councillor Kent, against. Councillor May, abstain. Councillor McSweeney, for. Councillor McVeigh, against. Councillor Miller, against. Councillor Ashley Monk, abstain. Councillor Joe Monk, for. Councillor Moorhead, against. Councillor Morris, against. Councillor Perks, for. Councillor Pingree, against. Councillor Price, for. Councillor Riaz, against. Councillor Josh Robinson not present. Councillor Linda Robinson, against. Oh, sorry, but you. No, yeah, I think that's accepted. Councillor Robson, against. Councillor Shaw, for. Councillor Stephen, against. Councillor Taylor, against. Councillor Tudge, for. Councillor Turner, for. Councillor Udall, against. Councillor Upton, for. Councillor Victory, against. Councillor Wells, against. Councillor Wharton, for.
Chair, I think we probably need a break in a second.
5-minute compromise.
Announce a vote, yep.
So that was 29 for, 22 against and 3 abstentions.
5 minutes. Ooh. Okay, we're live. We're going to start. Right, we're going to start any moment now. If you'd like to get your seats. Dan, are you ready to start? Okay. Go for it.
Thank you, Chair. This is a proposed £1 million grant, unallocated DFT highways maintenance, to look at getting some more drainage stability in on our roads. I don't know about everyone else, but in my area, one of our biggest problems we're having at the moment is very old drains, especially from the early 1900s, are beginning to collapse, especially in areas when you've got clay soils. It's doing significant damage to our road surfaces, and we need to get this on track, because once it starts to crumble in the corner, you then see the entire road giving way. This is something that a lot of my residents have been raising, particularly on side streets where we do need to fix them, and so I'm proposing that we assign this money so that we can start to get our drains on track so that our roads stay as safe as they can for longer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So over to Josh Robinson to second.
Yeah, hopefully it's got better now I've come back. I doubt it has, but I've formally seconded it and reserved my right to speak.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. I think we're up to about £14 million of the Lib Dem giveaway so far, something like that. And it was, in the last amendment, it was suggested that the rest of us should have brought amendments forward. Please sit down. By and large, the reason we don't bring amendments forward is because we have trust in our officers. Whichever political party you're in, we have to trust our officers, and especially our senior officers, who work for the good of all the residents of Worcestershire, not just those in one political area. And I'm concerned these Lib Dem amendments are all for residents in their area. You haven't thought about the wider Worcestershire at all. You've simply decided to do whatever you can to produce nice shiny leaflets. Look at us, get yourself in the news. We're looking really good. But the cost is going to be virtually 9% for every resident. And this is another showboat amendment. We already do the work on drains. We already repair the drains. You put it on the portal, you chase your highways liaison officer, and normally you will get something done. And I've had emails today, this morning, before I actually came here, saying that drainage work was going to be carried out in my area. So this is absolute showboating at its worst, and pretending that the rest of us don't care and haven't put the amendments in. I think you need to do more time in the county council, and then you might understand that you're in fact wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Now got Councillor Wells.
Chairman, thank you. Forgive me, it's a kind of similar comment to the last few, really, just with a different spin on it. So I want guys to project your minds forward to the next meeting you have with your highways liaison officer. Okay? And I want you to think about the conversations you routinely have where you say to that person, would you please arrange for this to be inspected, please? The surface there, the footway there, the carriageway there needs some attention. Now, we are putting pressure on those people because we're actually taking away their ability to respond positively. Because so far, we have taken potentially £1 million here out, 2 million just a moment ago, and an awful lot more before that for bridges. So the maintenance budget, whether it's government grants or from our direct council tax base, is going to be impacted. And we need to think about the unintended consequences of what we are doing today. I can't imagine that the highway department wouldn't already be spending in excess of £1 million in dealing with highway drainage matters. why on earth do we think that they are not capable of making the best decisions to allocate public money? And the nonsense that from now on, the implication from now on, that we must all rock up from now on and make our bids for the capital grants, for the revenue grants, because if we don't, it'll disappear, frankly, is embarrassing in terms of its naivety. Chairman, we are going today to regret what we are doing. And I would appeal to Reform to think very carefully about the unintended consequences of the actions of the price you have paid, we have paid, the residents of Worcestershire have paid for this grubby deal.
Thank you. Councillor Pingree.
Thank you, Chair. I struggle to see what the point in this amendment is, because it's assigning 1 million to drainage when we already do a lot in drainage. I mean, if you look at the County Council website in 2024, the team attended 35,584 gullies. They're proud of it. They know that they've done it. And I completely trust them to carry on doing that and do the work on drainage where it's needed. By tying up this money, you're making it less adaptable. You're giving them less choice overall. You're giving all of us less choice overall. And I just don't see the point in this amendment at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creswell.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard some good comments over the last few minutes from Councillor and Councillor Wells. I mean, I represent Starport, Mitton Division, and I've got serious problems in a place called Vernon Road that the drainage system down there is overwhelmed. And it just so happens to coincide with a new development which was added to the street going back a couple of years. It never ever used to flood from that. So I actually welcome this, and I mean, it was something that was said a bit back. You know, yeah, I do speak to my liaison officer about this, but if I can find any kind of more funding to help these people that actually got water coming into their house, and this could be one such vehicle for that, you know, I must support it. I must do the best for my residents. But at the same time, that also goes out to other residents within Worcestershire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Upton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll support this amendment on the basis of what Councillor Boatwright-Green said as regards Victorian drains collapsing. We have a situation in a place called Mill Street in Kidderminster, which is in my division, and also just at the bottom of there where you've got the underpass onto the ring road. That has had flooding problems and water problems going back 20, 30, even 40 years, which have never been resolved. And in some respects, it also creates problems with sewage as well coming up. It needs things like this to get the action for the people of these streets who live with this and have lived with this. And if I can get the funding and get it sorted, I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Amar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I sent an email to the Chair of Scrutiny not long ago about the drainage problems in Stoke Prior. The Parish Council supplied me with pages and pages and pages of drains that have been reported but actually haven't been cleaned out. I would like to bring attention to the fact that whilst I absolutely applaud highways and I do absolutely applaud the liaison officers, we have had a little bit of pressure insofar as the liaison officer had to be working for Bromsgrove and Redditch at the same time. And this obviously caused pressure, maybe some backlog. So it isn't true that the drainage problem isn't, is everything is free flowing easily. And we've just brought this amendment to have a bit of fun today. You know, we have identified areas that we feel that need special attention. And there is a government grant, so this is nothing to do with the tax. So let me keep saying that, because every time somebody speaks on the other side, they say, tax hike, and then they conflate it with the amendments. These amendments are coming directly from a grant from the government. So whether we put the tax up by 0% or 100%, the council tax, this is not actually impacted at all. Out of the 7 amendments of the Lib Dems, 6 amendments are for us asking how to, us putting suggestions and ideas of how the government grant should be used. On the other side, we've got councillors, unfortunately, they're against what we're saying, but they're not telling us. Until now, we're not hearing what they would like to spend the money on. We say bridges, they say no bridges. We say flooding, they say no to flooding. We say footpaths, no to footpaths. We say, we say drainage, they say no to drainage. What is it they want to spend this money on?
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Right, okay. Well, I got a speech, but I think from what others have said, I think, wow, well, yeah, why bother actually? Send it back. You can't send it back. I mean, I did talk about a story to my colleagues earlier when I was selling computers into the computer industry, and somebody approached me from the MOD at an exhibition stand. And they said, look, it's coming up to the end of the financial year and we haven't spent X million or whatever it is. We need to buy something. And I said, well, what do you want? And they bought about, I don't know, 2.5 million quid's worth of computers that they didn't need, just because they had the money. Yeah. So I suppose, in a sense, I'm listening to Councillor Amar, who's clearly doesn't really understand how the budget process works. But if we didn't have a thing for this 21 million quid, and I'm sure Councillor Perks certainly did, then you could send it back to the government, and the end result would be lower tax for the residents of the UK. It would disproportionately affect Worcestershire because obviously the money's been ring-fenced to us. But at the end of the day, it would reduce the tax burden, which I'm sure we all support. Now, I'm not suggesting that. But I can tell you, and following on from what Councillor Tom Wells and Councillor Annan again have eloquently put forward, at the next budget meeting, you can rest assured there will be between 60 and 75 Conservative amendments that all follow on and target our pet projects with the capital programme. So I would suggest, and I know the monitoring officer is already looking at a full constitutional review that really ties this point down, because otherwise I'm sure my colleagues behind me from the Green Party and the Independents and everything else, they'll all be looking at exactly the same thing. So if this is going to happen, then I'll deal with the flooding in Withall. I'm sure Councillor Bales will deal with the issues that he's got in Alfchurch, and we'll all be bringing amendments in a similar line to this one. Now, what we've actually got, we've got an administration run by 7 councillors, some of which have come back now, that has dictated the entire extent of this budget. And we've also got a 2-tier council, because most of the proposals that have been put into this budget have not been adequately costed. Now, it's interesting that Councillor Amar has just said that she's already identified areas that need specific attention. The one thing missing is they're not listed in this amendment. So clearly this is going to be focused or targeted at specific areas. And I do hope that the last part of this, if this is passed, that goes through, is that the Lib Dems have no input into whatever areas you decide to spend this money, because I could probably spend £1 million on drainage in Withall. I know I can. May Lane has got a massive problem. I've got other problems on Lee Green Lane and Station Road and everything else that are major problems. You've got to liaise with Severn Trent and whatever else. This again is, as Councillor Tom Wells, we trust the officers. We trust the cabinet member that's in place to be able to apportion it based on the feedback that he gets from the councillors, and we trust that money should be apportioned. I'm not going to use the words that I could use. I noticed Councillor Wells has used a word I scrubbed out, grubby deal, yeah? Because I totally agree with him in terms of what it is. And you are going to pay a huge price. You've made a fundamental political error. I think both parties have made the most horrendous political move I've ever seen. And I've seen a few. We've built a few bridges, and we've gone through some pain. We have experience of pain, and I think you've created a whole new thing here. But we are going to have to amend the Constitution now, because I think it is going to now be even more abused. And I can guarantee you, if this thing sticks, we will be abusing it. You cannot put yourself in this position again in the future. Do you know what? I actually feel sorry for Reform today. I actually feel sorry for the Reform Council of State, and particularly Councillor Amos, who I sat in a cabinet room with for quite a long time, and we trusted Councillor Amos to use his judgment in terms of highways priority all the time. People might not have agreed with some of the things he did from the opposition, but he was a strong defender of the highways. You know, I'll give him credit for that in terms of where it goes. And he must be looking at this with abject horror today. Abject horror. It's horrendous. I mean, you know, you are going to be streamed nationally. You are going to be incredibly popular. You've made a mistake. All I would do is just please learn from it. And when you do the feasibility studies for all these amendments, please find a reason not to do them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel compelled to. I shall continue. Several of the Reform members have name-checked their divisions, and we can all do that, and I represent a division that is certainly a large part rural. There are huge draining and flooding issues in Chadsley, in Blakedown, in Drayton, and I could go on and on and on. No one, I suspect, in this chamber doesn't want the £1 million quantum of cash allocated for this purpose, and therefore I want to put it on record that I would object and do object to the assertion that we don't want to spend it on this type of work. It's hugely important to our residents. Flooding on major roads, the A448 in Chadsley floods still, despite the measures that we have put in place diligently. And I don't criticise our officers at all. But what I object to is this amendment setting down the allocation today. As the point has already been made, and I feel, and without wishing to constantly repeat, but I feel it should be made, Mr. Chairman, that, you know, this is not the role of this council to allocate this cash. It can be done by the cabinet member as an executive function. But as we all have draining issues, you know, £1 million, if you divide that by 57 elected members, that's about £17,500 each. So I expect each and every member in this council to be getting their fair share to tackle flooding and drainage issues in their division, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Oh, gosh, there's a confusion. But let's be honest. Let's be honest right now. I fully believe in the capability of the cabinet member. I genuinely do. I genuinely believe every time I've spoken to Councillor Perks, he's been honest, he's been transparent, and he's always put my residents, who aren't his, first. I strongly believe that. To echo what Councillor Hart says, £17,500. I could not begin to say which of my rural division would get that priority. I go from Himbleton, which is always underwater, and Councillor Perks and I are having conversations around that. I go to Tiverton, who are always underwater. Who would I go to? Whose drainage is more important? We just need to realise that it sounds a lot of money, £1 million, but 17,500, how much repair work will this actually do? It won't do an awful lot. And I want to also echo the leader, because her and I have committed, Olive Branch, New Start, her and I, that rural parts of Worcestershire matter. And the people that are so disproportionately affected by this drainage is the rural part. I would love this to be £1 million per division, and then I would be jumping up and down saying yes, but £1 million is not going to get the reward that our residents deserve. So I think we should vote this down. We should have a discussion. We should look at the next budget when things are stabilised and actually say, what can we do for these areas? I think this is where we can work together, and it's not by just supporting a Lib Dem amendment.
Thank you. So I'm just going to put Councillor Miller on standby. We've got Councillor Miller, Bales, Moorhead, Josh Robinson, and then Jones. So finally, Tony, you get your chance. Sorry about that earlier.
I can't believe it. Well, I'd give £1 million to Rachel Hill, actually, to bolster her budget because it was cut. But £1 million isn't going to even scratch the surface of this problem. We've got our guys going out repairing these drains and what the amount of drains they are repairing. The last meeting I went to was several years ago, and it was over 2,500 gullies that needed attention. Out of that, and a lot of that damage is caused by our infrastructure friends putting fibre optics in, putting water mains in, just moleing straight through the drains and causing a blockage. Then you get the roots in there, and so it is a problem, and it's a problem where, yes, if we know it's one of the communication companies, we can charge back for that. But it takes a lot of officer time to actually achieve that result. Now, if it was 2,500, I think the latest figure, I heard a figure recently of over 4,000 gullies now within Worcestershire. We've not only got the gullies, we've got the tributaries are all to maximum, so the gullies can't actually drain into the tributaries, so you're going to get flooding. I can Titten Lane, the nasty one is on the 449 by Claines Roundabout that floods there, which is an A road, of course. But we do have, if there's a problem and if it causes danger to our residents, we fix it. We do something about it. So let's not play around with £1 million to make it look good. Let's actually look at how we structure our conversation with our utility companies to actually stop the problem of putting holes through our gullies and everything and doing that. And also the 44-ton wagons that are going up and down the road.
Let you finish the sentence, that's fine. Sorry, we're going to move on. Councillor Bales.
You didn't let me speak first. I should have
sorry,
had another
you've had your
minute.
time. Sorry, Councillor Bales.
Oh, thank you. Just to bring some positivity into this debate, if I may, I'd like to give our thanks and my praise certainly to the portfolio holder and to my highway liaison officer and to the drainage and gully team. I report my gullies, and if you wish as members, you can go on the portal and find out when the gullies were last emptied. If they weren't, get onto your highway liaison officer. I've given him a list and we're getting them emptied. We're getting flooding due to that, and they are going out doing it quickly. We've also got a number of broken drains, which we've got down in my area. We've gone out because the gullies we thought were blocked. We found out that they've got cracked drains, and we've got them in, and the engineers are going out to sort them out. So please, let's get some positivity into this drainage debate we're going on about, and let's seriously think about, this debate we're doing, and is it worth putting this forward? Because I think I've got nothing but praise for them. Thank you.
Thank you. We are starting to repeat some of the arguments, but we're going to obviously carry on. So, Councillor Moorhead.
Thank you, Chairman. I suppose I'm just kind of coming back on the bit around why haven't we brought any other ideas to the meeting today around what to do with the DFT grant? Well, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the budget. So why on earth would we be here coming up with different ideas about how to reallocate already allocated funding? The question is, well, what would we spend it on? Well, of course we wouldn't give it back. As many of my colleagues across the chamber from all different political views have said, we pride ourselves on our highways. Every party in this room has celebrated the green rating that we recently got against our national comparators. So what would we do? We would trust our highways cabinet member, the highways officers that we've got, through the appropriate channels to manage that funding, which we always do. That's what we do with it. And I just keep coming back to this. The grant money doesn't increase council tax. We all know it doesn't increase council tax. What increases council tax by 8.9% is the deal that you are doing with the administration to make sure that that goes through. So let's just be really, really clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I had hoped it changed, but it seems to be, it hasn't. Just going on that last point, a quote from not me, not from anyone from the Lib Dems, but someone else in an opposition councillor said, "This money is from unallocated capital. If it's unallocated, don't spend it." Now, that's where we're getting that from. You talk about the fact that we shouldn't be putting these amendments through, but then also say it's such a good idea that you're going to do it all again next year. You can't have it both ways. You talked earlier about us having So when we talked about having £17,500 for footways, you said no, that needs to be brought all together and it should be strategic. And now you're saying, because we're asking for £1 million for drainage extra in Worcestershire, you're saying that we should devolve that down to every single member. You can't have it both ways. I agree, we do a lot of good things in drainage, but there's always more we can be doing. This fund will help us to very good things across the area. I'm talking about, as everyone else has said, about parts of their division, but I can drive across a lot of Worcestershire and see that the investment is needed on our drainage. So it's a £1 million fund that is extra to be able to help us resolve those issues. I don't see the issue with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person to speak there, on my list anyway, is Councillor Jones.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Okay, can you restart the clock? Thank you. I just want to say how disgusted I am with the behaviour over there. The way you treated Councillor Sam Evans, I think, is disgusting. And
It needs to be about the amendment. Okay.
Okay, I just think it needs to be called out. It was a terrible thing, it really was. And they're there jeering and giggling like a load of monkeys.
Hang on a second.
It's disgusting.
This is only going to go in one direction by doing this. So please keep to the point and actually make an argument about the amendment, please.
Okay. Well.
And could you please apologise just for that last comment about monkeys? It's really important you apologise.
Okay, I apologise about the statement regarding the monkeys.
Thank you. Carry on with your time. Thank you.
Okay, I do support this amendment. It was several months ago within the Environment and Overview Scrutiny Panel that I actually said we needed something just like this, and I called it a gully task force. And so I'm completely agreeable with this. I did have a Z-list celebrity speak to me on Facebook, asking me why we hadn't come and spoken to them about it. Well, that would be sort of the equivalent of knocking on Michael Jackson's door and asking how to entertain children. We wouldn't do it. We wouldn't do it. We can see the reason why we're speaking with the Lib Dems. They're actually being very reasonable. And they're coming up with good ideas, not amendments.
Councillor Jones, there's a number of objections. I think be very careful what you're saying.
Okay, understood. See, I think the Lib Dems are coming up with sensible proposals, and that is why we wouldn't entertain speaking with the Conservatives. They've ran this council into the ground, and like I say, all they know is to mess up the finances. So yep, I support this amendment. Thank you for listening.
Point of order, please, Chair. I think that comment, I don't know where to start from Councillor Jones, and I think you should apologise for that comment regarding the Michael Jackson and the children.
Okay, the Michael
second
Jackson
one,
thing. Councillor Jones, would you like to take the opportunity just to apologise for that, please?
Okay, yeah. My intention was to explain that it would be something that you just would not imagine to do. You would never do that. So I apologise. I should have used a different analogy. Hope you accept my apology.
Thank you. Okay. Right, we do actually have one last speaker, and let's hope that's the last one, and that is Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. I had no intention of speaking, but sadly, when Councillor Jones speaks, I normally have to say something after. I'm sure everybody in the chamber will join me in being
it has to be about the amendment, not what's just been spoken about. That's been apologised for.
Chairman,
so please, about the amendment.
That is exactly what I intend to speak on, and it is referencing Councillor Jones. Thank you, Chairman. And it was what Councillor Jones spoke about that he'd raised at environmental overview and scrutiny about the gully task force. Well, I think what he's actually done inadvertently is reinforced everything that everybody has said today about these amendments. We all in this chamber, I don't know about you, Councillor Jones, but I think certainly on this side of the chamber, we all have great respect for and great confidence in the Cabinet Member for Highways, Councillor Perks. And that is why we have environmental overview and scrutiny and all those sort of committees. If Councillor Jones wanted to listen instead of just chatting to the leader whilst I'm actually trying to speak to the point that he raised. So all it does is reinforce the fact that we do not need these amendments because we in this side of the chamber have complete and total confidence in the Cabinet Member for Highways, and I suggest that you do the same, and that is how the process works. So therefore, we don't need any of these amendments, so you don't need to be supporting them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. No, that's it. No, that's it. Right. We don't. Right. So we've now finished the debate. I'm going to ask the mover of this amendment, Dan Boatwright Green, just to sum up, and then we'll move to the vote.
Well, someone's getting name-checked a lot today, but we are giving the money to Rachel Hill, as someone said we should do. Not literally, and we're not handing it over in that way. We have complicated systems, they need money, and we're not talking about just attending gullies and flushing them out. We're talking about collapsing drains, and I feel like there's a lot of this debate has not actually been on what we're talking about. We have every right to allocate funding. That's a whole part of the way the budget set process works. And we have spoken to officers, and one of the things they pointed out is they said they need more money in these particular areas. So that's what we've done. This is why we're asking for it. I just feel like everyone seems completely confused about how amendments work.
Thank you. Right, we're going to move on to the vote then. Handing it over to Hazel.
Okay, alphabetical vote. So Councillor Alcott, for Councillor Allen, against Councillor Amar. For actually just, I think I'm going to allow everyone to vote because I think there's been quite a good debate. So it was pointed out to me that there were some people not in the chamber for all of the debate, but I think so as I'm not going to get challenged, I think we've had sufficient debate for them to be participating in. So I'll keep going. Councillor Amos.
For.
For Councillor Aubrey. For Councillor Bales. Against Councillor Bastow. For Councillor Bell. For Councillor Paul Bennett. For Councillor Roger Bennett. For Councillor Birch. Against Councillor Boatwright Green. For Councillor Bowen, for Councillor Cleary, for Councillor Creswell, for Councillor Crosby, Councillor Miller. I'm not trying to be rude. I just really struggle to sometimes hear when other people are talking. Councillor Cross is not present. Councillor Dunkley, for Councillor Eacock, for Councillor Edmonds, for Councillor Sam Evans not here, Councillor Fordington, against Councillor Foster, for Councillor Hardman, against Councillor Hart, against Councillor Hopkins, for Councillor Hume, for Councillor James, against Councillor Jenkins, against Councillor Jones, for Councillor Kesey, against Councillor Kent, against Councillor May, against Councillor McSweeney, for Councillor McVeigh, against Councillor Miller, against Councillor Ashley Monk, for Councillor Joe Monk, for Councillor Moorhead, against Councillor Morris, against Councillor Perks, for Councillor Pingree, against Councillor Price, for Councillor Riaz, not present. Councillor Josh Robinson, for Councillor Linda Robinson, against Councillor Robson, abstain Councillor Shaw, for Councillor Stephen, against Councillor Taylor, against Councillor Tudge, for Councillor Turner, for Councillor Udall, gone. Councillor Upton, for Councillor Victory, Against Councillor Wells? Against Councillor Wharton? 4. We'll do the maths. So that was 31 for, 21 against and 1 abstention.
Okay, thanks everybody. We'll now move on to onto the 8th amendment. Again from the Liberal Democrat group, capital investment using the DFT highways maintenance block for rural roads. Please turn to pages 245 to 246. And this is going to be proposed by Chris McSweeney. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I'll follow on from what I said on the previous amendment I proposed and keep this short. I hope others here might follow my example and not repeat points which have already been made several times. I suspect my optimism will be tested. I shall avoid any political comment or discussion of the budget, even in my summing up it has already been done. We have a network of rural roads in Worcestershire. I expect most of those here have rural roads providing critical transport for their residents. While villages that do at least have the luxury of 2 roads connecting them to the places people need to go to, so when one of them is closed for maintenance for a month, residents do still have a choice of a diversion of only 3 or 4 miles. Though as discussed on the previous amendment, that road might be flooded. Just ahead of expected responses, I'm making no suggestion that any of this money should be directed to roads in my area. This is a proposal to support maintenance of rural roads across the county, including in the areas of members sitting on my right who I'm sure will vote against it. Whilst we all know in this chamber where most of our council tax money goes, many of our residents have a different impression. We have an implied contract with our residents to keep these roads in good condition, something I'm sure most here will appreciate as a task akin to painting Forth Bridge. Investing more money in this area can only be a good thing. I shall repeat my final technical point. This amendment relates to the allocation of existing DFT highways maintenance block funding. There is no cost to this amendment. It doesn't increase our debt. There will be no resulting rise in council tax bills. I ask the Chairman to support this amendment.
Thank you. I think that's going to be seconded by Councillor Boatwright Green.
I second this amendment and reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you. So I've got Councillor Birch first.
Councillor Tom Wells.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I am speaking on behalf of the Conservative group. So once again, I want to reiterate one of the points I made earlier, that the DFT Highways Maintenance Block is explicitly designed to support a risk-based whole lifecycle asset management approach. Our current programme already prioritises roads based on condition data, safety risk and network importance, including rural roads. This is a ring-fence fund focused around political point scoring. It pushes us once again back towards reactive spending rather than preventative investment. It once again provides funding for certain divisions, as we have seen with all of the previous amendments, while allowing others to suffer. We all have projects within our division, the Cabinet member included with the Stourport Ring Road. I am sure he would quite like to see investment go into that. I would like to see investment go into the Copcut Junction. I know that other councillors around have their own projects within their divisions, and we would all like to see some money go into it. The reason that we haven't opposed those amendments is because that's not what that fund's there for. The fund is there to deal with issues as they come, to ensure that we are proactive in our response, and that we don't ring-fence huge sums of that money to certain divisions, which will consequently mean the rest of the county will suffer as a consequence. As the Cabinet member knows, as the Highways Department knows, and as they firmly, in my opinion, would believe. There's clearly a hidden motive here, and it is not in the best interests of Worcestershire roads. They are pet projects for the simple reason that these projects could be funded through this fund anyway if they were deemed to be of necessity or importance to the county roads and highways network. The reason that they may not have been prioritised is that they may not have been seen as a priority in the wider Worcestershire context. What's been doing here is we are forcing that money into certain locations, which will mean, as I have said, other areas may struggle. I've been given the responsibility to respond to the last amendment. Now, the Lib Dems have worked tirelessly to produce 7 amendments, none of which, credit where it's due, none of which have focused on finding savings, reducing the council tax burden on our residents, or supporting the financial sustainability of our council. The clear demands and pressures that the external auditors have set out, the things that they have told us to focus on, finding savings, the things that the 151 officer have told us to focus on, they have in fact done the opposite. They have taken up more officer time that, as we heard from the Section 151 officer, needs to be spent on making transformational savings. This side of the chamber today and the opposition councillors have made it clear where our priorities lie, in that our priority is keeping more money in the pockets of those that earn it, in our residents' pocket. Our number one priority must be ensuring that we allow our senior officers to spend their time wisely on making those savings that this council needs to see. We have made clear between these two benches that that is where our priority lies. We are not in this for pet projects. We're in this to make Worcestershire a more sustainable area. And I firmly believe that a number of people on the reform benches believe the same in terms of that's why they got into this game. And I believe that if we are going to allow that to happen, then we need to oppose these amendments. I have been disappointed by the results. I feel this one will go the same way, so I've probably wasted the last few minutes of everybody's time, but I've made the point regardless, and hopefully it might stick in one or two's minds.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
The eagerness and the anticipation. Well, how could you follow such passion from Councillor Birch? She's obviously destined for an incredible future, I hope. There was a famous line from Margaret Thatcher, and it was, I know, sorry, Natalie, it was, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. Yeah? Yet here we are with an allegedly right-wing party acting like socialists with their new colleagues, throwing money around that they don't have, funded by debt. Now, I've actually come up with a potential solution from the way this council meeting has gone today. And I think the new cabinet member for Doge should take this on board. It's quite clear that both the Reform Group and the Lib Dems have lost total confidence in the post of cabinet member for highways, because they all seem to think they can do the job better and they can apportion the money in what they want in the way. And whilst I think he's an incredibly effective and actually quite a nice guy, perhaps he should be repurposed to one of the other cabinet roles, and you could delete the post, Councillor Price, and then you could just ask your new Lib Dem colleagues to tell you where to spend the money, and that way you'll save yourselves that cabinet role. Now, I'm not sure where Councillor Welles's tally is in terms of the money to date, but I'm probably up at about 21.2 million at this point. 21.2 million. Now, I'm sure I'm going to get accused of the cash and capital and revenue, but we're at a point whereas if we could have found 14.4 million of savings, the residents of Worcestershire would have had a 4.98% council tax rise. Now, EFS is a loan to fund revenue. We have spent and wasted £21.2 million to buy votes to get the residents of Worcestershire an 8.98% council tax rise when £14.4 million would have left it below 5%. So I'd just leave you with that salient point. Thank you, Chair.
Josh, you'd like to make a point of order?
Yeah, I don't, again, as I've said across the chamber to different people, I think we need to lower the tone of debate, and to accuse people of buying votes, I think is something that a councillor might want to reflect on, because I think that gives a really bad impression of what councillors are. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure that was a point of order. Okay, no, that was robust debate. I'm satisfied that was robust debate. We're going to move on to Councillor Wells.
Chairman, thank you. And can I take this opportunity just to say, with my OSPB chair hat on, before I forget, Justin, Rob and Carl have been great attendees, and your contributions have been incredibly helpful and welcome. So I'm going to take that moment just to put that on formal record. Chris McSweeney and I go back a long way. In fact, he told me the other day that I'm the reason he became a councillor. Paul, I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that, but Chris, I would say to you that you seem to be, and your group seem to be looking at the DF highway maintenance block as a magic money tree. It is a really important component part of how we allocate funds in highways, coupled with our own council tax base. And I'm sure, Chris, you can answer this in your summation, but I'm assuming that your priority to invest in rural roads, of which I'm incredibly grateful, by the way, because I probably have more rurality than anybody else, is based on the annual survey of the condition of roads in Worcestershire, a scientific, objective survey that we do every year, and that should be where the money goes. It's not possible to have A, B, C, and unclassified roads all up to top notch at the same time. We invest as the survey comes back to us. So I'm assuming that there's some empirical evidence behind your proposal that would demonstrate why we should be doing this.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you. And I think I just want to start by saying how disappointing it is that members of the administration groan and say no when colleagues talk. We are here to represent people. If they choose not to talk, that is on them. But on a lighter note, I'm really quite honoured today that we have seen the birth of the Liberal Reform Party. People that will stop the boats and give them a goodie bag when they're going home, because that is what's happening here. You have got someone that says they are going to cut tax, you're going to cut waste, and yet we have over £21 million worth of commitments, and it could be grant, it could be loan, quite frankly, it could be a whip round. But what is happening is it is taxpayers who are paying for this. Every amendment today comes from the public purse. From whichever purse it is, that's where it comes from. And it is quite funny that we have little, 2 million here, 1 million there. These aren't big things. But when we were looking at the capital programme, we had to cut £1 million in the SEND commissioning because that was a huge deal of money. Today it's not a huge deal of money. £1 million today just seems like a flippant way to, I can't say buy votes, can I? Get a friendship brewing, buy a coffee in politics. But what is really important here is that we're going to lose this vote. I think that's really quite clear. Reform are quite happy to be Liberal. They've been Socialist, they've been Liberal, who knows where they'll be next. But what's disappointing is when people say to me, what do you get from voting for Reform? What you get for voting for Reform is £21 million and a 9% council tax hike.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. There are two main routes which connect Tenbury Wells and the surrounding villages with the rest of Worcestershire. We've got the A456 and the A443. Either side is a patchwork of B roads and lanes which together joins our rural community. When those roads fail, as we saw very recently on the B4204 near Rochford, the road collapses and it can literally cut off villages. I cannot believe that I'm hearing members who supposedly represent rural communities talking against this amendment. It literally ring fences additional funds to keep the lifeblood of our rural communities going. But then again, on the one hand, they're quite happy to say officers are running the show, and in the next breath saying we should trust the officers. It's really very simple. If you genuinely support our rural communities, then you should support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the intent behind the proposal to allocate 2 million of the unallocated DFT highways maintenance block to establish a rural roads priority fund. I fully recognise that many of our rural routes are essential lifelines for residents, farms and local businesses, and their condition matters greatly to the communities that they serve. However, I must be clear that our current asset management approach already delivers on that objective. Maintenance investment across Worcestershire's 4,000-kilometre highway network is determined using a risk-based worst-first methodology. Schemes are prioritised using robust condition data, safety considerations, network resilience and the importance of maintaining access. This ensures that roads experiencing significant deterioration, including those in rural areas, rise through the programme based on evidence, not geography. Rural routes are not treated as secondary to urban roads. Where a rural road presents higher structural failure, safety risks, or serves as a key access route, it is prioritised accordingly within the capital programme. The system is designed to be equitable, transparent and data-led. Introducing a separate ring-fenced rural fund would not change the underlying prioritisation criteria. Instead, it risks fragmenting a coherent county-wide programme and reducing the flexibility we currently retain to respond to emerging defects and network pressures wherever they arise. My focus remains on maintaining a consistent, disciplined and data-driven investment strategy that protects the integrity of the whole network for all residents.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this amendment as someone who represents a mainly, it's not an urban area because Bromsgrove is, should be still a town, but the Tories keep trying to make it bigger. There are a couple of, a handful of rural roads in mine, but as we keep being accused of trying to put amendments in that would do for our divisions. Again, people need to read the amendment. It will talk about rural roads across Worcestershire, of which, as I say, I have a handful of them, whereas I think there's, if I'm looking over there, people who have more rural roads than I do, so I don't think you can accuse me of that one. If you drive around some of our rural roads, you'll see that we need more investment. I think it's quite interesting as well to hear people the other week saying that you definitely can't do anything on highways. You can't cut highways. We need more money in highways. And then an amendment comes forward to put more money in highways and they vote against it.
Could I have a point of order, please? Because yet again, it's not more money, it's just repurposed.
Okay.
Sorry, so just to clarify that isn't, there's no more money being put in. So if I got rid of it, I can't lower council tax. Is that what he's saying?
Okay, you finished your point now, Josh, I think. Yep. So, Councillor Harben.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I have to say I'm deeply worried about this amendment because I worry that we're not looking at things in the round, quite obviously. I know that. And the Liberal Democrats are pushing forward a series of sort of specialist amendments. But I think that by creating a priority rural highways block of £2 million, I'm worried that the unintended consequence will be that we actually see spending on rural roads fall. Because what will happen, I suspect, is we have to probably take this money off the A's and the B's. Now, I have a B road, that's the only road I have, and I presume then that will get less maintenance so that the rural roads will get more. Or what will happen is the officers will say to me, no, we have a priority rural roads fund of £2 million, but I'm afraid to say it's spent out. Therefore, your patching and repair work is not going to get done this year. The money will have to come from somewhere. It is not extra money. It is a DFT grant that has been going on for a number of years. And up till now, we've always had confidence in Alan Amos, believe it or not, and his successors, even Mark Bayliss. And now we have confidence in Carl Perks that working sensibly with the directors, we make the best use of the money on a county-wide basis. So I'm worried that we're inadvertently putting a cap on Chairman.
Thank you. And the last speaker I've got this is Councillor Amar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we've heard here now, finally, an admission that this is not more money. This is an allocation of the funds, the grant that the government is giving this council So we've come to from Councillor Kent. So he did say that. He did say it's not more money, it's a reallocation. That's right. As I've said, we've come here with 7 amendments and 6 of them are from the government grant. They have nothing to do with the council tax, even though they mentioned the council tax and conflated it on multiple occasions, which I think is disingenuous, and it's not fair to residents to do that, you know, confuse them and bring two things into one. So we've come today with a vision, a Liberal Democrat amendments that shows a vision. It shows we've done the work, it shows we've talked to residents, it shows we've seen the needs. And what I wish, as an independent thinker, as somebody who has an open mind, what I do wish that the other side, the other groups, the other opposition, came also with their vision, with their ideas, with their priorities, so we could have had a reasonable debate about this grant that the government is giving us, which is not affected by the council tax, even though they have tried for the last few hours to conflate the two so they can confuse residents, which is really highly disingenuous in my view. So we've come with a vision, we've done the work, and hopefully we can pass all of our amendments, the last of our amendments, because, you know, most of Worcestershire has rural roads. And yes, we have to make judgments, we have to make choices about how we spend this grant. But it's not appropriate to leave the grant without any kind of ideas or vision, etc., and just say, oh, well, the officers will deal with it. Well, what's the point of becoming a councillor then? Why did you run for elections? Why did you ask people to put their faith and trust in you if you don't want to do the work?
Thank you. So we're now at the end of the contributions. We're going to be summing up, but before that, Dan Boatwright, Green, you reserve your right to speak. Would you like to speak?
Our unclassified roads have been falling apart for too long, and this is why this amendment has come forward. We need to actually put some money into them. And as has been stressed here, and I'm glad that finally people have caught on, this is money that is being repurposed. We can't lower council tax by not doing this. And if it was £1 million worth of debt, then we would end up paying interest and actually having to pay more. This is 1 million of grant, so it's 1 million and it's a million, that's it. I don't understand why we end up with these conversations when it's clear that this is being completely drawn out of just being, well, I'm trying to avoid the word lie, deception. There we go, it's a deception. Can I just point out that there's been people groaning throughout, but you also shouted somebody down. You actually did that. And so this idea that somehow the behaviour is only one way is completely and utterly unacceptable. But what I would also point out here is through this whole process, we have worked with officers and spoken to them, and there is literally, on every one it says, head of paid service technical documents, monitoring officer technical documents, chief financial officer sign off. We have spoken to the officers about our priorities and asked them, is it possible to do these things? Because we wanted to do what was right for our residents, because we've been sent here by them.
That was his right to speak. So I'm going to go to Councillor McSweeney to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to say a lot more. I'm pleased to note responses which ignored the points I made in my proposal and stuck to their pre-written scripts, as expected. I'm also getting a feeling from the responses they think this chamber serves no purpose. We should just leave all decisions to officers and cabinet members, even Mark Bayliss. Let me reiterate that the money proposed being spent is not new money, not money we have to raise through council tax. This is money we have available to spend. It's disingenuous to suggest otherwise or to conflate this amendment and the spending direction being proposed by this amendment with council tax rises. What we are proposing here is how to direct this spending. Surely directing spending is part of our job as councillors, otherwise what is the point of us? I can't not finish by responding to Councillor Wells. I resisted the possibility of incorrectly using a right of reply, as seems to be quite common in this chamber at the time as I was named. I have indeed known Tom for many years. I probably did say Tom was one of the reasons I became a councillor. I'm pleased he supported the motion I proposed earlier. Maybe he planted that idea in my head many years ago. What I'm going to do also, I'm going to sort of blame Tom for influencing me if I do anything wrong here. I rest my case. Thank you.
Right, we've come to the end of the debate. We've summed up. We're going to move to the vote. I'm going to ask to go forward on the vote. Thank you.
Okay, so alphabetical order again. Councillor Alcott. For Councillor Allen. Against Councillor Amar. For Councillor Amos. For Councillor Aubrey. For Councillor Bales. Against Councillor Bastow. For Councillor Bell. For Councillor Paul Bennett. For Councillor Roger Bennett. For Councillor Birch. Against Councillor Boatwright Green. For Councillor Bowen. For Councillor Cleary. For Councillor Creswell. For Councillor Crosby. For Councillor Cross not present. Councillor Dunkley. For Councillor Eacock. For Councillor Edmonds. For Councillor Sam Evans not present. Councillor Fordington. Against Councillor Foster. For Councillor Hardman. Against Councillor Hart. Against Councillor Hopkins. For Councillor Hume. For Councillor James. Against Councillor Jenkins. Against Councillor Jones. For Councillor Casey. Against Councillor Kent. Against Councillor May. Against Councillor McSweeney. For Councillor McVeigh. Against Councillor Miller. Against Councillor Ashley Monk. For Councillor Joe Monk. For Councillor Moorhead. Against Councillor Morris. Against Councillor Perks. Abstain Councillor Pingree. Against Councillor Price. For Councillor Jabariaz not here. Councillor Josh Robinson. For Councillor Linda Robinson. Against Councillor Robson. Abstain Councillor Shaw. For Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Against Councillor Taylor. Against Councillor Tudge. For Councillor Turner. For Councillor Udall not present. Councillor Upton. For Councillor Victory. Against Councillor Wells. Abstain Councillor Wharton. 4. We'll do the maths. So that was 34, 20 against and 3 abstained.
Great. Right. I'm going to propose we crack on and just carry on now with the substantive motion rather than having a break. So as amended with those, I think 7 of the 8 been amendments been passed. Okay, so just bear with me a moment. Right. So the budget is now going to be put forward as a substantive motion, as amended. I'm going to ask each of the group leaders in turn to speak on behalf of their group on the substantive motion. So first of all, I'm going to call Councillor Joe Monk.
Thank you, Chair, members and residents. This is one of the most difficult speeches I've had to make, not just because we have been discussing a rise in council tax, but because I sat on this in this chamber in a previous administration. Yes, I was there, but I was a very backbencher, forced to sit between 2 unpopular male colleagues and not in the normal alphabetical order of the chamber that was normal for everybody in here. I was a voice that was frankly gagged. For years, council tax was kept artificially low, not because the pressures were not there, not because the warnings were not given, but because it was politically convenient for votes. It kept headlines friendly, it kept things popular, but it did not fix the structural problems in this council's finances. Reform UK does believe in overall in low taxation, yes. We believe residents should keep more of what they earn. We believe waste should be rooted out before anyone is asked to pay more. And we believe political honesty does matter. But Reform UK also believes in responsibility. The Section 151 officer's report could not be clearer. Without exceptional financial support and without maximising council tax flexibility, we cannot set a lawful budget. The alternative is a Section 114 notice, which is financial collapse. That would mean immediate suspension of non-essential spending for all of these councillors in this room now. Drastic service cuts and a 74 million hole that would have to be filled. That would not protect residents, that would devastate them. We are facing relentless demand in adult social care, children's placements and an SEND deficit. These are statutory services. We cannot simply walk away from them. For too long, recurring overspends were covered by reserves and one-off mitigations. That is not sustainable, it is not honest, and it is not conservative with taxpayers' money. The truth is this: keeping council tax low while costs were rising year after year was not prudence. It was postponement, and postponement always comes with a big bill. But what I'm hearing off the majority of people of Worcestershire that I speak to, and some of them nationally, is not just thank you for acting on local issues that I do regularly, but who is taking all the houses? Who is going to live next door to us? And who is going to keep our women and girls safe on the street? Are we living next door to convicted criminals? Are we living near convicted sex offenders? We don't feel safe. Reform UK stands for reform, not for denial. That means tightening expenditure controls, it means transformation at pace, it means challenging contracts, recruitment and inefficiency. It means rebuilding reserves so we can never again be on the brink of relying on government capitalisation directions just to balance the books. But to stabilise this council now, we must take this step. I say this is to residents directly. I know this hurts. It hurts all of us in here today who pay their council tax. I know many of you feel squeezed from every direction. We all feel it. This rise is not about political vanity, prestige projects or bureaucracy. It is about preventing financial failure and protecting essential services for the most vulnerable. As someone who sat in the previous administration, who raised concerns quietly and saw them brushed aside, I will not repeat that mistake. I will not stay silent while the numbers tell a different story. This increase is not popular. Reform UK does not chase popularity, we chase accountability. The responsible course today is to accept the reality in front of us, stabilise the council and then dive through the reforms that should have happened years ago. That is the honest choice, that is the responsible choice, and that is why I will support this budget.
Thank you. Right, thank you for that. The next person to speak now will be Councillor Adam Kent.
I was just wondering whether we were going to get an apology for what's just been said first, but I'll leave that with you, Chair, in terms of where you are. I do wonder whether this will be the start of a leadership bid within Reform, really. To be perfectly honest, Councillor Amos has been very quiet through the entire meeting, so I wish him the best of luck. Artificially low, council tax, artificially low. I did hear Councillor Denham talk, actually, on a press release where she said we kept council tax low for 20 years. 20 years. That's a clear difference, isn't it, in terms of where we are? You know, that is what we stand as Conservatives for. Low tax, small state, grow the economy. It's interesting you talk about your time in the Conservative Party. I mean, you do have a selective memory. You resigned, I think, in March 25, just before Purdah, and then stood for reform. Opportunities, don't blame you, go for it, see what happens. But you were deselected by the Conservative Party, I believe, which is what triggered that decision. Now, we've gone through all of it, and we've heard the Section 151 officer, I think both at OSPB, at Cabinet, and every meeting that we've been in, that has said, up until post-COVID, this council did a balanced budget. You may not have agreed, some of you, with what we spent money on. I understand that, and I accept that. But it was a political decision that was cast by the residents of Worcestershire, and what they got back was huge investment into Worcestershire. Huge investment. Look at the Southern Link Road. I noticed the County Council has been posting pictures of it, surrounded by water, with traffic flowing up and down it, delivering people to their jobs, helping the economy stay up. Somebody talked about Worcester Parkway, the train station, and talked about, they actually said 2,500 houses. I think it's actually going to be 20,000 houses are facilitated there. Now that does mean that a lot of areas of South Worcestershire will not have to take housing because the provision is there. It does mean that the right infrastructure can be put in place. You can build schools, you can ensure you've got jobs there, you can do all of that. So I will stand up for our record extremely strongly. And what's quite clear is, we didn't stand in May on cutting waste and reducing taxes. We didn't stand on that agenda. I'm sorry, is what I'm saying unacceptable to the leader? I presume she won't be voting on the budget now anyway, so that's one victory. We didn't stand on those particular items, and you did. And you're here today, and your leader, who has just left the room conveniently, was sat there full and prime. In fairness to Councillor Amos, he fled a little bit before. Yeah, but I've sat next to Councillor Amos and delivered those budgets alongside everybody else as well. And we all want lower council tax. Of course we do. But today, what have we seen with this budget? Have we seen lower council tax? Have we seen savings put forward? No. What we've got is a £600 million plus budget, a 9% tax rise when all the residents were promised to cut taxes, to reduce taxes and remove waste, and 60 million of exceptional financial support. That incidentally, if you hadn't asked the government to increase the council tax and you had just applied for the EFS, you may well have not had to go to the level that you've gone, because they've just taken that amount of money off the EFS. Now, I strongly believe that 21 million of this money is clearly, and the residents out there, they're all posting on social, why are we spending this money? How have you suddenly found this money? And I understand you trying to make insinuations about capital and revenue and everything else. But to people out there with money in their bank, they don't differentiate. They're looking at the money that is being spent. It's not free. There isn't a money tree, as has been pointed out by one of the people on this side. This is money that has to be paid for by taxpayers in the United Kingdom. Now, if every council in the UK had got money left over and they proportioned it or did something else with it, it would reduce the tax burden of this country. Everything is paid for. Money is not free. Just because it's a grant, just because it's come from the government, and whether it's revenue or council tax, it is not free. We put forward an amendment to try and keep council tax below 5%. Nobody else tried to do that. And I knew it was going to be hard. I understand the situation. But it's going to be hard because since May, avoidance is what we've seen. In June, when the financial warnings were already there, which we've heard, and the current leader was sat there in the Conservative administration, voting for all those budgets, you could have refused. You've had colleagues on your panel that have abstained on particular things. You could have actually stood up and spoke, but you didn't. You kept quiet. And then we got to that cabinet meeting, the first one, and yet that was the first time you went viral. I think this is going to be at a level of that, to be perfectly honest. 20 minutes you spent going through that budget. 20 minutes. Well, we've spent a considerable lot longer doing it. The residents of Worcestershire are going to be well aware of what's coming in the future, and it's a clear choice between a low-tax party that is going to deliver for the residents or a high-tax, clueless group. Thank you.
Thank you. Now going to move on to the Guide Group. Councillor Matt Jenkins.
That's me. Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to start before I get on to my speech about basically I'm disgusted that the leader of the council for vilifying immigrants as she did. I think such xenophobia is unacceptable. But I will move on to
what I prepared, and it's not a laughing matter. I will try in my 5 minutes to take a broader view of the financial issues our council faces, as I think this has been a bit lost over the debate over the past few hours. We all understand that the county council faces severe financial pressures, and the causes are multiple. The provisional settlement from the Labour government has not helped, as it does not keep pace with the demand and cost increases that the council faces. And one of the biggest increases in our costs was due to the stupid decision to increase national insurance for businesses. The private care sector, which we are so reliant on, unfortunately, has passed pretty much all these costs on to us. The removal of 90% of the DSG deficit was, however, very welcome. But the point people need to remember is this still leaves us with a deficit, which is likely to increase over the next few years, probably to over 40 million in 2028. And at that point, we need to pay it off. Where will we find this extra 40-odd million from? So the root cause, in my view, of the financial problems goes back far longer, and certainly not the fault of the current government. The previous Conservative government from 2010, under its austerity drive, drastically reduced the funding to all councils. At the same time, plus the Lib Dems, thank you. At the same time, previous Conservative administrations at the County Council chose to focus on having the lowest council tax, as they're proudly stated, but opting for cuts to vital services such as buses and many other areas. Funnily enough, not long after that, our children's services were put into special measures for several years, which I think highlights that a lack of investment can lead to poorer services. This austerity policy finally hit the fan when there was a rise in demand for children's services post-COVID. With the limited reserves and a low council tax base, we now find ourselves close to financial collapse. Last year, the Conservatives had to borrow over 33 million and used up most of our reserves. So up to around nearly 50 million we needed. This year, we'll have to borrow even more. The fact that the Conservative budget amendment failed to add up and was rejected by the Chief Finance Officer shows that the Tories still have a problem with balancing the books. They're still in denial about their responsibility in almost bankrupting the council. I raised concerns over many years about our low level of reserves, and it was clear to nearly all before the last local election that we had little money left and very little that we could cut from our budget that would not reduce the services that we offer. However, many in Reform seemed blissfully unaware of this, as they promised in their campaign leaflets that they would find massive savings and so did not need to increase council tax. They clearly realise now that they gave false promises. Instead, we find ourselves borrowing nearly 60 million and raising council tax by nearly 9% to allow us to plug a gap in our finances of over 74 million. This large increase in tax will affect the most vulnerable. If this budget is approved, we must work to ensure that we support those who will struggle to pay this increase. In the current financial year, the council has found savings of around 10 million, which is nowhere near enough. Reform has failed to identify savings that they said they would find. But even if they had found more savings, we would still be in a financial mess. And what would the financial gap be next year? And finally, I'd just like to raise my concerns about most of the Liberal Democrat budget amendments. Using grant money to target specific projects, mainly within their divisions, in return for their abstentions, is, I believe, a very poor way to do politics. This grant money could be used in many ways, and in many cases, far better ways. We should prioritise projects that provide the best outcomes or the best return on investment. The question really is, what projects will now not go ahead because of those amendments? Therefore, I will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm now going to call on Councillor Dan Boatwright Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start with the definition. Bullying is the unwanted, aggressive and often repeated behaviour that involves a real or perceived power imbalance. It is intentionally harmful, causing physical or emotional distress through actions like threats, teasing, social exclusion or damaging property. It includes behaviour on social media, and I don't give in to bullies. Do we take the political path? Well, the political path has already been taken. The former administration has played politics for years. Let's go back to 2021. They decided to go with a 2% increase at a time we could see a wobble in the finances. 4 budgets, I raised the issues and was shot down. We are literally where I said we would be last year in this very debate. Urgency was needed in 2022, 2023, 2024 and 2025. The Conservatives left a legacy of failure, and now they think, being in opposition, we will forget this. You made this, you did this, own it. And the Conservatives have completely misunderstood how budgets work. In the words of one Conservative, your behaviour is diabolical and dirty. You've deceived the public arguing for a 4.99%. Well, how do I know this? Because I worked with you to see if it was possible. It wasn't. It was refused. You know you can't do it, but it makes good politics. So let's look at the truth. Let's talk about backroom deals. Let's vote their budget down, referring to reform, and get them out of power. I'd prefer a 114 notice over a reform budget. I know we can't get them down to 5%, but let's get into a room and see what can be done. And the 30 pieces of silver mention was the final straw. I don't give in to bullying behaviour. Now on to reform. You have not filled me with confidence. The past few weeks have made the group incredibly uncomfortable. Do you have the skills to get us back on track in the next 12 months? Well, the simple answer is probably no. Cabinet meetings have been concerning, and I am unsure you have the skills to get us on track. OSPB yesterday was particularly worrying. How will we make savings? Well, the administration are not giving me that confidence that we can do this. It was for that reason I cannot support this budget in its current form. I hope I am wrong, but there are no alternatives that are financially sound, and I have worked with everyone on this for months. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had the group leaders have their 5 minutes. We'll now go to general debate. I've got a number of speakers. First one is Josh Robinson.
I think Councillor Hart 5 hours ago put his hand up to speak, so so if he wanted to go, yeah.
Okay, fine. Councillor Hart.
That is very magnanimous of Councillor Josh Robinson, and he's nearly correct. In fact, it was 6 hours ago, but I'm very grateful to him. I hope that won't take part of my 2 minutes. Listen, I, of course, am not persuaded to vote for the administration's budget. As someone who's been part of an administration for 20 years, I absolutely understand the demand-led pressures that this county council faces. Children's, adults, SEND has increased over the last few years ad infinitum. But the problem is, what we have from the Reform administration is scandalous and shameful hypocrisy. I didn't stand for election last May saying stop the boats, cut waste and cut taxes. As a Conservative, I believe in low tax, which is why I've been proud to support council tax increases that are as low as absolutely possible. And having been here for 20 years, since the Conservatives took control in 2005, and indeed in 9, 13, 17 and 2021, the electorate must have thought that we got something correct. And I've yet to find lots of electors who want to pay more council tax than they need to. They want it to be spent efficiently and wisely. So we hear that the administration are going to drive out waste. Well, how much waste have they been doing and reducing since last May? Councillor Taylor is absolutely correct. The reform and efficiencies and the transformation of this organisation should have started at day one last May, because if the Conservatives had taken control, we would have done so. So I'm afraid an inflation-busting council tax rise on the residents of Worcestershire, circa £160 on a Band D property, is frankly outrageous. And the notion, finally, Mr Chairman, that backbenchers in the previous administration were gagged is outrageous. Councillor Simon Geraghty, with the greatest respect to one of my former leaders to my right, was one of the most fair and inclusive leaders I've ever met.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I shared at the beginning of this debate some history of why I have concerns. This has been the most difficult decision I have made as a councillor, and some of the remarks today have made this even starker to me of why we've got into this mess. We have a Conservative group who failed the sniff test on bringing forward a budget amendment. But even if we brought that budget amendment forward, it was cuts in adults and children's social care. It was selling off family farms. It was talking about a freeze on hiring, which means that we've just hired a highways liaison officer. I presume that would mean I wouldn't get one in Bromsgrove if that was the case. So I am sitting here and thinking, well, if I vote against this budget, it's a Section 114 notice because there isn't an alternative. But I am sitting there, yesterday was the final nail in the coffin for me for this reform leadership. There was no answers on how the leader and the deputy leader will resolve the problems that are coming forward. I am calling on you today. I will put a motion in for the next thing, but I'm calling on the leader and the deputy leader of this council to resign. You stood on a manifesto to cut waste and to cut taxes. You should sit there and really reflect on what you put forward to people at the elections, and with no plan coming forward about what you're going to do in the future, I believe that you should be going. And on that note, I'm gone.
Yeah. Go on. Come on, right. Come back to order, please. I think Hazel would just like to say a few words. Come back, sorry.
So just to clarify what we've just heard, obviously council cannot consider any motion without notice in relation to the leader. So they've gone, but just in case anybody thought they could carry on that debate, they can't. So just to make that clear, so we'll continue on speakers now on the... that's what I've just...
Next time.
Yeah.
Fine, okay. So I've got a number of people who are now not on my list. So I've got Councillor Bowen next.
Thank you, Chair. For years, the Conservatives told the people of Worcestershire we could have one of the lowest council tax rates in the country and at the same time build big capital projects, save money on children's services and even have a brand new secondary school. But it wasn't true. The reality was that behind the scenes, the Tories were taking this council to the brink of a Section 114 notice, the local authority equivalent of bankruptcy. Over 600 million in debt, a deficit in their last budget of nearly £50 million, and our emergency reserves nearly all gone. They said it was investment, but investment usually brings returns. And there is no return on footbridges, only debt. And they didn't save money on children's services. Instead, they subcontracted the care of children we should have been looking after to private companies. Private companies.
Point of order, please, Chair.
Who now charge.
It's not the responsibility of the politicians to subcontract anything. I do apologise.
Adam, no, sorry. Carry on, Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. Those private companies that they subcontracted the care of our children to now charge us more than £60 million a year for the privilege of doing so. The Conservatives created a financial mess that this council is now having to put right. And we in Reform will tell the people of Worcestershire the truth. There are no quick fixes, but we are bringing back sound financial management and kicking the Tory habit of using reserves to fund political ambition, because that's what they did. We have already reshaped children's services so that we can care for more of our children ourselves. And we will build schools again, but we'll do it the right way when we can afford to do so. So no more lies, just the truth. It is a hard budget with a council tax increase that goes against everything we in Reform stand for. But it is necessary to fix the mess that they created. And when we get Worcestershire's finances under control, then we will give the people of our county the services they deserve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm just going to remind everybody in the room that's left just to say We don't use the word lies here. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I will replace the word lies with inaccuracies.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Harman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I mean, the most interesting debate so far. Councillor Bone, of course, is engaged in rewriting history to a large degree, because for a great number of years, I would suggest that the open for business agenda that this county council pursued under Conservative administration worked perfectly. Because what it did, of course, was it brought in more business rates, and it brought in more council tax, and we had relentless rises in council tax buoyancy. And that operated through the business rates pool and the reform agenda that we continued to push. We never stopped trying to reform or to save money. The idea that council tax is too low, looking back over 20 years, I'm afraid to say we as Conservatives always believed in leaving council taxpayers' money in their own pockets because we believe they spend it better. And of course, what happened, I'm afraid to say, was post-COVID, the demand in adult social care took a spike, but I would point out was stabilised in the last 2 years, the number of people that we are providing care to, due to our three-conversation model and the reforms that we did. But what we couldn't control was the SEND, central government ECHR plans and home-to-school transport that flowed from it. So, as the Gloucestershire County Council commented in their debate, councils are currently sat on a pivot, and it was not helped by the £7.9 million worth of funding that we lost. But what I would advise this administration to do is to try and, God's sakes, work in partnership on a wider base, just because otherwise, if you don't start working with the health service, if you don't start working with the ICB, if you don't start working in partnership with the police, you are a very lonely and abandoned administration at the moment. And we've just seen the Liberal Democrats have abandoned you as well.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Morris.
Thank you, Chair. So, as we've just heard, up until COVID, balanced budgets were the norm here at Worcestershire County Council. But since COVID, as we know, there's been unprecedented demand in areas such as adult social care and children's services. The last administration had a savings plan and key actions that had to be achieved in 25-26. But then we had the elections, didn't we? And a party that canvassed on national policies with little knowledge of local matters was elected. Thus, the spending has got out of hand. As the past Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care, I asked the now Cabinet Member, have there been regular meetings with the senior team to track the budget and ensure the targeted savings are made? Have you ensured we keep the targeted market rate for suppliers, which I accept will be challenging due largely to national insurance and minimum wage concerns, but it has to be kept an eye on to keep low? What AI and savings have been made at the adult front door? Have you looked further at how we could work with partners and outsource some activities more cost effectively? Have we achieved savings with integrating some functions when we brought Worcestershire Children's back in-house? Are you attending any of the weekly panels to see the control of expenditure? Are you joining ADAS meetings to see what other adult social care cabinet members are actually doing and learning from that? So there's a whole host that cabinet members can and should be doing. The plans were there, and the need of the cabinet members to keep an eye on them and to make sure that they were happening. We don't get cabinet reports anymore where we can scrutinise and we could ask questions. We cannot pass your mishandling of activities to our residents, many of whom are struggling. You've been asleep at the job and now initiated a Lib Dem reform coalition to make amends. Can you imagine Farage and Ed Davey together? They dislike each other intently. It doesn't make amends. An 8.98% council tax increase will severely affect many. I cannot support this budget.
Thank you. Now moving on to Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And could I first of all apologise? Could I apologise to the residents of Worcestershire who are watching this who will watch it at a later date. I think I'm apologising probably on behalf of the Lib Dems as they're not here. I suppose I will have to do it. And I hope the press see their actions for what they are: a headline grabbing, spin promising, false hope bringing, running away party. What we as councillors are here to do today and every day is represent our constituents, our residents. If we're not here, if we run away, we cannot represent them. This, I think, was a total ploy to make sure that the budget can go through, but they won't get blamed at all. And I think that's totally disingenuous. And I have a lot of sympathy for reform. I probably shouldn't have agreed because I'm meant to be nasty all the time, but I do have quite a lot of sympathy for you. You inherited a mess, a car crash. Let's be honest, you're between a rock and a hard place. And so this year I'm prepared to forgive you, or at least say it's not your fault. In 12 months' time, I'm not sure I could be so genuine. I think you've got 12 months to sort it out for the residents of Worcestershire. But I have a major problem with a 9% increase. I know we call it 8.98 because we don't want to, that's a marketing thing that supermarkets do with their tins of soup. It's 9%, give or take. And I wonder if the Lib Dems do have a conscience. I mean, now they've run away, I don't think they do. The Lib Dems today did not focus on the poorest members of our society. They concentrated on what they could get, what they could brag about, what they could stick on their leaflets. Let's be certain about that. That's exactly what it is. So I'm very sorry I can't support you today.
Thank you. Councillor McVeigh.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to focus for too long on the disgraceful comments made during the leader's speech, other than to say, shame on her for repeating the scaremongering which scapegoats entire communities that is peddled by her party nationally, other than to say she should apologise, or maybe that's another reason for her to resign. OK, back to what I had planned to say. I'm getting rather fed up with hearing some councillors equating a potential £4 a week council tax rise to the price of a cup of coffee. Maybe it would surprise them to know that for £4.22, so I'm a little over budget, you could get 1 pint of milk, a box of cornflakes, a loaf of bread, 4 cans of baked beans. So basically 2 meals a day for 4 days if you make things stretch, and you wouldn't be full eating that. This is the reality of many of our Worcestershire residents, and they are at the front of my mind today and every day. I've had more emails and phone calls from people who are terrified about not being able to afford this seismic increase this year and are already worried about next year. They won't have been easy emails for people to write or for conversations to have. They certainly weren't easy for me. And I've been in serious debt in my lifetime, working 3 part-time jobs while I've been trying to make ends meet and pay a mortgage, scared to open the brown envelopes that pile up on the doormat. People who are struggling to recover from government decisions that have successively failed us. 15 years of Tory austerity and now a Labour government who promised much and have delivered little, seemingly continuing on this path of punishing those who can least afford it. Yes, our financial situation is dire, but our residents didn't cause the banking collapse, Liz Truss's disastrous fiscal decisions, the cutting of winter fuel allowances, or the cost of living crisis. They should not pay the price with extortionate council tax hikes. Many just cannot afford it. Yesterday in the OSPB meeting, the question was asked about which difficult operational decisions had been made to date, and the answer was seemingly hard to provide. This leads us to a conclusion that our residents will bear the brunt of financial and leadership failings of successive local and national governments.
Thank you.
This council is facing a £74 million funding gap this year. That rises to £99 million next year and a whopping £123 the year after. Only 12 months ago, this authority relied on £33.6 million of exceptional financial support and £15 million of reserves just to simply balance the books. That's nearly £49 million of one-off support in a single year. This did not happen overnight. For years, costs rose faster than income, demand in adults and children's services grew, but meaningful structural reform did not keep pace. Reserves were used as a cushion, and difficult decisions were delayed. And now the bill's arrived. 3 councils across the country are considering large council tax rises. Reform, Liberal Democrat and Independent coalition. Different administrations today, but all previously Conservative-run authorities. The Worcestershire Tory amendments were thrown out by Section 151 officer for not stacking up. So Torynomics strikes again. This is what happens when you rely on short-term fixes, hope demand slows and treat exceptional financial support as routine rather than the warning sign that it is. The alternative to this budget is not some magical rewrite of the numbers. The alternative is a Section 114 notice, effective bankruptcy, government intervention, spending controls imposed from outside this chamber, and services destabilised. We do not need that, we don't want that, and it would appear the Tories would love it as they appear to be in it for the drama. This budget is not comfortable, but it is honest and it recognises the scale of the challenge. It keeps us lawful, it protects frontline services while we begin the serious work of reshaping this organisation properly. And that's why I will reluctantly support this budget. And PS, stop Hampton Bridge.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Roger Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I will be reluctantly supporting this budget. I'm very well aware that all the residents will see that the council tax increase that we need will be excessive. But let us remind ourselves of the legacy of the past administration. They left us in March 2025 with a deficit of around £600 million. I don't want to go over old ground of point scoring because I think a lot of that has been done today. Because that in the past, we have to consider the future. But we are where we are. Well, £600 million is a mammoth task to resolve without cutting frontline services. Around 70% of those services have to be provided by legislation, over which we have very little control. We're very aware of the difficult task ahead, but this administration is getting to grips with this through our transformation plans. No one wants to see a council tax increase of 8.98, but we need to remind ourselves that we have just received a 59.933 million EFS bailout. This is not a grant, but if used, it has to be paid back. So the context is like having an overdraft at the bank. The alternative for not voting for this budget is not worth considering. To contemplate going into a Section 114 is the same as calling in the receivers and would be catastrophic for this council and its residents. I therefore appeal to all councillors to vote for this budget through, and let's get on with fixing the financial mess we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulate your time in there. Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Chairman, thank you. Despite the opinion of some, I'm not completely stupid. I'm aware that the Conservatives lost at a national level and a local level because there were some failures. Not every decision was right, and that's why that party is on a process of renewal because of it. Not everything we did was spot on. I'm happy to admit that. But there were successive Conservative councils elected here, and there were successive Conservative governments elected at a national level because ultimately, up until COVID, we had balanced budgets, we had low council tax, we had low tax. We have since then, in the last administration, had the war in Ukraine, we have had the COVID pandemic, we have had an increase in national insurance and national minimum wage, which were underfunded by the government. We have had other challenges. We, of course, did have the mini budget, which posed some challenges within it. So we have had a very, very challenging term. The last administration had one hell of a challenge to find huge levels of savings, which, as I quoted when I spoke earlier, they managed to make considerable savings, greater savings in 23, 24 and 25, 26 and 24, 25 than we have seen in 25, 26. There were considerable savings made. I appreciate that the amendment put forward by our group wasn't accepted, and we have accepted that as a group. But my belief is that there are elements in that, even if the entirety of it couldn't have been supported, I do believe that there are elements which could have been. And on that basis, I won't be supporting the budget, because I do believe that we could have managed to get that figure down lower than 8.98%. Even if we couldn't get it to that just below 5%, there was an opportunity to get it down had we worked on a way to adopt at least some of the policies within it. So on that basis, I won't be supporting this budget.
Thank you. Councillor Pingree.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how to say it. I'm really disappointed. I'm just really disappointed. I think I'm the youngest member of this council. Thank you. And yet today I've seen other councillors arguing like children, squabbling, a whole group storming out, another group that didn't bother to stay to the end, people using xenophobic language and being, demonising immigrants. I can't believe that this is the council that I've actually decided to get involved with. And I can't believe that our cabinet here are going to be responsible enough to actually make the decisions they need to make over the next year to make the savings and to try and invest in our actual council. I'm also disappointed with the previous administration because they didn't do things like raise the council tax enough. They didn't do things like invest in initiatives that save us money, like schools, like SEND provision, like buses, like youth services, like adult social care. That's where we see all of the gaps now. And it's where it's causing us a lot of problems. And I'm just disappointed in all of it. I would hope for better from all of you. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you. I sort of echo, actually, what Councillor Pingree said. The leader said we wouldn't want these people living next to us. How does this 9% budget activate door-to-door searches? What people do we not want to live next to us? The majority of people that commit violence against women and girls are white men. They are people who look like... You can err all you want, but this is a disgrace. You put on your leaflet, you will cut taxes. Mutter away. Genuinely, the people have had enough. 9% council tax. No guarantee it won't happen year on year. You cannot come to this chamber and say we are doing what's right. Nigel Farage was spot on. This administration is run by basket cases. Your own lead... He was referring to one. Well, if the leader wants to take that praise, carry on. Basket case away. We here need to stop being so petty. The group over there haven't uttered many words today, but they are looking at their residents and saying, you've got 9%. What guarantee can you give residents they won't have that every year? You can't, because you don't know what's going on. You have a cabinet member for business and skills that in 2009 wanted a twin Worcester with Gaza, yet today you are condemning people that flee here. You have had more flip-flops in your ideology than anyone. And on flip-flops, cobblers make flip-flops, and that's the only thing to come out of this administration, a load of cobblers.
Thank you. Councillor Kearsey.
Chairman, thank you. We've heard from the leader earlier, and she said that after today, she wanted to stabilise and dive through reforms. Well, the question that I'm asking is, why is she waiting until after today? Because she's had 10 months. What have you done in 10 months? As far as I can see, you've done absolutely nothing. You say that you understood the challenges in front of you. You promised the people of Worcestershire what you were going to do, smirk away as much as you like. But you have actually had 10 months and you're only going to decide to do anything after today. You're going to dive through these reforms. But what are you actually doing to do that? You're budgeting and expecting the people of Worcestershire to pay £500,000 to pay consultants to do the job that our officers are paid to do. Why can't can't they do it? Because you're not leading them. You don't have any control over the situation. You have no plan. But those are the same officers that you wanted to give retainers to for just doing their jobs because you aren't in control. Now, your national leader, as we've heard, Farage, called Worcestershire a basket case. And I assume he wasn't insulting the whole of Worcestershire and its residents, but instead describing the Reform administration in Worcestershire. I've been appalled with the leader and her performance, or more I should say, and the lack of it. And to then expect the people of Worcestershire to pay for your failures is shameful. And anyone that votes for this budget today is taking the residents of Worcestershire for fools. And I most certainly do not take the residents of Worcestershire for fools, so I most certainly will not be voting for this budget.
Thank you. Councillor Crosby.
Thank you, Chair. Given the history of the previous administration, the evidence now laid bare for all to see and analyse, one would have thought, for the good of the council and all of the residents in Worcestershire, that the Tories would stop this game of denial, which is totally counterproductive to what we're trying to achieve. The consensus of opinion being to make way for some decent lateral thinking and proper decision making. To add salt into the wounds, I see in the district cabinet meeting of late, the leader alluded to the fact that he was very proud of the fact that they hadn't continued to dip into reserves. It's a pity that that ethos hadn't been practised across this county council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Albury.
Thank you. I sit in this chamber and listen to debates from all sides of the political spectrum. At a time where this country is on its knees, where families in our county are struggling to put food on the table, where the elderly have to decide between food or heating, and veterans are sleeping on the streets. The Conservatives have held control of this country for 20 years and left it in a position where not only was the pot empty, but in fact the bottom had clearly fallen out of it. I've witnessed many comments in the press, on social media, personally, comments often involving unverified data and false claims. Some coming from the very individuals who have misinformed their constituents for years, keeping council tax low to boost their reputation as they undermine the council's stability. As a taxpayer and council tax contributor, bringing up my family in this city, I welcomed the lower council tax, as I expected others in this chamber, and like them and many constituents, do not favour any increase in taxes of any description. Nevertheless, it is important to receive transparent information regarding the reasons for such changes, whether the news is positive or negative. When I first sat in this chamber, and apart from the annual bill with a pie chart showing X% for this and Y% for that, I had little idea of where my money went or how it was used. I had no idea that the council was in dire straits and had tens of £1 million deficit. We talk about exceptional financial support, Section 114, reduction in services, selling of assets, amongst other things. What we should look at is when the Tories raised the council tax by 5% in the last budget, this left a shortfall which relied upon reserves to balance the books. Had they given clear information about the impact of their actions, many, including myself, might have preferred a slightly higher rise then instead of facing an 8.98% hike now. It is the previous administration who should be transparent with the public, inform voters that the financial deficit was actually created under their supervision, and it's the current council, irrespective of party, who are having to pick up the pieces.
Sorry, you're out of time. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Councillor Fordington.
Well, what can I say? Highly disappointed with what I've been hearing and what's been going on. As a cabinet, should I point out, what are your roles? How are you going to save cost, each one of you? So give examples. I feel you haven't been answering back the emails I've been sending to you and addressing the problems at the same time on how, for education, for apprenticeship programs, we could have moved this so far, but you didn't want to listen. No emails come back. Anyway, for our residents, can I sort of address this problem as I've addressed it before? It's going to be such an impact. It's actually heartbreaking to go and knock on those doors again and sort of say, guess what, they didn't listen because they were willing to work with us. So this is really devastating.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hardman asked us to work in partnership with NHS and the ICB. The government high needs deficit grants repayment of 90% is dependent and linked to the approval of a local area SEND partnership improvement plan. I've been attending the SEND stocktakes with the NHS and the ICB and the SEND and AP board, and significant progress in the 10 months, which Councillor Kersey asked what we've done in the 10 months. Significant progress has been made. So I am confident that this council, unlike many others who will have to prove their point, will get our 90% repayment. But that will still leave us with a huge debt, which by March 28 is likely to be 40-odd million pounds, because our high needs deficit, currently held in statutory override, is likely to be 430 million pounds. But we've also significantly expanded, will have expanded, our SEND place efficiency capacity, which is a reform administration choice. And we've made the decision to support the children of Worcestershire who have complex and less complex special educational needs like autism and ADD. Council Bowen has already transformed the fostering service, but when you ask what we've done in the few months we've been in office, you're just not looking in the right places.
Thank you. I think we've got now 7 more speakers, just to let you know. And they are Wells, Perks, Shaw, Taylor, Victory, Hopkins and Bales. So, Councillor Wells, if you'd like to speak next.
Chairman, I've just been doing a little bit of research. I'm trying to reflect on the new administration, joint administration. The Reform Club in London was founded in 1836, was originally established as a political hub for radicals, and Whigs, that's the Liberals, supporting the 1832 Reform Act, later acting as a primary headquarters for the Liberal Party. So this is a coming home. More seriously, I am horrified by the smash and grab that's taken place from the Liberal Democrat leader today. He spends 6 or so hours torturing us through all his amendments and then disappears to avoid the difficult decision. That's not grown-up politics. That's not being courageous. I'm hoping that the council leadership recognise that. That's the easy option. Now listen, the budget will go through today, but tomorrow, world won't be looking any different. And that structural deficit, those difficult decisions are going to have to be made. So my message today is the same as the one I've been given for 9 months now. We have to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. Some, if not most of what I've said, it will say has already been said, so apologies. I have been editing as we've been going. The decision before us is whether this council sets a lawful balanced budget or risks a Section 114 notice, the local government equivalent of bankruptcy. When this administration took office, the council was already in exceptional financial support. Borrowing exceeded 600 million, structural overspends in adult social care, children's services were embedded, and children's services were embedded in the base budget. This is no one's fault, but that of successive governments. Reserves have been repeatedly relied upon to manage recurring deficits. That choice, however, belongs in this chamber. These are financial facts. The pressures we face are not vanity spending, they are statutory duties. Those same adult social care, children's placements, SEND provision, home to school transport. We are legally required to provide these services. Demand has risen. Placement costs have risen. Market inflation in care provision has risen. Our Section 151 officer has been clear. Without the measures contained in this budget, including the proposed council tax increase, we risk being unable to meet our legal financial obligations. To colleagues who feel unable to support this budget, I understand both the personal and the political difficulty. I do not want this. No one in this room wants this. I urge members to support the budget, or at the very least, not vote against the budget, not vote against the financial stability of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. I will try and keep it short. I will cut out a lot that has already been said by other members of our administration, of our party. I'm sure I speak for everyone in this chamber when I say I don't want to raise the council tax by 8.98%. It hurts us all and particularly hurts low-income households. I know that there are residents in my division that will struggle with the increase. Pensioners who had to go back to work when the winter fuel allowance was taken off them. Single-parent households where the parents will skip meals so their children can eat. Such a large increase in one go is going to be painful for so many. However, this will only bring us up to the average rate compared to other county councils in the country. We should not have had to be the administration to get us there in one go. We should have already been at an average rate of council tax. The previous administration have failed the residents, keeping tax low, using up reserves and failing to take action when the auditors first warned of the financial woes to come. I can only apologise to the residents in my division, as I will be supporting and voting in favour of this budget. The alternative looks a lot worse, with the potential of consecutive years of punishing tax rises, a loss of non-statutory services and democratic accountability if a Section 114 is triggered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
This is hard for me as a former reformer, as I really wanted the party to succeed in Worcestershire. But I do need to make my objections to this budget clear. There just seems to be zero accountability for the in-year overspend, and there has been a failure to act early enough. Those two failures have dragged the administration into a last-minute panic-making deal with the Liberal Democrats, who have now miraculously disappeared. Now they have the £21 million in amendments under their belt. I am sure they are on social media now spreading the word to their supporters immediately after calling for the resignation of the leader and the deputy leader, the very members they struck the deal with. And I have uttermost respect for the deputy leader, and I know he genuinely cares. But the comment when referring to the council tax hike, it is only a few pound a week, is not the correct attitude. It is dismissive and insulting to the very people we represent. Reform stood for tax cuts and common sense politics. It's one of the reasons I joined the party, but common sense tells you that to control spending early, you don't need to burden residents later. Common sense tells you that you don't leave budget deals and negotiations until the 11th hour. I consistently called for early sensible measures, overtime reductions, recruitment freezes, especially with the 8% natural turnover, pausing non-essential training, restructuring management, rationalising capital spending and tightening procurement. They were brushed aside as too early or too dramatic. In the first report, the 151 officer made it clear transformation savings could reach 25 million by 27-28. So why wasn't that work started earlier? Why ignore the auditor's advice to act at scale and pace? This council has been underfunded by central government for years. Nobody denies that. But it's not an excuse to delay, and it should not put the onus on the taxpayer with an 8.9% council tax rise. I cannot and will not support a budget that burdens taxpayers when credible alternatives exist and have been repeatedly ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Victory.
Thank you, Chairman. I was thinking of rereading the speech I made over 7 hours ago, but I'll spare you all that. We've been through enough. I'm devastated. I'm shocked by what we've been treated to today. It's been a real Punch and Judy. But I will repeat some of what I started to say earlier, that we're here to set a budget which will prevent Worcestershire falling into special measures. If we want to survive as a functioning council, then we have to set one. If we delay even a week, the financial implications are punishing both on ourselves and on the district councils that rely on us so that they can set council tax and issue the tax notices to the residents. So it's a shame that different parties are using it as propaganda. I'd say that they've lost sight of the goal of the council, which is to do the best for all of our residents. As much as I regret it, this deal is the best option for our residents because tinkering with the small pots of money missed the point of our meeting today, and those amendments should not have been approved. We should focus on the budget proposal before us for the good of local democracy and its residents. I do not support this amendment. Sorry, forget that last little bit, please. That's reading ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Bales.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just listening to today and being part of this, I'm really disappointed. And I feel I've just got to apologise to my residents of what's gone on here. As you know, I'm independent and I think my residents deserve better than what we've had today. I'm equally disappointed with the Liberal Democrats who've done a smash and grab raid, and Tom's exactly right on this. They've taken their 21 million and left. It's like going to a party, them taking all the drink and then drinking it all and leaving us to try to get some. We've voted for a change in this council and we've got it. And therefore, to me, Reform are in there and they have to deal with it. Disappointed they haven't done it within the last 9 months. They've been given a hospital pass and I believe my residents want them to get on with it and see how we go. You'll either sink or swim and that's up to yourselves really. In my area we've got a lot of residents who are on the lower income scale. They will really suffer with this. So I'm in a quandary with the tax rise, so I'm in a quandary. We need to get on with it. We can't go into 141. My residents can't afford some of it. So like Councillor Wells, I agree with him entirely that we have to work together to get there, and let's work. We owe it to our residents. To seeing them put up with this, we owe it to them. And let's work together now, because this budget will go through. Let's work together to make sure it works. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the honour of the last speaker on this will be Councillor Upton. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was interested in the comment made about not a lot of noise coming from this part of the chamber. That's possibly down to the fact that you can't argue with reality. It also reminds me of a saying that I heard many years ago in business, which I've always remembered, and it's empty vessels make the most noise. So here we are, it's either 8.98% or it's 10% under the commissioners with cuts. That's the reality, that's where we are. And we can't change this in 10 months, we need longer, and let's hope we can change it. I believe we can. Another thing I want to say, excuses make today easier and tomorrow harder. Those we serve deserve councillors who will stand up and accept the problem we are in, and they want solutions, not continued excuses. We here must deal with the situation and not shy away from the difficult decisions we have to keep the county council out of S114 intervention. So making today harder makes tomorrow easier. Thank you. So we've now finished the contribution from the floor. Councillor Wharton, would you like to do a sum up before we move to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly before I do sum up, I just wanted to come back to Councillor Taylor. I didn't say that £2.79 a week was not a lot. I said to people in this chamber it was a minor irritation, but to many it will hurt, and I just wanted to make that correction. Okay, so this has been said a few times actually today, and lastly by Councillor Pingree. Sorry. To some of the people who have been watching online today, quite frankly, they must have been disgusted with some of the behaviour of their elected representatives, and I think we should all reflect on that. It's been a long and passionate day. Issues have been well understood, generally well debated, notwithstanding my previous comments. And one specific point has actually given me cause to raise a wry smile today. During the course of the discussions today, we've heard time and time again how the officers should be making decisions. Yet we constantly get criticised as a party that the officers are running the council. Which is it to be? You can't have it both. Anyway, I'm a man of few words, as you all know. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time for talking is over. The choice is clear. Are you going to vote to put the council on the road to financial stability, or are you going to vote for the council to become bankrupt? The choice is yours.
Right, thank you. Right, so we're going to move to the vote now. Over to you, Hazel.
Yes, this is on the vote on the main budget as amended. So, Councillor Alcott not present. Councillor Allen. Against. Councillor Amar not present. Councillor Amos. For. Councillor Aubrey. For. Councillor Bales. Abstain. Councillor Bastow. For. Councillor Bell. For. Councillor Paul Bennett not present. Councillor Roger Bennett. For. Councillor Birch. Against. Councillor Boatwright Green not present. Councillor Bowen. For. Councillor Cleary. For. Councillor Creswell. For. Councillor Crosby. For. Councillor Cross not present. Councillor Dunkley. For. Councillor Eacock. For. Councillor Edmonds. For. Councillor Evans not present. Councillor Fordington. Against. Councillor Foster. For. Councillor Hardman. Against. Councillor Hart. Against. Councillor Hopkins. For. Councillor Hume. For. Councillor James. Against. Councillor Jenkins. Against. Councillor Jones. For. Councillor Kearsey. Against. Councillor Kent. Against. Councillor May. Against. Councillor McSweeney not present. Councillor McVeigh. Against. Councillor Miller. Against. Councillor Ashley Monk. Abstain. Councillor Joe Monk. For. Councillor Moorhead. Against. Councillor Morris. Against. Councillor Perks. For. Councillor Pingree. Against. Councillor Price. For. Councillor Riaz not present. Councillor Josh Robinson not present. Councillor Linda Robinson. Against. Councillor Robson. Against. Councillor Shaw. For. Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Against. Councillor Taylor. Against. Councillor Tudge. For. Councillor Turner. For. Councillor Udall not present. Councillor Upton. For. Councillor Victory. Abstain. Councillor Wells. Abstain. Councillor Wharton. 4. We'll do the maths. So that was 24 for, 19 against, abstain 4. Budget has passed.
Right, we're going to have a short break now. It'll be a 10-minute break. We've still got a lot of things to go through.
To be fair, we've got a minute taker who is right, so it's just a short break as well for our minute taker.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for everyone for coming back again. We're now on agenda item 7. This is a report of the Cabinet of decisions taken. Just to remind everybody, this is a report which deals with decisions that have already been taken. And this is on pages 213 to 218. And I'm going to remind everybody again that specific questions may be asked about items in the report. This is an opportunity to ask relevant questions, not to make speeches on matters which have already been decided. The reports will be taken section by section, and questions will be restricted to a maximum of 2 minutes per item per councillor. Please can we try to make this as brief as we can. Questions will be taken one at a time. If necessary, written replies will be provided by the leader or the relevant cabinet member. Okay, can I now first ask for questions on the first section entitled Fair Funding of Schools? Would anyone like to ask a question about fair funding of schools? Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make it really, really brief because I know some members have already gone of the administration. They got their budget, now they disappear. But I would like to ask on paragraph 30, we talk about busing children around the county again. What is being done to alleviate this? We've just given £21 million to other projects. What's going to reduce our home to school transport budget? And I hope the Cabinet member can answer that one. And then if you would, a second question, which is, can I just confirm in paragraph 32 that we have not removed the idea of building a new secondary school as it implies, because we do not yet know if we require one in Worcester, and at the moment that it still is outstanding. So those 2 questions to the Cabinet member, if I can.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Councillor James. Home to school transport, it's not in my portfolio, but of course it does affect the children in education in Worcestershire. A lot of that expenditure is on send children also across the county and to other counties for independent schools at high cost. And by building extra sufficiency capacity, which we will announce in the near future, and pursuing the Malvern Free School, we aim to reduce the home to school transport significantly. And with the what we discussed today, wherever possible, with local provision of send capacity, that is what this administration would plan to do. Your second question relates to...
Sorry, repeat. Is that you asked me to repeat? Yeah. Right, okay.
Your second question relates to...
Yeah, you were just leaning at me. I didn't know if you drifted off.
Removing
is the Worcester School still in the plan, or have you scrapped it?
We have scrapped it, yes. There is the forecast from the officers for required initially four FE by 2029 is now forecast to be 3 FE. That's 90-year places, and Tudor Grange added half a year group. We're up to 1.5 year groups. There is extra capacity available from the Chase, from various other schools. We neither need the capacity of a new school, nor, as we've seen from today's financial situation, could we afford one anyway.
Sorry, Chair, that's not what the report says. So I'm just trying to work out the Cabinet members read it. Paragraph 32 clearly states that once alternative sufficiency has been identified, a request to the Department for Education to withdraw. The Cabinet member just said it's been scrapped, but the whole request hasn't been made to the DFE. So when did that happen?
The request has been made to the DFE. My officer is nodding. Yes. We explained that the demand forecast was down to 3 FE. 1.5 is from Worcester schools, and it's completely unnecessary, and we have made that request.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for national and local funding arrangements for schools? No? Okay, we'll move on rapidly then to the next section. Are there any questions on this section titled Healthy Worcestershire Phase 2? Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chairman. Two very short questions. First and foremost, big fan of the Healthy Worcestershire scheme. I think it's done a very good job across the county. Just on the first bullet point around the physical activity, just wanted to confirm if Active Hereford and Worcester are involved in that, and also whether there's any involvement through our PCN network. I'm just noting it speaks about working within the neighbourhood areas and the need for the providers to deliver. Well, I know within our PCNs we've got a few community organisations, particularly within Wychavon, that I'm sure would be keen to engage. And then secondly, on the Enhance and Stop Smoking Support Service, whether there's any chance that the district councils can be consulted through that, only because within Wychavon we have also ran our own anti-smoking and vaping campaign, and I'm sure that we've got materials that we'd be keen to feed in if that's a possibility.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So Healthy Worcestershire, of course, the physical activity, PCNs are linked in with some of our hubs working through within the practices. But we are in a second phase, what this was put in, so we will have the potential to go back and discuss this so that we can extend with the uplift. Smoking cessation, that's, of course, we've had significant reduction compared to the national average. But again, I take that point and possibly I can link in with you to discuss more this in the further meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about Healthy Worcestershire? No. Moving on rapidly then. Next section. Are there any questions on the section titled Local Nature Recovery Strategy? Anyone like to ask? No. We'll move on then. Next section is, are there any questions for the section titled Sustainability and Efficiency Plan? There are no questions. Oh. Councillor Victory.
Thank you, Chair. I've looked over the wording here, and it seems to be promising a lot, but actually not saying anything. I mean, what specifically is the SEP designed to do? How is it structured to deliver the outcomes that are mentioned here? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's Councillor Creswell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Victory. It's structured to reduce environmental impacts for our own operations, improve energy resilience and efficiency, and support community business in reducing emissions, enhance Worcestershire's natural environment, and also adapt to climate risks. Does that answer your question?
It gives me an outline of where you're going with it, but it doesn't really give me any detail on what is planned. We're going to hear in a year's time how this went, but until then we're going to be a bit in the dark, aren't we? Thank you.
I don't think there's any more to be said there. So the next item section is, would anyone like to ask a question about school organisation and sufficiency? Councillor Pingree.
Okay. This is an interesting report. I've noted that you are asking for students to go to the closest alternative schools to schools near Crystal Whiteheads and near Nunnery Wood High School. And the one that you've put as near Nunnery Wood High School is Pershore High School, which is actually quite far away from Nunnery Wood High School, really quite far away. So what additional bus provisions are there going to be for students who are having to come from Worcester near Nunnery Wood all the way to Pershore High School?
I don't know the detail of what the buses or the transport would be, but there would be, obviously, it's free home to school transport. But as I said earlier, this is in relation to the demand in Worcester in 2029. At the moment, there's 1.5 year groups of capacity, and there are options for both the Chase in Malvern as well as Pershore High School, which parents may choose to do. I said in a previous children's panel that the Chase, the GCSE result was second in the whole of Worcestershire County, and that lots of parents may actually choose to send their children to the Chase. But there are various options. But where children have to go outside their local area, the home to school transport will obviously be covered by the cost by the county.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Bromsgrove schools do not carry the 5% capacity that's required and is down on the statute books as a requirement, I believe. Cabinet has noted the ongoing investigations to provide sufficient Year 9 places for Bromsgrove High School from 2026 onwards. We're in 2026. When can I anticipate the outcome of this, please?
Thank you, Councillor May. I'm actually delighted to receive this question because question 3 later, which Josh Robinson would be asking a similar question, seems to have disappeared. It gives me the opportunity to give you give you the answer, which I hope you'll be very pleased with. So, local authority place planning colleagues met with both high schools on Wednesday, the 11th of February 2026, and as of last Friday, have the following agreements in place for September 2026. North Bromsgrove High School have agreed to offer 30 places above published admission numbers for September 2026. South Bromsgrove High School have agreed to remain at published admission numbers for National Offer Day and have also agreed to work with us, the County Council, after National Offer Day if additional places are required, up to 10 additional places. The above allows us to offer a place to all those who have requested a year 9 place for September 26, which is exceptionally good news. With regards to the longer term, forecasts for September 27 are not predicting a need for additional places. Yet for September 28, there could be an increase in demand, and we're continuing to work with both schools to complete feasibility studies to investigate options to increase places for North Bromsgrove High School. This includes working with Bromsgrove District Council to regularly review, and that's opportunities for use of other buildings or land assets and opportunities to consider. So I think the future looks very positive for Bromsgrove sufficiency. I hope that satisfies your question.
Thank you for taking my question, Councillor Foster. My concerns are that the new homes on Whitford Road are just starting to be inhabited now, and there are 380 there. When I look at these figures, I can't see long-term how that sufficiency will be met, particularly when I look out towards Woodrush that hasn't got enough capacity, children being bused to Waisley Hills. I'd like to see a master plan for education for Bromsgrove, particularly in view of the 12,125 homes that this government is requesting that we have to build. Yeah. And Perryfields is coming on at a rate of knots too. So I would like the full sufficiency plan, please. Thank you.
Yes, we'll give you the full sufficiency plan. There is an annual update and there is an ongoing update of the sufficiency, but we can provide you with that.
Thank you. I think the next person was Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yep. I am here. I haven't run away yet. I'm just checking. Yeah, I'm still here. I hope this is the right place to ask this, because it seems you in this report you're only talking about secondary schools. But Kemsey is oversubscribed, and it doesn't seem to be mentioned here or any plan going forward. And obviously my residents are somewhat concerned that their children, where they live in Kemsley, can't actually get to their local school.
Sorry, I have no information on that, but I will come back to you, Councillor Ireland.
Yes, thank you, because I did raise it at a cabinet meeting in Wyre Forest when we went through the report, and the report said quite clearly Kemsley was oversubscribed. So it's very important, I think, for my residents that I do get an answer to pass on to them.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland.
I've got Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much. I think, like many of the rural councillors in Worcestershire, we're all being absolutely attacked with housing developments and planning applications. And particularly in Whittle, it's really under threat with its close proximity to Birmingham. And I think within the Bromsgrove district plan, there were 3 draft sites, I think, for 1,200 odd houses. I'm holding a public meeting soon with Bradley Thomas, the MP, because I think that number of speculative applications has already gone up over 3,000. That's without the burden that we've got on the borders within Solihull, where they've got some 900 houses on Norton Lane, which would naturally lean into the Whittle schools because they're just up the road from it. So I suppose my big concern with sufficiency is how on earth you're able to keep up to date with these speculative planning applications that are coming in when you're trying to plan for the short, medium and long term. So what do we need to do to ensure that everybody is up to speed? Because we're getting consulted on planning applications in that area that haven't even gone to the planning authority yet. And knowing the way that these are going to be ring-fenced as grey belt or whatever, and the particular Labour government's sheer drive to force this agenda, I have huge concerns about the education provision in that area. So I'm just asking, it's not a dig at anything or whatever else, how can we actually organise this to make sure that you're all up to date with what those applications are and that we have some idea, because otherwise we're going to be really left short when these houses start being built out.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Yes, I think today everybody's appreciated the efforts that the officers make in a number of areas. They were particularly relating to highways, but I can commend the officers in the education department who do this sufficiency planning, and what they do take into account. Certainly, Rachel Kiernan will say that until plans are approved for the housing developments, that they're not included in the sufficiency forecast, but they monitor them continually. There is an ongoing review of place requirements over the years, and I can assure you they do a tremendous job. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. And my question is, with the some of the requirements from schools to look after children, some of the children that I'm aware of are needing one-to-one. So you've got maybe, and in some classes you'll have 5 adults in one class. These children not only need one-to-one, but they also need a quiet room, a place where they can't harm themselves, or soft furnishings in there and no sharp edges and everything. Some of the schools haven't got this facility. How long will it take them to get this facility installed? And at the moment, the staffing levels, these extra people are paid for from the staffing budget, and the schools are finding it financially embarrassing, I would say, to cope with this extra finance.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Miller. An excellent question. And I couldn't agree with you more. The Send White Paper on Monday, and I was on the webinar listening to Bridget Phillipson yesterday evening, and they use the words, it's about mainstream inclusion with a high level of funding. Of the £4 million offered over 3 years, it's £1.6 million over 3 years to mainstream schools. That works out at half a teaching assistant per school nationally. We are working with, as I explained earlier, with the ICB and NHS England on a SEND improvement plan. But the white paper and the amount of funding offered gives us no encouragement. So the Reform Administration, I said, will be building and announcing our own capacity. We've turned down the £5.7 million offered for alternatively to expand mainstream provision for the Malvern schools. So we're pursuing the DFE to try and get the earliest date for the 120-place school for autism, which, again, if you read the detail of the white paper, AHD and autism are not considered to be complex needs, and from 2030 onwards, all students, whether they have school avoidance or how you would actually get them, you can tell I'm passionate about this subject as well, how they would actually get them through the gates of mainstream schools, even if they had all the facilities you describe, which are not available, it beggars belief.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you. And I am deviating with the Chair's permission, and I've checked with the monitoring officer. We're all here because our families make a huge sacrifice, and the Section 151 officer actually has a daughter, I understand, whose birthday is today, and a very lengthy drive home. So if Councillor permitting, I think we should let him go and spend some time with his family and thank him for all the work he's done. And please don't decline that offer, because it's probably the only time I'm ever going to let you run off. But if Council are agreeing, I think that would be the best thing to do.
Thank you. Great. I'm probably going to find lots of people now say their daughter's on holiday or got a birthday. Right. Okay. So the last one on this subject, Councillor Fordington.
It's touching bases on mainstream schooling again. Resources. I would like to know more in depth of how you're going to be able to cater for resources. And then we need to look into the classroom management itself as well. We need to be able to get the safeguarding element of this on how are you going to be able to reach each student, because every child matters, of course. And the thing is that it needs to be sort of uniform for all children within the class. So how are you going to be able to deliver these resources so that the extra intake of the students, how are you going to be able to cater for them?
Can I just say here is that this isn't question time. We're meant to be discussing things that have come from the budget meeting, and so can you, in view of the time that the evening, if you can keep your reply fairly brief, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Councillor Fordington. Are you referring to the provision of SEND within? The SEND inclusion within mainstream schools? Yes?
General, the whole element of children.
Yeah. I think we probably need to give you a written answer in the interest of time. But thank you for your question.
Fantastic. So we're at the end of agenda item 7. We're now moving on to agenda item 8, which is political balance. Please turn to pages 485 to 492 of the supplementary agenda, and I'm going to invite Councillor Joe Monk to introduce the report and move the recommendation.
I'm just formally proposing it at the moment, if that's okay, Chair. And Hazel's got some amendments, I do believe.
Okay, so we need a seconder. Who's going to second that?
Yeah, I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you.
I'm only going to take 2 hours. I thought I'd take you line by line with my calculations. No, it's just in the actual appendix for the numbers for the Audit and Governance Committee. So where Reform have lost a seat, the column says 0 for Labour. That should actually say 1. So we shall reprint that. And it is referred to within the main body of the covering report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anybody who'd like to say anything about this, which I guess really is a technical thing? I think we're going to trust Hazel that she's done the calculations correctly. So if there are not, we will then move on to the vote. So quick show of hands. All those in favour, please raise your hand now. I believe that's unanimous. Okay, we're moving on. There are no, there was only one motion, but the person who was going to put it forward is no longer here. So it's a Lib Dem motion. So they're not here, so they can't do it. Yeah. Okay, so we're now moving on to questions. So we're on agenda item 10, question time. And the first question is Councillor Allen to Councillor Perks.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good evening, Council. Will the Cabinet member with responsibility for highways and transport please forward the RSA Stage 4 report for the A4440 that has been recently completed to Councillor Stephen and myself? Thank you.
It's the gist. Thank you, Councillor Allen. Correct, the RSA 4 was carried out, encompassing the works to the Sunlink Road improvements phases 2 to 4. The full process is not yet complete, but once it is, it will absolutely be shared as requested.
Can I just push that a little bit about when that will be available?
Was the question from you, Chair?
Chair's Perks, I think. Yeah.
That's me as well.
Yeah.
Right, if I'm allowed a supplementary question. Thank you. Now, the Ketch roundabout, as you know, we've discussed this more than once, and I understand there's been another accident there very recently. It's been a bit of a mess, isn't it? If you go there, previous accidents have left poles, there's funny angles, with traffic cones stuck on top of them. They've been there for over 6 months. Part of the curbing has disappeared on the Kemsey side as you approach the roundabout. And if you want to have a drive round with me, we can go round looking at all the things that are now wrong. When are we going to actually sort these things out? How long are we going to leave it?
The how long with regards to the RSA, I will need to come back to you. Oddly enough, I have actually chased up about the roundabout, the lampposts and such today. Again, I will come back to you.
Lovely, thank you very much. We're now on to question number 6 because the other people are not here to ask their questions. So I'm going to ask Councillor Matt Jenkins to ask his question, number 6.
Yeah, I've raised it. Martin, I know, great name. No, it's Matt Jenkins. I won't read out the full question, just the last paragraph to save us time. Can the leader of the council explain why she cannot persuade more members of her party to actively take part in the committees and panels that play an important role in holding the administration to account? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. At the moment, in the current committee structure is producing more vacancies because we have just had another shift, yet again, in political balance. But the answer is to review how the places are allocated in the light of this new political balance. So not to single out one group for political attacks. I'm not going to do that now. Reform is here to change how this council operates, and hopefully we can actually get these councillors to attend the meetings.
Thank you. Is there supplementary?
I suppose there is, because obviously the vacancies are all reform, so that's why I particularly ask you as leader. Obviously, I'm a leader of a group. I can get all my members to attend meetings as much as possible, and all the committee places are filled. So I have asked this question 3 times now, so maybe you're going to have, at the next meeting, which will be your year anniversary, hopefully by then you'll be able to have fulfilled them. So my question is, will you promise to, by May, have them all filled? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. I can't promise anything. There's nothing that's guaranteed in life. But what I will do... Hang on, stop the jeering. Can I finish my question? Thank you very much. What I will do is try my best, but I can't lead people to meetings with a collar and chain. You know, I can ask them, we can request them, we can tell them they're on committees, but, you know, things happen, life happens in between, and I'll do my best to get them to come to it. You can't force people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to question number 7. Councillor James.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As read. No, go on. Councillor Kent's nagging me to read it. Group leaders. Residents across Fernal Heath have long awaited the installation of a new footpath on Dilmore Lane, a commitment made by this council on the back of a poor developer. Can the Cabinet member let me know a timescale of when we can expect this to be installed?
Well read, thank you. The footway was to be provided by developers. The initial phase was through the Taylor Wimpey development, although this has not yet been provided. We are exploring alternative options to ensure delivery as soon as possible for the benefit of the community, albeit with full cost recovery from the developer. The further proposals to provide a new footpath on Dilmore Lane is part of a planning application from Lion Court Homes. This is an outline application for 150 homes, which was approved at appeal in 2024. One of the conditions of this planning application is that the developer provides a new footway to link the development to Suffolk Road along Dilmore Lane, the aforementioned Taylor Wimpey development. The developer has not yet submitted a reserved matters planning application. We currently understand they expect to do that this year.
Thank you. As a supplementary?
I do indeed. Councillor Birch just said in my ear that that application has now been made and approved. So maybe, and I'm happy to introduce Councillor Perks to one of the many wonderful pubs in Fernal Heath. Maybe he would come with me to meet the parish council and we can talk about this and work collaboratively over a pint of his choice. Which he's paying for, by the way, out of the... You know, not me.
I was about to agree, but no.
So is that a yes? Yeah.
We'll split it. It's a yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
All right. Great. So we're now on the last question. Question 9. This is Councillor Martin Allen.
As we had a meeting yesterday and Ian was very kindly attended, I don't think we need to ask the question today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. So that is the end of questions. We're now on the very last agenda item, and I'm sure it'll be very quick. So, agenda item 11, which is reports of committees, Standards and Ethics Committee. Sam Evans isn't here, but the Vice Chair of the committee is here. Adam Kent, would you like to present a report?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm delighted to present the Standards and Ethics report on behalf of the missing Liberal Democrat. As read, I have some... Sorry, have you finished, Dan? Calm down. As read, if there are any questions, I will do my very best to answer them. And if I don't have the answers, I have superb support with the monitoring officer.
Excellent. Are there any questions on this standards report? Fantastic. Great. Well, thank you so much, everybody. It's been a marathon. We've got to the end. Thank you very much for your attendance. See you at the next meeting. Thank you.
Can I ask just that we thank Simon for taking the minutes for such a long meeting?
Thank you.
And can you all take your own cups and rubbish out? Thank you very much.
Thank you.